SpongeBob SquarePants is a show that will always hold a very special place in my childhood memories. I hate to date myself, but when SpongeBob first aired, I was only 4 years old. I literally don't even remember the first time that I watched this show. As far back as I can remember, I've always been a huge fan of SpongeBob. My friends and I were absolutely obsessed with SpongeBob when we were in elementary school. As a matter of fact, it was my favorite show until I was in like 6th grade. That's about the point where the quality of the show really took a sharp decline, but that's a topic for another video. The show really resonated with me as a kid, and it had a tremendous impact on my outlook on humor and how I reacted to situations. SpongeBob was always bubbly and positive no matter the situation, which was always an outlook that I tried my best to adopt in my everyday life. To this day, I try my best to spread positivity everywhere I go, and I mostly attribute that positivity to growing up with an influence like SpongeBob. I'd say that overall, SpongeBob SquarePants has had a positive impact on my life, and the early episodes of SpongeBob really invoke those positive, warm, and fuzzy feelings. Now, as I said earlier, there was a point when the quality of SpongeBob episodes took a very sharp decline, but we're not going to beat that dead horse. Instead, we're going to focus on the positive and go back to when SpongeBob was at his absolute best. I'd say that the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob were absolutely the golden era of the show, but of those 3, there's just a specific feel to the first season that's really hard to explain. Like, the show still had its quirks and was genuinely entertaining during season 2 and 3, but there's just something special about season 1 that really makes it stand out, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I have many great memories of enjoying season 1 of SpongeBob as a kid. I saw all of these episodes as they premiered and thoroughly enjoyed every single one of them. I remember a few years later when season 3 was airing and being circulated on Nickelodeon a ton, my mom took me to Hollywood Video and I rented a copy of SpongeBob season 1 on DVD and I watched it on repeat for days on end. These episodes were still on Nick, but they were playing an awful lot more of season 2 and 3 than they were of the season 1 episodes at the time, so it was a lot like watching these episodes for the first time all over again, and I was obsessed with it. Come to think of it, I think that might be my first exposure to nostalgia, and was probably a pivotal moment in making me the nostalgic millennial that I am now. To think, if I didn't have that experience, there's a chance that I never would have made this YouTube channel and had the opportunity to walk down memory lane with all of you guys. It's hard to explain the feeling of nostalgia and experiencing these early episodes of SpongeBob all over again. It's a feeling and memory that I personally cherish very deeply, and I really want to share that with people, and I want people to have that same experience and feeling that I had. That's why today on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're going to revisit season 1 of SpongeBob SquarePants and dissect it with the goal of figuring out what made it so unique, and to hopefully have you feel the same warm and fuzzy feeling that I get when I watch these early episodes of SpongeBob. Now, just to be clear, this video isn't like my top 10 episodes or anything. I'm going to be tackling these episodes in release order. Of course, I'm not going to be able to make it through the entirety of the first season because that would just take way too long, but drop a like on this video and leave me a comment letting me know if you want to see part 2 of this video. I don't want to see comments of people saying, how are you going to talk about season 1 and not bring up Rock Bottom? We're going through chronological order, and if you want to see me talk about those later episodes in the season, let me know in the comments that you'd like to see a part 2. Now, before we get too deep into things, super quick, I'd like to take a moment to thank you guys so much for everything and for all of your support over this last year and a half. As of me recording this video right now, it is March 25th of 2022, and we just passed 35,000 subscribers today on my channel, and it blows my mind to think that I've come this far in my YouTube journey. Back in October of 2020, when I first started this channel, I never thought that I would even reach 100 subscribers. And to have grown as much as I have is just incredible. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for subscribing and for being a part of my YouTube journey. Whether you've been here since the early days or if this is your first time seeing my videos, thank you just so much, and I really appreciate you being here. Now let's dive right down to Bikini Bottom and check out season 1 of SpongeBob.
Are ya ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Oh! Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Now, right out the gate, I do have to point out that the original intro theme hits completely different with the OG animation. To this day, the theme song and the intro cinematic hasn't really changed at all, except for the animation style. The original hand-drawn animation just screams volumes of originality for this first season. The darker colors and the overall feel of the animation is just so perfect. I don't want to dwell too much on this because it's probably going to come up a lot throughout this video, but the hand-drawn animation just feels like it has a lot more heart put into it versus later seasons that were computer animated. First things first, we're going to jump right in with the episode that started it all, Help Wanted.
Ah, the sea, so fascinating, so wonderful. Here we see Bikini Bottom, teeming with life, home of one of my favorite creatures, SpongeBob SquarePants. Yes, of course he lives in a pineapple, you silly.
This episode is where we are first introduced to SpongeBob. It all begins with SpongeBob waking up in the morning to the sound of his obnoxious foghorn alarm clock going off.
Today's the big day, Gary. Look at me, I'm naked!
This first introduction to SpongeBob as a character really sets the tone for what to expect out of this series. The way his alarm clock is just the most wall-shaking, loud, and obnoxious noise possible is absolutely hilarious, as well as the way he jumps out of bed and immediately gets naked and flies into his morning routine off of his diving board. It's just so random and I love it. SpongeBob gets dressed and does his gnarly workout. SpongeBob then runs straight to the Krusty Krab where they have a help wanted sign in the window to apply for a job. However, he gets a little nervous and he tries to leave, but Patrick shows up to pep talk him.
Who's a big yellow cube with holes?
I am!
Who's ready?
I'm ready!
Who's ready?
I'm ready!
Who's ready?
I'm ready! I'm ready!
Having been reinvigorated, SpongeBob runs right up to the Krusty Krab, and when Squidward sees him, he connects the dots and he sprints right inside to tell Mr. Krabs not to hire SpongeBob. I gotta stop and say this episode does such a great job of setting the tone for what we can expect from these primary characters. We see Squidward standing in front of the Krusty Krab trying to clean off graffiti. This scene shows that A, Squidward is a grump, obviously, and B, a lot of people don't like Squidward, as seen by how someone drew a picture calling him a loser. When he runs inside, we see Mr. Krabs standing behind the register just straight up smelling money. That's our first indicator of how greedy Mr. Krabs is, of course.
Permission to come aboard, Captain!
I've been training my whole life for the day I could join the Krusty crew.
And now I'm ready.
Right after opening the door, SpongeBob takes literally one step and falls, flying haphazardly all over the Krusty Krab before he lands right in front of Mr. Krabs and Squidward.
So, when do I start?
Well, lad, it looks like you don't even have your sea legs.
Mr. Krabs, please, I'll prove I'm fry cook material. Ask Squidward, he'll vouch for me.
No.
Mr. Krabs says that he's going to give SpongeBob a test, and if he passes, he will be a part of the Krusty crew. He tells him to go out and get a hydrodynamic spatula with port and starboard attachments and turbo drive and not to come back until he gets one.
We'll never see that lubber again.
You're terrible. A hydro what?
Just as SpongeBob is running off, we see a bunch of buses approaching the Krusty Krab.
Do you smell it? That smell. The kind of smelly smell. The smelly smell that smells smelly.
Mr. Krabs' pupils dilate massively when he realizes that anchovies are coming. Within seconds, the Krusty Krab is completely packed with anchovies. Things get very quickly out of control when Squidward asks for a single file line.
Down the hatches, Mr. Squidward! We're taking on water, Mr. Squidward! I want my mommy, Mr. Squidward!
Meanwhile, SpongeBob is walking into Bargain Mart to grab the spatula that he was tasked with getting. Just when Squidward and Mr. Krabs are crying and have given up hope, SpongeBob shows up to save the day.
Someone order a spatula!
That's right! One hydrodynamic spatula with port and starboard attachments, and let's not forget the turbo drive! Would you believe they only had one in stock?
SpongeBob flies into the kitchen and we get a good montage of him cooking up Krabby Patties to the tune of Tiny Tim's cover of Living in the Sunlight, Loving in the Moonlight. I really wish that I could play a clip of this montage right about now, but unfortunately I'm really worried about the copyright claims for music specifically, so we're just not gonna do that, but as I'm sure you know, the song fits perfectly to this episode. With all of the anchovies having been fed, they clear out of the Krusty Krab, and Mr. Krabs is incredibly impressed with SpongeBob's performance. Mr. Krabs goes to count all of his money, and just then Patrick comes in to order some food.
What would you like to order, Patrick?
One Krabby Patty, please.
Mr. Krabs! Mr. Krabs!
This episode is one that is a really important part of Nickelodeon history, in my opinion. It's the episode that introduced us to these characters that we would come to love. It's the start of what would grow to become a massively popular cultural icon and would bring Nickelodeon to a whole new level as a network. This episode had it all. It did a great job of introducing us to the main cast and really served as a story that would give you most everything you needed to know to enjoy the rest of the series. All in all, I have to give this one a 10 out of 10. It serves as the perfect intro to the show. I'd say one thing that really makes this episode stand out is the montage of SpongeBob cooking the Krabby Patties. It bums me out that I can't show it with the audio because it truly just fits perfectly, but I'm sure you've seen it before. The animation sequence of the anchovies taking over the Krusty Krab while Mr. Krabs and Squidward are defenseless is also amazing. The way it went from a restaurant packed with anchovies shoulder to shoulder, then it turned into an ocean of anchovies was just kind of an awesome transition. And of course, how can I not talk about the opening sequence of SpongeBob starting his day? The overall randomness and obnoxiousness of SpongeBob's morning routine is absolutely great. This episode is just as good as I remember it being when I was younger. We're gonna move right on down the line and look at the next episode, Reef Blower. This episode is very straightforward. It starts with Squidward walking outside of his house and admiring how perfect his yard is. After Squidward kicks the shell to his yard, SpongeBob slides out of his window and goes into his garage, which I still to this day wonder if it really exists in SpongeBob canon. Like, obviously it's here in this episode, but I'm pretty sure we never saw SpongeBob's garage ever again. Even in the video games like Battle for Bikini Bottom, I'm pretty sure the garage wasn't there. SpongeBob comes out with his reef blower to get rid of the shell, but it doesn't really go as planned. After blowing Squidward, SpongeBob realizes that the pile of sand is now in his walkway, so he sets his reef blower to suck mode and tries to vacuum the sand up, but his reef blower dies. After straight up vacuuming the entire ocean, SpongeBob's yard is finally spotless, but it left Squidward's yard an absolute mess. So this one isn't exactly a full-blown episode, it's more of a short. However, I want to dissect the whole first season in its entirety, so of course this is going to get included. I gotta say, I feel like this short was really ballsy. It was the first and only episode to have absolutely no dialogue. The entire story is told through the characters' actions. This is also the first episode to show that Squidward and SpongeBob are neighbors. Though Squidward was in the first episode, as well as his house, it's not shown at that point that Squidward lives there. I really liked how the animation changed when SpongeBob sucked up all the water. They indicated the lack of water by showing an overall change in color for everything, which was really interesting in my opinion. I also love the way that SpongeBob slides out of his window and down the side of his house when he goes out to get the reef blower. Overall, I'd give this short a solid 7 out of 10. It was simple, straightforward, and kind of a bold move considering it's part of the very first episode and there's literally no dialogue at all. I honestly wasn't a big fan of this episode when I was younger, but looking back at it now, I enjoy it a lot more as an adult. Now we're going to move right on down the line and look at the next episode in release order, Tea at the Tree Dome. First of all, I love the title card for this episode. The font color and the background art complement each other really well in my opinion. The episode itself begins with SpongeBob alone in Jellyfish Fields trying to catch a jellyfish when he accidentally catches himself instead. He then overhears the sound of a struggle as he sees a squirrel wrestling with a clam.
Where have I seen this before? Here it is. Land squirrel. That little squirrel is in trouble.
Take that, you sorry old clam! You need to learn some manners! You're about as ugly as homemade soup.
SpongeBob goes down to help the squirrel. He isn't actually of any help, but he definitely gives it his best shot. The squirrel is thankfully able to handle the clam herself.
Hey, you like karate too. Well, bye. Bow, 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 bow. Ah.
The squirrel, who we all know is named Sandy, introduces herself to SpongeBob for the first time and they compare their karate skills.
Take a gander at this.
Oh yeah? Watch this! Ah!
Sandy suggests that they could be tighter than bark on a tree, and they make very quick friends. SpongeBob asks about Sandy's helmet, and she explains that she needs it so she can breathe because it's full of air. SpongeBob tells her all about how he loves air, so Sandy invites him to come to her tree dome tomorrow to hang out. SpongeBob immediately runs straight to Patrick's house to ask him what air is.
What's air?
Huh?
I just met this girl. She wears a hat full of air.
Do you mean she puts on airs?
I guess so.
That's just fancy talk. If you want to be fancy, hold your pinky up like this.
The next day, we see SpongeBob go to Sandy's tree dome with Patrick over his shoulder reminding him of the pinky.
Sandy, something's gone terribly wrong. There's no water in... Here.
Of course there's no water. Nothing but air.
SpongeBob acts like everything is okay and he tells Sandy that he loves air. However, we can clearly see that SpongeBob is not doing well. His voice doesn't sound right and it looks like he's drying out.
Weren't easy getting here neither. First, That's my treadmill. That's why I stay in tip-top shape.
Sandy and SpongeBob sit down at her picnic table to have some tea, and we can clearly tell that things aren't looking good for poor SpongeBob.
I brought you some flowers.
For me? How sweet. You okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
When Sandy goes to put the flowers in a vase, SpongeBob runs to the door to try and leave, but he convinces himself that it's gonna be okay and that he doesn't need water, so he sits right back down.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. I 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 need it!
SpongeBob cracks and ends up drinking the water that the flowers are in. He cries, calling himself a quitter as he runs for the door.
You can't leave now! You'll blow it!
Air is not good, Patrick! Air is not good!
You're just being shy. Don't worry, buddy. You're doing fine. I won't let you blow this.
Once Patrick realizes what's wrong, he runs for the door too, but unfortunately, neither of them can get the door open.
Come and get it! You're all gonna like this.
Sandy ends up putting fish bowls over their heads so they have water in the tree dome. She even puts some tea bags in the water so they can have tea with her too. This episode is another important one in the history of SpongeBob. This is the first time we're introduced to Sandy, who also ends up being one of SpongeBob's best friends. In this episode, we also learned the fact that SpongeBob is really into karate, which would play a role in plots of later episodes and be a big character trait of both SpongeBob and Sandy. This is also the first time we see Patrick talk about something he knows nothing about, as if he knows exactly what he's talking about, which would be an ongoing character trait of his as well. He tells SpongeBob that all this talk of air is just fancy talk, and SpongeBob takes Patrick's word as law. I don't expect all of you to relate to this, but after seeing this episode when I was younger, me and all my friends would run around the playground at school with our pinkies up like SpongeBob did in this episode, and we just thought it was the funniest thing ever. This is also the first episode where we see SpongeBob's love for jellyfishing. In the very beginning, we see him trying to catch a jellyfish, which again would be a continuing theme throughout the series. I also can't not bring up the animation of SpongeBob when he is looking at that vase of water. The way they show him drying out and looking all wrinkly is just classic. Nowadays, in the newer episodes of SpongeBob, they'll animate stuff like this in kind of a gross and grotesque manner just a little bit, but in this episode it was done tastefully and it added to the substance of the episode instead of just being like gross out humor. I also love the gag at the end with the actual sponge and starfish laying on what looks like AstroTurf. Classic SpongeBob humor. Overall, I'd give this episode a solid 9 out of 10. I love this episode just as much as I did when I was a kid, and it still holds up all these years later. We're gonna move right along and check out the next episode, Bubble Stand. This episode would see SpongeBob stepping outside, taking a deep breath, and noting how peaceful it is outside.
What a wonderful day. The sun is out, the water is shimmering, scallops are chirping. So peaceful.
Can we lower the volume, please? I can't work with all that racket going on.
Oh, sure thing, Squidward.
SpongeBob builds a stand where you can spend 25 cents to blow a bubble. Squidward thinks it's the dumbest thing ever and that only an idiot would pay to blow a bubble. Just then, of course, Patrick comes out of his rock and walks right up to the stand. Sadly, he doesn't have a quarter, so he has to borrow one from SpongeBob. Patrick tries his hardest to blow a bubble, but sadly, he just can't get the hang of it. SpongeBob offers to give Patrick lessons for 25 cents. Yet again, he has to borrow a quarter from SpongeBob, and SpongeBob gets right into the lesson.
Okay, Patrick, it's all in the technique. First go like this. Spin around, stop. Double take 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Then pelvic thrust. Woo! Woo! Stop on your right foot, don't forget it. Now it's time to bring it around town. Bring it around town. Then you do this, then this, and this, then that, and this, and that, and this, and that, and then...
SpongeBob proceeds to blow the most artistic bubbles that you will ever see in your life, including ducks, ice cubes, a caterpillar, and a tugboat.
Oh!
SpongeBob even blows an entire life-sized elephant bubble.
It's a giraffe!
Squidward comes out of his house absolutely pissed off and he yells at SpongeBob and Patrick. SpongeBob shows off his technique to Squidward and blows a cute little butterfly bubble. Squidward shames them, telling them that it's dumb, and they trudge head down into SpongeBob's house. Then Squidward picks up the bubble wand and starts to blow a bubble, but SpongeBob catches him. He offers Squidward lessons, but Squidward denies, saying that it's easy. He pays the 25 cents and shoots his shot.
Here's your 25 cents. Watch and learn. Wait. One more time. Here, wait.
Squidward then proceeds to spend like $5 in quarters blowing failed bubbles.
The pelvic woo!
Don't forget the woo! Squidward!
Listen to Sponge!
Technique! You're not doing the technique.
Squidward gets mad at them for yelling about the technique, so he mockingly starts doing it.
Oh, up on your right foot. Don't forget it. Then bring it around town. And a little of this, a little of that, a little this, that, and then...
After doing the technique, Squidward ends up blowing the biggest bubble that they have ever seen. He dismisses the fact that the technique helped with the bubble and says it's in his genes as he goes inside to play his clarinet while SpongeBob and Patrick are cheering him on. Squidward ends up looking out the window to realize that he's floating away, but just then the bubble explodes. I gotta take a second and say that it's a lot of fun to go back through these old episodes and see the development of important character traits that would follow these characters through the next 2 decades onward. This is the episode where we learn about SpongeBob's impressive ability to blow bubbles. He's very enthusiastic about it, as he should be with that level of skill. This episode also expands upon some of the character traits of Squidward as well. Before this episode, we just saw Squidward not wanting to have SpongeBob get hired at the Krusty Krab and having a speechless role in the Reef Blower short. But in this episode, we learn that Squidward is a conceited clarinet player who thinks that he's a lot better than he really is. We also get a glimpse at some of Squidward's art in the background, all of which are portraits of himself. He also refuses to let SpongeBob take credit for his technique when Squidward's bubble ends up being huge. Then, of course, bad things happen to Squidward in the end of the episode, and this would continue to be a common theme in this show. Even when Squidward does win, bad things pretty much always happen to him. It's very rare that we see a positive ending to a Squidward episode throughout the series. The first one that comes to mind would have to be Band Geeks, but again, we're focused on Season 1 for this video. This episode has such a good feel to it. It's not too complex, it has a simple premise, which is the one thing I love about these early episodes. A lot of them have a ton of substance and aspects to enjoy. This episode is a prime example. It takes place in SpongeBob and Squidward's front yards, and not a whole lot happens. Literally, SpongeBob builds a bubble stand and the 3 characters blow some bubbles. That's about it. But somehow the episode proceeds to be incredibly entertaining. It's impressive how they can pull that off, but boy do they do it well. Also, I can't stress enough how much I'm loving this hand-drawn animation style. I could go on and on about it, and I probably will throughout the rest of this video, but I just freaking love it. All in all, this episode is a solid 8 out of 10. It's pretty good, and it's definitely just as good as I remember it being when I was younger. This episode always made me want to go outside and blow bubbles as a kid, and I would always be disappointed that it was never as fun and cool as it was portrayed to be in the show. Up next, we have another truly iconic episode, Ripped Pants. This episode begins at the Goo Lagoon, with SpongeBob and Sandy soaking up some sun.
I'm Sandy.
Hey, Sandy, who am I? Hello, SpongeBob. Could you keep it down? I'm trying to be boring.
Just as SpongeBob has Sandy cracking up, Larry the Lobster comes up and invites them to go lift some weights. Larry and Sandy are extremely strong, and they compete lifting heavier and heavier weights to show off their massive feats of strength. SpongeBob tries to impress by lifting up a stick, but no one even bats an eye. SpongeBob feels threatened by Larry's impressive feats, and he ends up pulling a stunt of his own. He puts 2 marshmallows at the end of the stick and goes to lift it. Everyone finds it hilarious that SpongeBob ripped his pants. At first, SpongeBob thinks they're laughing at him, but when someone tells him that he is hilarious, he starts to think that they're laughing with him. Later on, we see SpongeBob playing volleyball with Sandy, Larry, and some other fish.
Oops! I guess I ripped my pants again.
After that, we see SpongeBob playing frisbee with everyone at the beach when he lets the frisbee hit him in the face and tells everyone that he ripped his pants again, which, again, everybody laughs about just like they did the first 2 times. Feeling on top of the world, SpongeBob starts beating the ripped pants joke like a dead horse.
How about Ripple? No thanks? I already got one. Is that a burger you're eating?
Why, yes, it is.
You know what would go good with that?
No, what?
Ripped pants.
At this point, everyone is starting to get annoyed by the repeated ripped pants joke. We cut to later on in the day when everyone's competing in a surfing competition. Larry does his trademark layback, Sandy is hanging 10, fingers that is, and SpongeBob is ripping his pants again when the massive wave he's riding crashes in on him, and we cut to him laying on the shore with his surfboard looking like he washed up.
Hey, look! A cardboard box washed up on the beach.
Holy fish paste! It's a guy!
Why? Why?
Come closer. I need.
What do you need?
A tailor. Because I ripped my pants! Ah!
Everyone is really disappointed in SpongeBob for pretending to drown and making a joke out of it. He ends up taking a moment in a changing tent to re-evaluate his decisions, and instead of reflecting on what he did wrong, he just decides to come up with a new joke.
Hey, everybody! Not ripped pants. Pants ripped off! Huh? Someone call the police! There's a pants thief on the loose!
Everyone has lost interest in SpongeBob at this point. He falls to the ground at the realization that Sandy would rather hang out with Larry. Even SpongeBob's pants walk away, wanting nothing to do with him.
Am I the biggest loser on the beach?
No, I am. I forgot to put on sunscreen.
Ouch.
No, I am. I got sand in my buns.
No, I'm the biggest loser on the beach. They buried me in the sand and forgot me.
SpongeBob starts to tell his newfound friends what happened to him in the form of a song.
When I ripped my pants, I thought that I had everybody on my side, but I went and blew it all sky high, and now she won't even spare a passing glance. All just because I ripped my pants.
SpongeBob sings a song with a positive message about being true to yourself and not acting like a fool to impress people. Sandy ends up running up to the stage that seems to have come out of nowhere, and she tells SpongeBob that the song is true and that if he wants to be her friend, he just has to be himself.
That was so righteous. Would you sign my pants?
Absolutely, buddy.
This episode is one that really stands out. It's the first time we meet Larry the Lobster. It's weird because he's made out to be kind of an antagonist. He seems like kind of a jerk who just wants to one-up SpongeBob and be cooler than he is, but in later episodes, Larry isn't really portrayed as an antagonist anymore. I kind of wish that in the earlier episodes there was more stories focused on Larry and SpongeBob working together as a team. I feel like there was a lot more potential for Larry as a side character that could have been utilized, but it is what it is. This episode really capitalized on SpongeBob's sense of humor. It showcased how SpongeBob tends to find one thing that is funny and just beat it like a dead horse. He got everyone to laugh about ripped pants one time, and after that it was non-stop ripped pants after ripped pants. As a kid, I really enjoyed SpongeBob's sand gags in the beginning. His impression of Squidward is just hilarious. That scene where he pretends to drown really stands out here too. The episode starts off all funny and lighthearted and very abruptly turns to serious and dark when the lifeguard thinks that SpongeBob drowned. I also find it hilarious that instead of starting life-saving procedures, the lifeguard just holds SpongeBob in his arms and cries. The episode is full of classic SpongeBob gags and I really appreciate that. All in all, I'd give this one a solid 7 out of 10. It was really an iconic episode, but there's some aspects that could have potentially been better. As a kid, this episode always made me feel kind of sad for SpongeBob, and I hated seeing him excluded when everyone turned on him, but on that same note, pretending to drown is really uncool. Up next, we are going to move on to another gem of an episode, jellyfishing. This episode begins with a simple jellyfish swimming over SpongeBob's house. Him and Patrick see it fly by through some weird telescope that SpongeBob has, and they spring into action. The pair grab their jellyfishing nets and SpongeBob throws on his glasses as they head out to catch the jellyfish.
La 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 la.
They both get stung by the jellyfish and they end up rolling over to Squidward's front door. We see Squidward heading out with his bike and they stop to invite him to go jellyfishing. They even brought an extra net for him and everything.
Do you want to come with us?
Really? Jellyfishing with you guys? Oh, that would be the best day ever in my book. I would love to go jellyfishing. I can't think of anything I'd love to do more on my day off than go jellyfishing with my two best friends, SpongeBob and,
Patrick!
right. But I can't.
Squidward rides off on his bike while laughing about how dumb he thinks jellyfishing is. Due to being too preoccupied with laughing, he rides right into a jellyfish and it goes straight into his mouth. He spits it out and smacks it as it flies into his shirt, causing this to happen. After the traumatic accident, we see SpongeBob anxiously waiting for Squidward to get out of the hospital. We see him riding down the road on a wheelchair while wearing a full body cast, and SpongeBob calls Patrick to tell him that they're going to make sure he is greeted by his two best friends in the world.
Welcome home, Squidward!
Merry Christmas!
We're gonna make this your best day ever!
They decide to start his best day ever by feeding him some boiling hot soup. Patrick decides that he's going to blow on it to help cool it down.
Here we go! Oh, it's a little hot. Huh?
Before Squid can even have a single bite of his soup, SpongeBob decides that they're going to move on to some music from Squidward's very own clarinet. SpongeBob fails to play a single note because his lips are too dry, so he decides to moisten them up. Before SpongeBob can even play a single note, Patrick rips away the clarinet and says they're gonna move on. The two enthusiastically take Squidward out to Jellyfish Fields to do some jellyfishing.
Firmly grasp it in your hand. Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it! That ought to do it.
Squid just very angrily sits there and doesn't try to go for any jellyfish, so SpongeBob and Patrick decide that they're going to show him how it's done. When they both fail to catch a single jellyfish, Squidward ends up getting stung on the nose, which makes him angry, so he decides to go after the jellyfish that stung him. SpongeBob and Patrick cheer him on as he chases the jellyfish and ends up catching it. The massive jellyfish chases Squidward down and stings the living daylights out of him. The next day, we see SpongeBob and Patrick outside of Squidward's house, waiting for him to come home from the hospital yet again.
Hey, Squid! How about that? Best day ever.
They apologize to Squidward for giving him a terrible best day ever, and they give him the jarred up jellyfish that he was trying to catch the day before. Squidward very angrily lets the jellyfish out of the jar, and it chases SpongeBob and Patrick down the road, stinging them.
Ow.
Now, this is an episode that I loved when I was a kid. I always enjoyed the episodes where SpongeBob and Patrick go jellyfishing, and this is the one that started it all. I love the way they animate the jellyfish in this show, and as a whole, Jellyfish Fields is a very aesthetically pleasing place. I also really enjoyed the way that they drew the soup that Patrick tried to feed to Squidward. I can't put my finger on it, but there's just something about it that I love. I also loved how they drew Squidward with his full body cast, literally from head to toe. Even his nose was wrapped up, which is just awesome. Plus, that iconic scene where Patrick stabs the jellyfishing net through Squidward's hand. When I was a kid, it was kind of off-putting, but hilarious at the same time. All in all, this episode is another great one, and overall is just really kind on the eyes. I know that I sound like a broken record, but I just love the animation and aesthetics of early SpongeBob. Overall, this episode is a solid 9 out of 10, and it's definitely just as great as I remember it being. Now we're going to move on to the episode called Plankton. First of all, the music that plays along with the title card slaps so hard, and the color scheme of the title card is amazing as well. One thing I'd love to note with the animation of the show is the art style in the background. This kind of art pops up a lot in the series, and I don't know what it's called, but I love it. If anybody knows what it's called or the history of it, please let me know down in the comments. The episode begins at the Krusty Krab with SpongeBob whipping up a Krabby Patty for a customer by putting the ingredients in his body and in his pants.
And voila! It's under your nose!
You're killing me, SpongeBob. You really are.
SpongeBob passes the Krabby Patty to Squidward when it seems to start running off like it has a mind of its own.
Mr. Krabs, the Krabby Patty is haunted!
Avast, you patty pirate! This is no ghost. This is Plankton stealing me booty!
Mr. Krabs tosses Plankton out of the Krusty Krab and tells SpongeBob all about how Plankton has been trying to steal the Krabby Patty formula for years now. Later that night, SpongeBob leaves work, and while he's heading home, he hears someone calling out to him.
Young man. Yes, over here. Come on, boy, a little closer. Closer. Not that close! Ah! You blasted barnacle!
knucklehead! I mean, hi.
Plankton tries to butter up SpongeBob by giving him a golden spatula as he tries to gain his friendship. Plankton then tells SpongeBob that tomorrow is his birthday.
Tomorrow is my birthday. And you know what I'd like more than anything in the whole wide world?
A booster seat?
Booster seat, hot dog! I mean, no.
Plankton tells SpongeBob that the one thing he really wants for his birthday is a Krabby Patty.
Oh, I'll get a Krabby Patty. And you're gonna hand-deliver it to me personally, you weak-minded fool!
Later on at home, SpongeBob's going to bed when Plankton shows up, having seemingly broken into SpongeBob's house.
SpongeBob, you will be mine.
Plankton crawls into one of the holes on SpongeBob's body and finds his way into SpongeBob's brain, which we learn is just kind of free floating around his head. He tapes SpongeBob's brain to his, interior floor. He then proceeds to straight up stab this device into SpongeBob's brain, which gives Plankton full control over SpongeBob's body.
Let me just grab my pants. Guess I'm not wearing any pants today. I guess I'm not using the door either.
Plankton proceeds to walk SpongeBob's body right through the side of Squidward's house. It blows my mind that he's able to do this considering how weak SpongeBob is. He can literally not even pick up a stick with marshmallows on it, but can somehow break a hole in the side of Squidward's stone house.
Shut your mouth, you mediocre clarinet player.
Mediocre?
You pretentious little insignificant artist. Your sniveling creations are worth less than a protozoan's waste.
After giving Squidward a thorough roasting, Plankton ends up getting found out by SpongeBob when he rolls his eyes into the back of his head like he's the Undertaker. Plankton continues to walk him all the way to the Krusty Krab, where they leave with a Krabby Patty, heading directly for the chum bucket.
There's no one here.
Don't remind me. Brace yourself, SpongeBob. This is my lab. And this is my laboratory! And did I ever show you my record player?
No matter how hard SpongeBob fights it, Plankton forces him to walk over to his analyzer, which tells him the exact ingredients of whatever falls into it.
Seaweed. 50% sea, 50% weed.
In a very dramatic manner, Plankton asks SpongeBob if he has any last words, and he takes a moment to talk about the Krabby Patty in a very desirable manner.
With your tasty, juicy, scrumptious, warm, steamy goodness.
Steamy?
I'll never forget your 100% all-secret patty, secretly assembled with undersea cheese, pickle, lettuce, tomato, onion, all secretly steaming between two fluff.
Come to Papa! Oh boy.
Plankton. 1% evil, 99% hot gas.
Well, this stinks.
Having been freed from Plankton's clutches, SpongeBob happily walks out of the lab and out of the chum bucket, leaving Plankton stuck in the analyzer machine. As I said, this episode is one of my favorites. It's the first time we see Plankton and the first time a proper antagonist is introduced into the show. Plankton is a really interesting character in my opinion. He is just as evil as he is small, and the combination of both makes him a relatively harmless antagonist for the most part. Sure, this time he got really close to getting the formula, but other than that, most of his plots don't get anywhere as close as this one did. One thing I absolutely love about this episode is the whole record player gag with Plankton. I can't even explain why, but the way he keeps pulling out the record player that plays his evil theme song is just hilarious to me, and it's a gag that I really wish they kept going into later episodes. In this episode, Plankton really is funny too. He gets a few bits of witty banter and makes a few jokes that appeal to the rather dry sense of humor, almost like dad jokes. That's another character trait that didn't continue very much past this episode, and I really wish that it would have. I like the funny Plankton. I also love how they use Plankton's size as an opportunity to play with the animation of different areas, the big example in this episode being the inside of SpongeBob's head. SpongeBob isn't a big character by any means, but when you're as small as Plankton, the inside of SpongeBob's head seems massive, and I love the way they animated it like he was in a big yellow room that had holes in it. I also love the way that Plankton absolutely roasted Squidward to a crisp. To this day, I still love using the term protozoic waste, and it's all thanks to Plankton. Overall, this episode truly is a gem in my opinion, and I'd give it a solid 10 out of 10. It's truly a great episode, and it's even better than I remember it being when I was a kid. Up next, we're going to look at an episode called Naughty Nautical Neighbors. This is an episode that really made me hate Squidward a little bit. It all begins with Squidward having made a souffle that has a little depiction of himself sitting on a throne at the top. As he goes to dig in, he is bothered by silly giggling coming from outside.
Hi, Patrick.
I gotta note how like 2 episodes ago Patrick couldn't even blow a simple bubble, but now all of a sudden he can blow bubbles that make sound. Squidward, who also couldn't blow a bubble a few episodes ago, pours his souffle liquid into a dish and mixes it up as he proceeds to blow bubbles of his own just to mess with them.
Patrick, you are the dumbest idiot it has ever been my misfortune to know.
SpongeBob is caught off guard and confused by how Patrick suddenly seemed to turn hostile towards him.
Yeah, well, I think you're ugly. Yellow is ugly.
Patrick, what are you talking about?
Squidward starts putting out bubble after bubble of insults, and it leads to SpongeBob and Patrick straight up yelling insults at each other.
And that makes you a big dummy, you dummy!
Yeah, well, that means that, so are you.
You're a turkey!
What's that?
That's what you are!
SpongeBob storms off to his house and he slams the door. Patrick proceeds to do the same thing, except instead of a door, he slams his rock down. Patrick ends up coming to the rescue when Squidward is blue and choking, and he proceeds to give mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Squidward.
I win!
Squidward hops up enthusiastically saying, and I quote, "You're a real lifesaver, friend." Patrick starts acting like Squidward is his new best friend, while SpongeBob watches through the window jealous. Back at Squidward's house, him and Patrick are having the time of their lives as Patrick sleeps to Squidward's clarinet playing. Meanwhile, SpongeBob sadly sits alone at home.
I got plenty of friends. I can name 3 right off the bat. The gang's all here. Oh!
Squidward drags sleeping Patrick out of his house, but he throws out his back while dragging him out, which gives SpongeBob the chance to come to the rescue. Squidward tries to run away while SpongeBob does a long dive directly into his back.
I feel great. Thanks, SpongeBob. You're a real friend.
Friend.
No, I didn't mean that, no.
After helping his back, SpongeBob starts acting like Squidward is his best friend. Instead of falling asleep on him, SpongeBob decides that he's gonna play some music with Squidward.
Squidward is my best friend in the world. Squidward is my best friend in the sea. Squidward
likes Patrick more than SpongeBob.
Angered by Patrick showing up out of nowhere, SpongeBob smashes the instrument that he's playing, which he calls a bassinet, yet that's definitely not what it's called. Squidward throws SpongeBob out of his house and he heads to the bathroom to wash up.
Hey, buddy, I warmed it up for you.
Patrick, get out and put some clothes on.
What's the matter, Squidward, old buddy? Oh! So this is what I find, huh? My best friend and my ex-best friend and rubber bath toys!
Squidward realizes the mess that he's made by pitting SpongeBob and Patrick against each other. He hides in a trash can while he comes up with a quick plan to get the two friends back together and out of his hair. He sends each of them an invitation to a dinner party at his house.
I'd much rather dine with you than that lousy... Oh! Say, what gives? I'm not sitting near that maniac.
Me neither. This was a setup.
Squidward pours them some soda and they compete with each other to have Squidward pour them cup after cup of soda until Squidward runs out and has to go to the store. He leaves the two behind to chat. The two of them laugh up bubbles until Squidward's house literally explodes. On the bright side though, SpongeBob and Patrick are friends again.
I think he's jealous.
How pathetic.
Oh, my back.
Like I said, this episode makes me hate Squidward, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this is a quality episode. There's a lot to love here. First of all, the way they animated that art on top of Squidward's souffle in the beginning was awesome. I love the sunset backdrop and Squidward figure on top, it's a good little touch. I also really enjoyed the way Patrick is animated after he slams the rock down and he looks like an accordion. This scene always cracked me up as a kid. Then, the part where Squidward is choking on the fork and you see his throat as he tries to swallow. I also really appreciated the way they portrayed Squidward going unconscious too. The way his eyes roll back to the KO and there's camera flashes in the background before he falls to the ground and turns blue is just kind of an amazing sequence of animation. Sure, Squidward almost dying is morbid as hell, but you gotta admit the animation was pretty tight. Another thing that I can't not mention here is the song SpongeBob plays with Squidward. To this day, it still gets stuck in my head randomly, which is hilarious because I haven't seen this episode in years, but still that song somehow will pop into my head. I also really loved that final scene where we see SpongeBob and Patrick all fat from drinking so much soda. The animation of SpongeBob's rolls are freaking amazing. It kind of reminds me of that one episode of Ed, Edd and Eddy where the Eds sit in that kiddie pool for way too long and they end up all swollen and waterlogged. Overall, I gotta give this episode an 8 out of 10. It's really good and honestly, it's just a little better than I remember it being when I was a kid. I will admit though, when I was a kid, I was so focused on how much Squidward pissed me off and not so much on the quality of this episode. Up next, we're checking out another classic episode that was full of firsts. Boating School. This episode begins with SpongeBob waking up in the morning to his loud foghorn alarm, as per usual. He gets out of bed already fully dressed and is flung to his calendar where he has a boating school exam marked down. He heads off saying that he feels capable.
I'm ready. Squidward! Squidward!
What?
I'm ready, Squidward!
Ready to move?
No, I'm ready to pass my boating test! I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
SpongeBob rides his unicycle to school and throws it right in the dumpster, confident that he's getting his license today. He walks up to school and we see his teacher, Mrs. Puff, looking really unexcited to go on a driving exam with SpongeBob. She gets out and they begin the oral portion of the exam.
Okay, number 1. What is the front of the boat?
The bow.
What is the back?
Stern.
Number 3. Right is...
Starboard. Port, skipper, deck, cabin, galley, keel, 1924.
You've passed the oral test. What a surprise.
After passing with flying colors, Mrs. Puff gets in the boat and puts her helmet on, preparing for the worst. SpongeBob seems terrified at the idea of actually getting into the boat. All of his knowledge of driving goes right out the window as he forgets how to even put the boat on the track in the first place.
Now, what do you do next?
Floor it?
Yes. No! No! Don't floor it!
Floor it?
No! No, no! Don't floor it!
Okay, floor it!
No!
SpongeBob, why?
Later that day after the crash, SpongeBob is laying in bed and talking to Gary about how bad he feels about not passing the exam again.
SpongeBob, this is Star Ranger, over.
What is it, Patrick?
I got a surprise for you.
Oh, Patrick, I'm not in the mood.
Get out of bed.
Okay, now what, Patrick?
Go to your closet for a surprise.
Okay, I'm at the closet.
Listen carefully. What's pink and square at the same time?
I don't know, Patrick.
Patrick SquarePants!
SpongeBob confides in Patrick, saying how upset he is that he can't pass the boating exam because he just can't think straight. Patrick says that he is great at thinking straight, and he suggests that he let Patrick do the thinking for him as he puts a walkie-talkie inside of SpongeBob's head and says that he'll tell him exactly what to do while he's taking the test, and Patrick covers up the antenna on his head with a cowboy hat.
Testing! Testing, 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 testing! Testing! Ah! Do you read?
Sponge to Pat, I read you loud and clear. Over.
Got your apple ready? Lucky undergarments? Hold on. Bingo! Oh, here comes Mrs. Puff! Act natural! No! Get in the boat!
Mrs. Puff comes up, being dropped off via ambulance, and she gets in the car, yet again looking unexcited as she prepares for the driving test.
Whoa! What?
It's okay. It's only the boat.
The boat? You started the boat?
I think so.
Mrs. Puff is blown away by the fact that SpongeBob seems to be doing great, all thanks to the instructions from Patrick. We get a little montage of SpongeBob and Mrs. Puff having a great time on the driving test, going through some really ridiculous obstacles. Meanwhile, Patrick is putting on a pair of SpongeBob's pants and reading his diary. At the end of the test, Mrs. Puff starts joking with SpongeBob about how he's doing so well.
What's your secret? A little radio in your head? Oh, and under that hat is some kind of antenna, and some guy miles away from here is giving you all the answers. Oh, yes, but that would be cheating.
Cheating!
At the realization that he's cheating, SpongeBob breaks and freaks out. He admits that he's cheating and that Mrs. Puff is 100% right about the antenna and the guy giving him answers. Meanwhile, Patrick just straight up runs out of SpongeBob's house crying.
It's quite all right. You can cheat.
No, I'm cheating.
That way, SpongeBob.
I'm cheating.
Cheat that way. That way.
Cheater, pumpkin eater.
It's okay to cheat. That way. Cheat that way.
SpongeBob lets go of the wheel and the boat goes all over the place, however it doesn't pass the finish line. Yet again, SpongeBob crashes the boat, causing Mrs. Puff to get taken to the hospital via ambulance yet again.
Okay, boys, take me away.
Don't worry, Mrs. Puff. I'll try harder next semester.
Sadly, SpongeBob doesn't have his license, but thankfully, Gary was nice enough to save SpongeBob's unicycle from the dumpster, and the episode ends with SpongeBob riding off to surprise Mrs. Puff at the hospital. This episode is such a good one. First things first, this is the first appearance of Mrs. Puff in the series. It's also the first time we see SpongeBob's unicycle, and that unicycle, oh my god, I love it. It's so fitting that a unique and weird character like SpongeBob rides a unicycle around. You may not have noticed it, but this is also the first appearance of the soundbite of Fred the Fish yelling, "My leg!"
Oh, SpongeBob, why?
We don't actually see Fred in this episode, but it's known that he is the one who yells about his leg. I also really appreciated Patrick and the Patrick SquarePants gag. The way his legs look sticking out of the end of the pants is super funny. Also, one thing I absolutely adore that happened a lot in early SpongeBob is when they zoom in on a specific object and the animation gets all detailed. Specifically in this episode, it happens when Patrick checks SpongeBob's lucky underwear. I also got a good chuckle at the crazy tasks that were in SpongeBob's driving test. literally driving off of a jump through a flaming hoop, doing wheelies, and straight up driving upside down. Overall, this episode was full of wacky antics and solid humor, and it was also iconic, having multiple first-time appearances. On the whole, I'd give this episode a solid 9 out of 10. It was a great episode all in all. Up next, we're going to check out another truly iconic episode, Pizza Delivery. This episode is one of my all-time favorites. Even the title card is freaking amazing. I love the color scheme and the music that they went with. It's very fitting for this episode. The episode begins with closing time at the Krusty Krab. Squidward is waiting to go home when the phone rings.
I got it! Coming!
Hello?
No!
Sorry, sir, we're closed.
Ahoy there, Krusty Krab! How can I help you? Pizza? Of course we have pizza!
Mr. Krabs.
Our delivery squid will bring it right over.
Mr. Krabs takes a plate of Krabby Patties and smacks it into the shape of a pizza and tasks SpongeBob and Squidward with delivering it to the customer, even though they don't offer delivery. Squidward decides that SpongeBob is going to drive, but SpongeBob says that he can't because he still doesn't have his license.
Shift into reverse, SpongeBob.
Reverse. Oh yeah, reverse. Huh?
Back it up!
Back it up!
Give me the wheels, SpongeBob! Give me the wheels!
Backing up! Backing up!
SpongeBob has a full-blown freak out and he keeps backing up till the car straight up runs out of gas.
Well, you backed up. And you know what? I think we're out of gas. And you know what else? We're in the middle of nowhere!
And you know what else? I think the pizza's getting cold.
And the pizza's cold!
Somehow, Squidward kicks the boat and the gas gauge goes up to full and the boat drives off on its own, leaving SpongeBob and Squidward stranded.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza.
And my feet are killing me.
SpongeBob starts trying out some old pioneer tricks that he saw in a movie. He listens to the ground and hears a 16-wheel truck coming down the road.
Now I can show you how the pioneers hitchhike.
Fresh and break dancer!
At the last second, Squidward pushes SpongeBob out of the way from getting hit. They continue and straight up walk into a massive windstorm. SpongeBob is getting blown everywhere and he refuses to drop the pizza.
Will you let go of that stupid pizza already?
I can't, it's for the customer!
Who cares about the customer?
I do!
Well, I don't!
Oh! Squidward.
As SpongeBob is flying around, Squidward holds onto his ankles and the wind ends up sucking them into a tornado that spits them off into the distance where there is no road. Squidward starts panicking because he doesn't know which way to go.
I think town's this way.
Oh, don't tell me, Jethro. The pioneers.
That's right. Moss always points to civilization.
That way? That way there? So let me get this straight. You think that we should go that way?
Yep.
Well, then I'm going this way.
Huh?
Of course, Squidward walks them in the opposite direction of town, but hey, it makes for some good hijinks, of course.
The Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza absolutively. Pizza.
Krusty Krab, yeah. Pizza is the pizza, yeah, for you and me.
SpongeBob and Squidward walk for hours until they're exhausted and starving.
The pioneers would eat coral. No, maybe it wasn't coral. Maybe it was sand. No, mud.
Give me the pizza!
Wait, I remember now, it was coral!
Squidward is fed up and wants SpongeBob to give him the pizza so he can eat it, but SpongeBob refuses and he is adamant that it's for the customer.
Sure is a fine-looking pizza.
Yeah.
What's that? Is that the cheese?
Yeah.
And the pepperoni?
Yeah.
Oh, looks good, huh?
When SpongeBob refuses to give it to Squidward, they end up fighting as Squidward chases him around trying to get the pizza. Just when Squidward finally catches him, SpongeBob starts celebrating them being saved.
Save, 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 we are saved.
That's just a stupid boulder.
It's not just a boulder. It's a rock.
Apparently, the pioneers used to ride these babies for miles, and SpongeBob is going to use it to drive them to civilization. He successfully drives them to the customer's house as they deliver the pizza.
Where's my drink?
What drink?
My drink? My Diet Dr. Kelp? Don't tell me you forgot my drink!
But you didn't order any.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
But
didn't you ever once think of the customer? You call yourself a delivery boy? Well, I ain't buying!
SpongeBob feels defeated, and he walks back to the rock crying as Squidward tries to comfort him, telling him that it's okay. But then, Squidward decides to take matters in his own hands.
Look, I told your little friend I ain't paying for that!
Well, this one's on the...
did he change his mind?
He sure did. Ate the whole thing in one bite.
After Squidward beat that guy's ass with the pizza, he tells SpongeBob to take him home, but unfortunately, SpongeBob says they have just enough time to make it back to work as he easily reverses the rock and drives across the street to the Krusty Krab, which is where the episode ends. There is so much in this episode that's iconic. It's truly a prominent crown jewel in the collection of Season 1 episodes. First of all, the song that SpongeBob sings while he's walking with the pizza is definitely a banger. It's another one of those songs that will randomly get stuck in my head, especially when I'm walking anywhere. It's so freaking good. Other than that, the animation of the pizza is absolutely fire. For a flat, two-dimensional pizza, it looks so freaking delicious. Also, the way they drew SpongeBob and Squidward as they're staring at it is fantastic. The look on their faces as they stare down at that pizza is just hilarious. Moving on from there, I can't help but bring up the rock. The way SpongeBob can't drive a boat to save his life, but can drive a rock with ease is just awesome. It's a character trait that I wish they would have played with a little more later in the series. We would never see SpongeBob driving a rock again, but I wish we did. It's just so bizarre and weird, and I love it. I definitely have to give this episode a straight 10 out of 10. This episode's just as good as it always has been, and sometimes I think it just gets better with age, to be honest. Next up, we're going to finish off this video by checking out the episode Home Sweet Pineapple. This episode begins with a bunch of little worms jumping their way across Bikini Bottom and eating everything in their path.
Oh, dang nematodes!
The thirsty nematodes end up making their way to SpongeBob's pineapple and using straws to suck all the liquid out of it. Everything in SpongeBob's house starts to shrink as they suck up all of the liquid.
Hooray, Gary! We're finally huge! Huh? Wait a minute! Oh, no!
SpongeBob panics, not knowing what to do. He tries calling Squidward for help, to no avail.
I know! I'll call Squidward! He'll know what to do!
Hello?
Squidward!
Is it time already for you to ruin my day?
Squidward, help me! My house is shrinking! I woke up this morning and it was getting smaller!
Is it time already to ruin Squid's day?
The only thing the nematodes leave behind of his house is a little pebble. SpongeBob is absolutely heartbroken. Meanwhile, Squidward is just straight ecstatic and straight up throwing a party in his house to celebrate SpongeBob moving somewhere else. SpongeBob says that he's gonna have to move back in with his parents, and Patrick tells SpongeBob that they should just build him a new house instead. They finish up the house pretty quick, and it's not quite as they had planned it to be.
We're done!
Yeah! So, what do you think?
I wish I lived there!
Really?
No!
One bedroom.
SpongeBob gets upset again, thinking that he's gonna have to move back in with his parents, but then Patrick suggests that he just move in with him. That night, SpongeBob spends his first night living under Patrick's rock. SpongeBob finds it nearly impossible to sleep in between the sound of Patrick snoring so loudly, fighting over the rock as if it were a blanket, and drooling so much that SpongeBob soaks it all up. SpongeBob puts a cork in Patrick's mouth to stop the drool, which backfires on him.
Oh, spiders! Spiders! Get them off me! Get them off me! Get them off me!
Wake up! It's me!
After living with Patrick goes horribly, SpongeBob goes over to Squidward's house to try to crash with him.
Squidward.
Squidward? Oh, wow.
Squidward, could we stay here a couple of days or a month or two?
Oh, yeah, well, whatever.
Thanks. Thanks, Squidward. Squidward, can you scoot over a little?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Squidward finally snaps awake and he kicks SpongeBob out once he realizes what's going on. The next day, Squid jumps out of bed with a pep in his step as he celebrates the day SpongeBob is moving.
Don't worry, Squidward. I'll come visit you.
Don't try to cheer me up, SpongeBob. Please.
Here come my parents.
SpongeBob, hi, honey, we're here.
SpongeBob's parents roll up to pick him up, and SpongeBob asks if he can have a minute to say goodbye. He walks over and he puts the little pebble in the ground and sheds a tear onto it.
Come on, SpongeBob.
Goodbye, Patrick. Goodbye, Bikini Bottom.
Just then, the pebble that was put into the ground starts sprouting roots, and a massive pineapple grows within seconds and drops fully furnished, almost like an exact replica of SpongeBob's house.
Aw, Squidward, isn't this great? I'm back forever.
Forever?
This episode is another one that marked an important piece of SpongeBob history. I'm pretty sure that this is the first time we actually see Fred the Fish on screen. I could totally be wrong, but I don't remember seeing him at all in the last few episodes. Correct me if I'm wrong though, of course, but I think this might be the first time we see him. This episode also marks the first time that we see SpongeBob's parents in the show. On a side note, I love how SpongeBob is all bright and yellow, meanwhile his parents are darker, indicating that they're older and probably used sponges. Meanwhile, SpongeBob himself looks like a nice, fresh, barely used sponge. I also really loved the scene where SpongeBob soaks up all of Patrick's drool and he gets all big and bulbous. It's different to see SpongeBob looking all thick and nose all plump when he's all full of water, and I think that the way they portrayed that in their animation was pretty cool. Overall, I'd give this episode a 9 out of 10. It's a fantastic episode that really goes well with the other episode it's paired with in syndication, Pizza Delivery. Overall, this episode is just as good as I remember it being when I was younger. And I think that's where we're going to leave off for now. We made a good chunk of ground covering a solid amount of episodes in this season. If you want to see me continue with further episodes in Season 1 of SpongeBob, let me know in the comments down below. I really want to stress the meaning behind this video is just to take a lighthearted stroll down memory lane as we revisit the greatest part of SpongeBob history, and I really hope that it brought back some good memories for you and made you feel positive feelings. Watching these episodes makes me feel good, and I hope that by proxy, watching this video makes you feel good too. But what do you think? Do you have a favorite episode from Season 1? Is Season 1 your favorite season as well? Let me know in the comments down below. I always love hearing your guys' feedback. Drop a like on this video and give praise to the YouTube algorithm in hopes that it promotes this video to everyone else, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. You know what I'm in the mood for? Some good old Season 1 of SpongeBob. My last video recapping Season 1 of SpongeBob covered the first 11 episodes, and now we're gonna tackle some more. I could give you a nice little introduction, but I don't think that's necessary. You know SpongeBob, you love SpongeBob, you want to take a nostalgic walk down memory lane, I want to take a nostalgic walk down memory lane, so let's just cut the pleasantries and get right to the point. However, really quick, I do want to say thank you so much for clicking on this video and checking out my channel. I appreciate you so much. If you aren't subscribed yet, now is a great time to do that. We're on the road to 100,000 subscribers by the end of this year, and I need your help to get there. Also, I'm going to start making an effort to kind of grow my social media in general, so do me a huge solid and follow follow me on Twitter and TikTok. You can find me on both platforms at DuskTillSean. I post random stuff on Twitter, and as far as TikTok goes, I've been uploading clips from my YouTube videos on there, but I'm starting to make original content for TikTok as well, and if you don't want to miss out, make sure to follow me there. And with that out of the way, let's just jump right into some good old SpongeBob. Up first, we are going to look at the episode called Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. That theme song just gets me every time. It has that old school Adam West Batman vibe in my opinion, and I just love it. The beginning of this episode introduces Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy as young fit superheroes.
Mermaid Man, fleet and forceful, with the ability to assemble and charge the creatures of the deep by the power of Neptune. Mermaid Man, with his young associate Barnacle Boy, fights for all creatures that live in the sea.
However, we quickly learn that this is SpongeBob and Patrick watching the show as they're dressed up as their favorite superheroes. They go outside to fight crime and they stumble upon their arch enemy Reflecto, aka Squidward, who's sunbathing in his yard.
You know what this means.
Donuts.
By the power of Neptune, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy unite! Creatures of the deep, assemble!
Just then, a jellyfish floats by, and Squidward blows it away. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, aka SpongeBob and Patrick, then fight Reflecto by putting up a tent to block the sun, thus cutting off his power. Squidward gets angry at them as they run and hide inside of SpongeBob's house.
Reflecto has found our secret lab.
What would the real Mermaid Man do?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Elaborate, you vile fiend.
He and Barnacle Boy live in the retirement home on the other side of town.
They must be working undercover.
Yeah. Now, please leave me alone.
We see SpongeBob and Patrick go to the Shady Shoals nursery home in search of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
Excuse me. I know Mermaid Man is working undercover on an important case, but do you think we could see him?
Undercover? Yeah, well, I'll see if they can take time from their busy schedule to see you.
SpongeBob and Patrick are extremely excited to meet their heroes, but when Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy tell them that they're now retired, SpongeBob and Patrick get upset. SpongeBob says that they need to get out of retirement because there's evil afoot, and Mermaid Man's PTSD kicks in.
There's evil afoot.
What? Evil? Barnacle Boy! Don't forget that evil!
Will you please stop saying that?
SpongeBob and Patrick get kicked out of the retirement home for freaking out Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. SpongeBob gives a nice speech about how the world needs Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy and how he won't rest until they're out of retirement.
To the meatloaf! To the broccoli! Make sure you give extra broccoli to my young ward. The boy needs his vitamins.
Here you go, son.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy go to their table to eat their lunch, and SpongeBob approaches them. He starts telling them a story from their past.
Do you remember the time the food supply in Atlantis was running low? So you invented a ray gun that made things grow 6 times their size to shoot at the kelp gardens? But then, the evil man Ray swoops down and swipes the gun away and shoots all the algae. And he gloms onto the undersea dome. And he starts sucking on the glass.
What's your point, kid?
He says that they're the greatest heroes of all time and that they need to come out of retirement.
Listen up, you villains. I want to eat my meatloaf. If you don't get out of here, then by the power invested in me, I now pronounce you man and wife.
What is going on in here?
You may kiss the bride. Did you reunite our heroes?
No, but I'm married.
We then see Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy rocking outside in their rocking chairs, while SpongeBob dresses up as a damsel in distress, and Patrick dresses up as a robber attempting to steal his purse.
Why, are you here to rescue little old me?
Pipe down! You're gonna wake Mermaid Man, and he's ornery when his nap is disturbed.
Ever alert, Mermaid Man has trained himself to sleep with his eyes open.
Confound it! Get away from him!
Stop shouting I'm napping!
It's not me, old coot!
Yes, that's me.
I'm over here.
Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy start to argue. Meanwhile, SpongeBob tells them that they decided to paint the invisible boatmobile, which pushes Barnacle Boy over the edge. He tells Mermaid Man that they need to come out of retirement immediately because there's evil afoot.
You know what this means?
Donuts!
Oh, brother. Say the oath! Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, unite!
The two superheroes decide to hit SpongeBob and Patrick with their water balls. When that fails, they dog paddle around them, forming the raging whirlpool. When SpongeBob and Patrick enjoy all of that, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy have no other choice than to summon the creatures of the deep.
Sea creatures, unite!
The creatures of the deep seem to have lost some of their luster.
The creatures of the deep attack, and they grab SpongeBob and Patrick and throw them off into the distance.
I did it! I feel 5 years younger. Oh, it's good to be back!
We did it, you old coot.
Who are you?
We cut back to SpongeBob and Patrick at SpongeBob's house, watching a brand new episode of the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy show, which features them in the nursing home playing checkers.
The Aquaphone! What is it, Chief? Hello? 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 Oh, that phone is still broken. Remind me to get that fixed.
Remind you what?
Remind me of what?
Will our heroes ever get their phone fixed? Tune in next week and find out.
Wow, that was even better than the old show.
It's all thanks to you.
I am so glad that this is the episode we started with. It's a truly iconic episode. This is the first time we ever see Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, who would continue to be recurring characters throughout the rest of the series. One of my favorite scenes in this episode is, without a doubt, the one where Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are going through the lunch line and getting food. I have a weakness for animated food, and this animated mashed potatoes, meatloaf, and broccoli just look absolutely scrumptious. I'll also point out that Mermaid Man sleeping with his eyes closed is just one of my favorite character traits. I'm pretty sure that we never actually see him do this again throughout the series, but the look on his face when he does it is just priceless. Combined with the events that happen directly after, with everyone fighting and whatnot, just classic SpongeBob humor. As always, the big shining star in every episode is definitely that animation style. I hammered really hard on this subject last time we revisited Season 1, and I'm probably gonna do it again, because the animation is just straight up amazing. This episode is even better than I remember it being, to be honest. I have to give it a straight up 10 out of 10. We're coming strong right out of the gate, and this one's even more enjoyable nowadays than it was back when I was a kid. Now we're going to move on to the episode called Pickles. This episode is another truly iconic one. It begins with Squidward working the register at the Krusty Krab while a customer is being incredibly indecisive.
Oh, I'll have a, no. Oh, maybe, no. I'll have, no. Oh, maybe...
Are you planning on ordering today, sir?
I'll have a Krabby Patty.
How original.
And with extra onions.
Daring today, aren't we?
SpongeBob proceeds to flawlessly make the Krabby Patty with extra onions, which he calls a crying Johnny. Another order or two later, we see a massive fish approach the register to order food.
Let me guess, Tiny, a small salad?
I'll take a double triple bossy deluxe on a raft, 4x4 animal style, extra shingles with a shimmy and a squeeze, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it and let it swim.
We serve food here, sir.
Thankfully, SpongeBob overheard the order and already has it prepared, but he's taken back when he recognizes the fish who placed the order.
Oh! Bubble Bass.
SquarePants. I hear talk you make a mean Krabby Patty.
Yep. I hear talk you're kinda picky.
Yep.
Well then, here you go.
Bubble Bass takes the patty and proceeds to sit down and inspect the burger before he takes his first bite. When he bites into it, SpongeBob comes to see what Bubble Bass thinks of the burger.
This is pretty good. Only one thing. You forgot the pickles! No! The best there is? I don't think so. You lose.
SpongeBob starts to panic at the idea of forgetting the pickles. He picks through the burger, confused, as he remembers putting the pickles exactly where they always go. Bubble Bass then approaches Mr. Krabs, asking for his refund of $2.
I believe you owe me $2.
$2?
Your guarantee.
Oh, that. Well, can we talk about this?
No.
How about a discount on restroom tokens?
Afraid not.
Oh, how's about a free glass of water? A dozen free glasses of water. I'll even put ice in it. No, come back. Oh, $2. $2. No.
Mr. Krabs very sadly passes over the $2 as he cries his eyes out. Then his sights go on SpongeBob, who is positive that he put pickles on the Krabby Patty. Mr. Krabs throws SpongeBob back into the kitchen and tells him to get back to work. SpongeBob goes to make a Krabby Patty for a customer, but having been shaken up by Bubble Bass, his patty making skill goes right out the window.
Mustard down, buttons up, down. Where's the patty go? Pickles, ketchup, wait. Oh, bang, I'm losing it. Bun down, shoe, mustard, pan, bun, no!
Mr. Krabs comes up and tells SpongeBob to take the rest of the day off.
Why don't you take the rest of the day off?
Oh, no, Mr. Krabs. Who'll make the Krabby Patties?
Oh, don't worry about that. We got Squidward.
Huh? What?
SpongeBob's entire life seems to have been flipped upside down as he literally freaks out thinking that the front door is missing and asks Mr. Krabs to point him in the direction of his own house. We see SpongeBob at home as he fails to remember the correct order of a Krabby Patty. He decides to go and just get some rest.
Oh, yeah. It was mattress, SpongeBob, mattress, then sheets, pillow. Good night, Gary. Aw, this isn't right. Good night, Gary. Wait, this isn't right either. Nope. Negative. Come on, get it right.
SpongeBob literally spends the entire night trying to find the right place to sleep instead of actually sleeping. He's so confused that he even forgets how to turn off his alarm clock.
Alarm clock. How do I turn this thing off? Think! Gary!
Meanwhile, back at the Krusty Krab, things aren't going too well as Squidward is burning patties, fries, and even milkshakes. Mr. Krabs says that he has to get SpongeBob back as he heads out to SpongeBob's house.
SpongeBob? SpongeBob!
Mr. Krabs, hello. Do you how do?
Why are you talking funny, lad?
Anything can't do right because pickles.
Nonsense. You'll be back making Krabby Patties like your old self in no time.
I think don't ready back to go to work, Mr. Krabs.
Mr. Krabs says that he's gonna help SpongeBob get things back in order and help him remember how to make a Krabby Patty again.
So you can make me more money. Patties.
How do that?
It's like riding a bike. You never forget. I'm gonna help you.
Mr. Krabs believes that if SpongeBob can remember how to make a Krabby Patty, it'll put his whole life back in order. Mr. Krabs sits down with SpongeBob and a mat covered in all the fixins for a Krabby Patty. The two sit there for literally days while SpongeBob tries to figure it out.
I finally realized that I can't do it! I can't do it, Mr. Krabs! I'm a failure!
Don't talk like that.
Don't you get it, you crustaceous cheapskate? I can't make a double Krabby Patty with the work. I can't put a patty on a bun with lettuce, cheese, onions, tomatoes, ketchup, mustard, pickles, and top bun together in that order.
It's time.
With his confidence restored, SpongeBob goes back to work and kicks Squidward out of the kitchen. Everyone realizes SpongeBob is back and they start lining up.
I hear SquarePants is back.
I'm right here, Bubble Bass.
I thought I ran you out of town.
This is where I belong.
Bubble Bass orders the regular, and SpongeBob already has it prepared, pickles and all. Bubble Bass takes a huge bite of the burger, and this happens.
Still no pickles! See?
However, when Bubble Bass starts to laugh, SpongeBob realizes that he's been hiding the pickles under his tongue the whole time.
And there's the pickles from last time, too!
And there's my car keys.
And there's my ride.
The episode ends with everyone cheering for SpongeBob while Bubble Bass runs for the hills.
Hip hip!
Hooray! And 3 cheers for the fry cook who took my place while I was gone. Squidward! Hip hip! Boo! Hip hip! Boo! Hip hip! Boo! Hip hip!
Boo! You stink!
There's just so much to love about this episode. Bubble Bass is a character that I feel like should have been utilized more throughout this series. There are episodes where we see him appear, but they seem to be more cameos than actually having anything to do with him as a character relating to the story. First of all, the sequence where Mr. Krabs goes to SpongeBob's house and everything's all messed up is just hilarious. I love how they have the music playing backwards and his underwear's on his head. Everything about it is just off and messed up, and I honestly just love it. Also, that bit with SpongeBob's bike being in a pot on the stove is just awesome. That right there is just classic season 1 SpongeBob humor. However, I was a little disappointed that it was an actual bicycle and not SpongeBob's unicycle, but that's beside the point here. I also can't bring up this episode and not dissect Bubble Bass's order. So check this out, he gets a double triple Bossy Deluxe on a raft 4x4 animal style, extra shingles with the shimmy and a squeeze, light axle grease, make it cry, burn it, and let it swim. Now, let's just take a moment to look at each portion of this burger. I did some research online and tried to kind of narrow it down what this actually is. So double triple means 6 patties total. Bossy means that he wants all beef patties. Deluxe means with everything. On a raft means that he wants it on Texas toast instead of buns. 4x4 means 4 times the current patties and cheese slices, which would equal to a grand total of 24 patties. Animal style means the patties should be cooked with mustard, pickles, green onions, and additional sauce. Extra shingles means extra toast, with a shimmy and a squeeze means jelly and butter on the toast. Light axle grease means that he wants it lightly buttered. Make it cry means extra onions. Burn it means that the patties are well done. And let it swim means either to go or with extra sauce. This is just hilarious because if this was a real thing, it would be gigantic. It would be so tall and it would just be a gigantic mess. This burger kind of sounds like something you'd see on Roll for Sandwich on TikTok. Shout out to Adventures in Ardia on TikTok. His Roll for Sandwich series is absolutely amazing. As far as the episode goes though, I kind of wish that they animated it close to what the real thing would be instead of just looking like a regular Krabby Patty. And I also gotta bring up Mr. Krabs' money back guarantee on the sign. Of course, it's just microscopic, way too small to be seen because, you know, why wouldn't it be? All in all, this is just an amazing episode. I gotta give it another 10 out of 10. This one checked nearly every box that qualifies an amazing episode. Following that episode, we're gonna look at another fan favorite in the episode known as Hall Monitor. This episode starts out at Mrs. Puff's boating school, with most students sleeping or just kind of zoning out in general. Mrs. Puff then announces that it's time to announce the hall monitor of the day, but she starts to panic when she realizes that it's SpongeBob's turn to be the hall monitor.
Tina, you're the hall monitor.
Hey, I've done it 3 times already.
Beth.
She graduated!
Henry. Vera. Clayton.
Mrs. Puff very reluctantly announces SpongeBob as the hall monitor of the day as he literally shoots up and flies to the front of the class. Mrs. Puff tries to give him the hat and the belt for the hall monitor uniform, and SpongeBob declines, saying that he has to give his speech first.
Classmates, who am I to deserve such a great honor? Why, I would be nothing without Mrs. Puff.
Give me a break.
And to my public, all I can say is, I'm touched.
SpongeBob then proceeds to spend 6 hours straight giving a completely pointless speech instead of doing his actual hall monitor duties. When he finally wraps up his speech, this happens.
I will put on this uniform and assume my duties as
Hall Monitor!
Wish me luck, Mrs. Puff. Oh, and I will be
SpongeBob, are you okay?
I overdid the speech again, didn't I?
I'm afraid so.
That comment right there is our indication that this isn't the first time that this has happened to SpongeBob. SpongeBob slumps, walking away, feeling defeated, but Mrs. Puff offers to let SpongeBob wear the uniform until tomorrow.
Thanks, Mrs. Puff!
What are the consequences of what I've just done? Oh.
We see SpongeBob walking down the street when he comes across a broken traffic signal causing a traffic jam. SpongeBob rationalizes to himself that just because he's left school doesn't mean that his hall monitor duties need to end.
Looks like a job for the
Hall Monitor!
You know, judging based on that sequence, you would think that everything went well and all the vehicles got through with no problem, but afterwards we find out that SpongeBob just caused a massive pileup from directing traffic. Moving on from there, SpongeBob walks down the road when he comes across a house with an open window. He sees a couple inside eating at their dinner table.
fools. They've left themselves susceptible to danger. I must show them the error of their ways through example. I'm the open window maniac! I hope you learned a valuable lesson!
After thoroughly burglarizing that poor couple's house, SpongeBob heads back down the road where he comes across a puddle of strawberry ice cream on the ground.
Patrick! Patrick! Patrick!
My ice cream! It's alive! Ah!
SpongeBob tells Patrick that he's committed a crime and that he's gonna have to take him in. Just then, as SpongeBob is writing in his notepad, a paperboy comes by and gives SpongeBob and Patrick a newspaper with a headline about a maniac on the loose in Bikini Bottom. SpongeBob says that this sounds like a job for the hall monitor as he decides to investigate. SpongeBob decides to take matters into his own hands and start the investigation.
Who better to bring this maniac to justice than me?
The Hall Monitor!
But I can't handle this case alone. Patrick, are you ready to give up your life of crime?
I want to be good!
Now you just need a symbol of authority. Perfect.
The pair decide to begin their investigation by getting ice cream cones twice, but when that yields no results, SpongeBob decides to try something different.
We've got to do something else. Something with walkie-talkies. And now, duty calls.
After SpongeBob runs off, 2 actual police officers pull up and they decide to talk to Patrick.
Afternoon, son.
Hello, brothers.
Son, we're looking for the maniac.
Have you seen this man?
Oh, it's the maniac! Take him away! Take him away!
The cops tell Patrick to stay indoors and to take that cone off of his head as they laugh, pulling away. Following that interaction, Patrick immediately radios SpongeBob to tell him that he's scared and that he wants to go home. SpongeBob tells Patrick to turn on his siren and that he'll be right there as night falls like a ton of bricks.
SpongeBob, I see him!
Where is he, Patrick?
At the intersection of Conch and Coral.
That's where I am.
Patrick proceeds to tell SpongeBob exactly where the maniac is going as SpongeBob panics, thinking that he's being chased by the maniac everywhere he goes.
Run for your life!
Say again, Deputy?
The maniac's in the mailbox!
SpongeBob then runs through Bikini Bottom, demolishing houses as he sprints right through them, wearing the mailbox as a suit of heavy-duty armor. As he lays down, he catches a glimpse of a wanted poster, which is when he realizes that he himself is the maniac.
I'm the maniac!
We'll take that as a confession.
SpongeBob SquarePants, there you are. I turned my back on you for 1 minute and you destroy half the city. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You know this guy?
Of course I do. I'm the one who gave him the uniform in the first place. He's my responsibility.
We then cut to the end of the episode where we see SpongeBob in class learning from Mrs. Puff via video feed directly from the jail.
And SpongeBob?
Yes, Mrs. Puff?
I'd like to see you after class. 6 months from now.
This episode is one that I really feel mixed about. When I was a kid, SpongeBob's behavior drove me nuts. Back then, it really annoyed me seeing him get the hat and belt and basically assuming the role of a police officer based on that. But I gotta say, watching this episode back as an adult, I just have a newfound love for it. SpongeBob behaving the way he did after getting the hat and belt is really just so on brand and par for the course that I just can't be mad at him for it. It just makes sense that he would pretend to be a cop. I also found it hilarious how Patrick was so gung-ho about this investigation when him and SpongeBob split up. Then within 2 minutes, Patrick is in tears and wants to go home without even having taken a single step from the spot he was in when SpongeBob left him. I really love how early on in the series, Patrick was just always so happy to help, but also so helpless himself in many ways. Sometimes Patrick knows it all and can teach you about how putting on airs is just fancy talk, and how if you want to be fancy, you just gotta put up your pinky, but other times, like in this episode, he's just confused, scared, and wants to go home. I also really love the animation of old season 1 Patrick, especially compared to the newer seasons or the Patrick Star Show. All in all, great episode. We're gonna give it a 9 out of 10. It's just great, and what more could possibly be said? Next up in release order is gonna be the episode Jellyfish Jam. This episode starts out in Jellyfish Fields.
Jellyfish Fields. Here we find SpongeBob once again stalking the wild jellyfish. Is SpongeBob? Hello, SpongeBob? He's supposed to be here somewhere. Aha!
Safety first.
We see SpongeBob break free from his rock form as he takes his freshly caught jellyfish and starts milking it like a cow to put the jelly on a piece of toast that he's pulled out of nowhere.
There is nothing better than the taste of natural jelly from a jellyfish. See you later!
The jellyfish proceeds to follow SpongeBob incessantly. SpongeBob tries to deny the jellyfish, telling it that it needs to stay here in Jellyfish Fields, but it refuses to be left behind, and SpongeBob pretty quickly caves and lets the jellyfish come home with him to be his pet.
Squidward, look at my new pet!
That's no pet. That's a wild animal.
No, he isn't! Watch this! Fetch! How many fingers am I holding up? Play dead!
I wouldn't let
SpongeBob party for 12 hours straight. At one point, SpongeBob decides that it's time for bed, so he turns off the music and tries to take the jellyfish up to his room. The jellyfish refuses at first, but SpongeBob ends up putting the leash on him and forcing him up to bed. SpongeBob ties the jellyfish to his bed frame, but in the middle of the night, the pet jellyfish slips out of his leash and lets a ton of other jellyfish in.
Good morning, jellyfish. Jellyfish? Jellyfish? Here, jellyfish. Oh, jelly.
SpongeBob runs downstairs to find his living room full of partying jellyfish. He tries to tell them that the party is over and that they've overstayed their welcome, but they keep messing with SpongeBob as they refuse to stop partying. Squidward decides to try to play his clarinet as loud as he can out his window, which angers the jellyfish and makes them attack SpongeBob.
Squidward, would it be possible to play your clarinet a little better? I don't think the jellyfish like it.
the jellyfish don't like... What? Why, sure, pal. I can play better.
Okay, he said he'll play better.
The jellyfish all attack Squidward violently, and afterwards he trudges his way over to SpongeBob's house as he tells SpongeBob that he won't be hearing from him for a while, and he gives SpongeBob his clarinet. The jellyfish swim by, taking the clarinet, breaking it in half, and ritualistically dancing around its burning remains. This sends SpongeBob over the edge, and he grabs his stereo and tries to run outside with it as the jellyfish fight him. In the process, SpongeBob's stereo ends up breaking, and the jellyfish react by attacking him.
You were right. Thanks for not rubbing it in.
SpongeBob sits cowering in fear on the roof of his house, and in the midst of the madness, Gary starts clacking his eyes together, making a beat which seems to calm down the jellyfish. SpongeBob picks up Gary and carries him out of the house and down the street as the jellyfish follow him. As SpongeBob continues down the street with Gary making his beat, all of the other undersea life joins in to form a song.
La 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 la.
After luring the jellyfish back to Jellyfish Fields, SpongeBob runs home while they're distracted.
Today, SpongeBob has learned one of the sea's harshest lessons. Wild animals can throw very wild parties. Oh, I felt that.
This episode is one that I can truly look back on fondly. Growing up, I was a huge sucker for that whole sequence with SpongeBob's living room rave. The different colors, the animation, the music, it all just blends together so well to make a sequence that's just so unique, and I dig it so much. I think I brought this up in the last video about SpongeBob, but I really love the animation style of Jellyfish Fields in the first season. This episode is such a good example of just how beautiful the animation can be as seen through that whole music sequence with SpongeBob leading the jellyfish back to Jellyfish Fields. This episode is also a good life lesson as well. You should be wary of taking home a wild animal as a pet. It can very quickly get out of hand, as seen in this episode where the jellyfish basically took over SpongeBob's house. All in all, this episode was great. The song that played during that little montage at the end was pretty catchy as well. Overall, I feel like they wrapped things up in a pretty good manner. I really gotta give it up to the animation on this episode. The animation is just truly unique, and for the time, it really stood out among the other episodes of SpongeBob that we had seen up at this point. This episode deserves a pretty firm 8 out of 10. It was a solid episode, and the animation definitely brings it to the next level. Moving on from there, we're going to check out the episode known as Sandy's Rocket. This one starts out with SpongeBob going to Sandy's house. He knocks on the door, and Sandy proceeds to emerge from a hole in the ground in a massive rocket ship. She invites SpongeBob on the ship to check it out, and she explains that she's going to use the rocket to go to the moon.
The moon! Can I go?
No way, SpongeBob, especially after your little mishap with my whirly bird. Besides, there's not enough room for you.
but I don't take up that much space. See? I can fit in here. Cozy.
Sandy explains that this trip isn't for fun, it's for science, but SpongeBob begs until Sandy agrees that SpongeBob can stay in the cargo hold.
Y'all can ride in the cargo hold if you just...
Yeah! Going to the moon! Moon ride! Moon ride! Moon ride!
But this time, just don't touch anything, okay?
We see Sandy preparing supplies as she tries out a gun that she plans to use to collect moon rocks. SpongeBob suggests that they use the gun for some good old-fashioned alien hunting, but Sandy quickly kills his vibe as she explains that there are no aliens on the moon because they don't exist.
Sandy, Sandy, Sandy. How can you be so naive? There's evidence all around us. How do you explain Atlantis, cowlicks, 99-cent stores? And how about those mysterious circles that pop up in kelp fields overnight? Ah, there's one now!
Sandy tells SpongeBob to go home and get some rest before their trip and to leave behind the alien nonsense. We see SpongeBob in the middle of the night struggling to sleep as he's just too excited for his trip to the moon when Patrick comes up to his window to talk to him.
Hurry up! This ought to do the trick.
Hiya, SpongeBob!
What is it, Patrick? Can't you see I'm sleeping here?
Well, I know you're going on that moon trip tomorrow, and I just wanted to bring you something.
A present?
No. SpongeBob, is Sandy's rocket alien-proof?
SpongeBob rolls over and sadly tells Patrick that Sandy says aliens aren't real, but his tone changes very quickly when Patrick shows him a can of alien repellent that he has. SpongeBob says that they better go spray the windows, and the two head off to break into Sandy's rocket.
Wow! How do you think we get inside?
We don't. We're just spraying the windows.
I opened it, SpongeBob! Come on!
In the control room of the spaceship, we see Patrick immediately start playing with a joystick, assuming that he's playing a video game. He then pulls a lever and ends up launching them out of the rocket. When they land back in, Patrick pushes a button on a panel that makes the whole rocket start to shake. One thing leads to another, and before you know it...
I think this one starts it!
Patrick, what are you doing? I'm the space traveler here, and I happen to know that that particular button is right over here.
You started the rocket!
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob and Patrick panic as they fall towards the end of the rocket. However, once they reach the bottom, gravity goes away and they begin to gently float and have fun.
Hey, SpongeBob, what's this?
Hey, you got your toothpaste in my peanut butter.
The rocket circles the moon a few times before flying back down to Bikini Bottom. Meanwhile, we see Sandy with a jetpack as she flies to the moon to get SpongeBob and Patrick. The rocket crash lands in Bikini Bottom, and SpongeBob and Patrick exit, thinking that they're in space.
Hey, look, it's Gary! Hey, come here, Gary!
Wait! Don't go near him, Patrick. Can't you see this is all a trick? The aliens are projecting our memories onto the environment. You're trying to confuse us, Patrick.
So you mean to say they've taken what we thought we think and make us think we thought our thoughts we've been thinking our thoughts we think we thought? I think?
Okay.
SpongeBob bags Gary, and Patrick tells him that Sandy would be proud, which is when SpongeBob realizes that Sandy is going to be pissed that they stole the rocket, but he hopes that she's going to feel foolish when he brings back an actual alien. SpongeBob then adopts the mindset of the more the merrier.
Alien hunting! Alien hunting!
Shh, Patrick! Don't let them know we're onto them. Yeah. Alien hunting. I saw that on TV, too. Gee, Patrick, let's drop in on our old pal Squidward and see what he's up to. Make sure your gun is pumped.
The two break into Squidward's house, thinking that this is all some kind of alien mirage. They begin to analyze what they believe is an alien specimen while it's sleeping.
Wait, what's that? I think I'm gonna be sick.
Patrick, do you know what this thing is?
Stinky?
No, it's an egg sac. Let's look at the embryo. Twins.
Squidward rolls over in his sleep and his tentacle suction cups to Patrick's face window on his helmet. The same exact thing happens to SpongeBob, and next thing you know, the two are pulling on all of Squidward's tentacles, causing him to wake up. Squidward panics and runs as he realizes that SpongeBob and Patrick are trying to shoot him. They end up catching him, and as they walk him out of his house, this happens.
Ahoy there, lads! Up a bit late to be playing pirate, aren't ye? Wait! Oh, don't shoot! Okay, shoot me, but don't take me money.
We don't want your money, Moon Man.
SpongeBob and Patrick start to load up their rocket with what they believe are aliens, and they head off to bag some more. We see a montage of them capturing Mrs. Puff, Flats, a random stranger, and even Larry. When just about everyone in Bikini Bottom is captured, Sandy finally shows up.
SpongeBob, what are y'all doing? I can't turn my back on you for 2 seconds without you causing a whole mess of trouble. Why, look at you, bagging up all your friends and neighbors just like they was a fresh crop of hickory smoked sausages. You done turned my little science experiment into a disaster. You two ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Sandy realizes that they think that they're catching aliens. She tries to tell them that they're not on the moon and that they're still in Bikini Bottom, but they don't want to hear any of it.
Just goes to show you, you can't trust anyone. So, you were an alien all the time, and you didn't even tell me.
I didn't even know.
Yeah? Well, I got you now.
Oh, but it's not you that's got me. It's me that's got me.
After Patrick is bagged up too, SpongeBob gets into the rocket ship and starts to head back to what he thinks is Bikini Bottom.
Wow. Bikini Bottom sure looks different. Uh-oh.
SpongeBob, we aliens would like a word with you!
This episode is one that really gives me mixed feelings. On a production standpoint, it is fantastic. The animation, the sound effects, the aesthetic, all in all, it's a great episode, specifically from a production standpoint. I really liked how they animated the interior of the rocket ship. The whole sequence of Patrick playing around inside like it was an arcade was very on point for the character and just hilarious overall. I also need to take a moment to show some love for the animation of early Sandy. There's another episode coming up here in the next video in this series that also does a great job on the animation of Sandy, but this one really does a great job of showcasing the animation style of early Sandy. I really don't want this to sound dumb because I just can't think of the right word to describe it, but I really feel like the animation of early Sandy was kind of nitty-gritty and rustic. I love it. The early episodes with Sandy just have a specific type of feel to them that just lands really well in my opinion. I also appreciated the little plot twist at the end where we learn that Patrick was an alien the whole time too. Honestly, this episode leans a lot into the whole generalized tropes of alien movies, and I really appreciate it. As someone who is a fan of alien movies, be it more dark and serious like The Thing or Alien, or even more lighthearted and comedic alien movies like Men in Black, I really appreciated this episode. I gotta give it a 7 out of 10 though. It's a great episode, but SpongeBob just kind of annoyed me a bit in this episode. SpongeBob has a recurring character trait where you give him an inch and he takes a mile, as we saw in the episode Hall Monitor, where Mrs. Puff gave him the Hall Monitor uniform and next thing you know he's impersonating a police officer. This episode is similar in that regard. Sandy invites SpongeBob to go on the trip to the moon and next thing you know he's a full-blown alien hunter. Sometimes that's a funny character trait to embrace, and other times it just gets to be a little much, honestly. Still though, it's a great episode, and you know, 7 out of 10 is still a good score, so hey, there's that. Next up is going to be another truly iconic episode, Squeaky Boots. This episode starts out at Mr. Krabs' house where he's singing his daughter Pearl a song for her birthday. When the song is a swing and a miss, Pearl requests that they open presents next.
Oh, you shouldn't have. What is it, Daddy? It wouldn't be those totally hip new flipper slippers all my friends are wearing, would it? Everyone wants them.
It might be.
Whee! Oh, you shouldn't have! Yay! You shouldn't have! I mean, Dad. You really shouldn't have.
Pearl is absolutely humiliated when her dad gives her a pair of black rubber fishing boots that he claims to have gotten on a bargain. We cut to Mr. Krabs sitting in his office wondering what he's gonna do with the boots, saying that he spent a whole $2 on them. SpongeBob walks in asking for his paycheck, and Mr. Krabs takes this as the perfect opportunity to try to sell SpongeBob the boots.
I want to get paid.
Sir, I can't see you. The boots are in the way.
In the way? These boots never leave my sight!
Mr. Krabs tells SpongeBob that the boots were owned by the most famous fry cook in the world, which makes SpongeBob want them, but Mr. Krabs declines, saying that they're far too valuable for him to give them to SpongeBob.
I know. What if I give you my Krusty Krab paycheck?
Paycheck? You got a deal!
And what if I paint the Krusty Krab for free?
You got a deal!
And I'll throw in a year's supply of French fry oil.
You got it! Hold on there, lad! You're gonna give me a heart attack. Oh, you got yourself a deal.
After Mr. Krabs finally agrees to give SpongeBob the boots, SpongeBob wears them absolutely everywhere, which drives Squidward nuts. Later that night, we see Mr. Krabs in bed, trying to fall asleep, when he's haunted by visions of the boots squeaking. Mr. Krabs wakes up to realize that his window is open and the wind is blowing it, causing it to make a squeaking sound, similar to the boots, so he gets up to close it. After fighting with the window for a few minutes, Mr. Krabs walks back to his hammock, breaks another leg, and gets tied up in the hammock as the window swings open again as he's left tied up listening to the squeaking all night. The next day, Mr. Krabs is walking to work.
That was the worst night I ever weathered. At least I'll have some peace and quiet at work.
That's it, Mr. Krabs. I'm taking my vacation now.
What's wrong, Mr. Squidward?
I can't take the world's greatest fry cook anymore. I'll see you in a week.
Mr. Krabs jumps right into PTSD mode when SpongeBob walks up to him, still wearing the squeaky boots. SpongeBob proceeds to show Mr. Krabs all of the cool tricks that he can do now that he has the boots.
Watch this, Mr. Krabs.
Can I take your order?
Yeah, I'll have the Krusty Special.
Thank you, sir. I will squeak when it's ready.
Could the greatest fry cook do that, Mr. Krabs?
And
look at this, Mr. Krabs. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this.
Mr. Krabs gets overwhelmed and runs to hide in his office. He tries dramatic measures to stop the sound of the squeak from coming through, but nothing works. That's when Mr. Krabs decides that it's time for the boots to go. We cut to SpongeBob's house where he's going to bed, still wearing the boots. After he falls asleep, Mr. Krabs climbs down from SpongeBob's diving board and he steals the boots.
quiet money. Silence and money.
Mr. Krabs!
What is it, my boy?
Oh, Mr. Krabs, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
SpongeBob cries dramatically to Mr. Krabs, saying that he lost the boots and that he let Mr. Krabs down. Mr. Krabs does his best to help SpongeBob feel better, but he isn't much help.
I've got some magic oven mitts.
They're not the same! You were right. I wasn't ready for those blessed boots.
Poor lad.
Mr. Krabs feels so guilty about taking the boots that he jumps when a customer comes up to order food. Mr. Krabs goes to take his order, but unfortunately he isn't able to understand what they're saying. All Mr. Krabs can hear is the sound of those boots squeaking when the guy talks.
is that? What's that? What's that?
Mr. Krabs has a full-blown freak out and admits that he is the one who took the boots and that they're here in the Krusty Krab underneath the floorboards. Mr. Krabs lifts up the entire restaurant as he grabs the boots, deep fries them, and proceeds to eat them.
The deed is done.
Why did you eat my boots, Mr. Krabs?
Because, lad, you didn't need them. It's not the boots, it's the bootee. I mean the person in the boots.
Mr. Krabs decides to give SpongeBob his paycheck and a bonus, which he quickly takes back, leaving SpongeBob with just his paycheck. We then see Mr. Krabs and Pearl leaving for vacation in Mr. Krabs' boat as the episode ends.
A long week away from Bikini Bottom is exactly what I need. Just me and my darling daughter Pearl.
Don't forget my new flipper slippers, Daddy.
Darling, I won't. Oh no.
This is another episode that really gives me mixed emotions. It's iconic, let's just get that out of the way first. The boots and their squeak is incredibly iconic, and it's definitely one of the first things to come to mind when thinking about season 1 of SpongeBob. However, this episode affects me on a personal level. I remember being a kid and seeing the scene of Mr. Krabs freaking out, and it would just immediately make me panic. Like, as a kid, I felt like I was freaking out just like Mr. Krabs was from watching the entire sequence of that scene. But in their defense, I'm pretty sure that was the intention of that scene. They did such a great job of portraying Mr. Krabs' sense of overwhelming guilt that it actually made me feel overwhelmed as a viewer. But that's really my only gripe with this episode. Other than that, it's an awesome episode. It's a good showcase of just how greedy Mr. Krabs can be, as seen by how he's freaking out about being stuck with some boots that he spent a whole $2 on. This is also the first time in the series that we would see Pearl introduced, which would lead to a whole new slew of questions, the biggest one obviously being, how did a crab come to be a sperm whale's father? However, we still to this day don't know the backstory behind how Mr. Krabs came to be her father. Looking at this episode on the whole though, it's genuinely a good episode. The feeling I got watching that scene of Mr. Krabs freaking out is just a byproduct of the animators doing a really good job with this episode. I've got to give it a solid 8 out of 10. Though it kind of stresses me out, I also kind of love that, just to be honest. Moving right along from there, we're going to jump into the episode called Nature Pants. The entire premise of this one is just kind of weird in my opinion. It starts out with SpongeBob working at the Krusty Krab, flipping patties, when a patty flies up into the air and turns into a jellyfish. Next thing you know, all of the patties turn into jellyfish. SpongeBob floats his way out of the Krusty Krab and turns into a jellyfish, and we see Jellyfish SpongeBob playing with all of the other jellyfish.
SpongeBob! SpongeBob! Wake up, boy! You're burning me money!
Mr. Krabs, what do we do?
Here, use this!
Hooray! After he nearly burns down the Krusty Krab, Mr. Krabs pulls SpongeBob into his office to ask him what's going on. SpongeBob tells Mr. Krabs that he's been thinking about giving up his cold industrial life and living a more natural and free life amongst the jellyfish.
SpongeBob, you wouldn't last even one day in the wild. This is your natural habitat. This is your wide open range. These are your amber waves. And this, oh, this is your golden scepter with which you rule.
SpongeBob leaves the Krusty Krab saying that he can last more than one day, and he says that he'll show Mr. Krabs as he throws his hat on the ground. We cut to SpongeBob outside of his house, giving some of his worldly possessions to Squidward and Patrick.
Are you sure you want to give me this mayonnaise?
It's all yours.
But these old phone books?
All yours, old friend. Patrick, there is one more thing I want you to have.
Unreliable! Sandy walks up and asks what's going on, and SpongeBob tells her his master plan. Sandy basically tells SpongeBob that his idea is terrible, and he dismisses her, saying that he's gonna prove that he doesn't need all those possessions and a house to live.
Maybe someday you'll wise up and join me. Goodbye. I won't be needing these. Buzz, 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 buzz.
He took off his pants.
I'll give him a week.
I'll give him 11 minutes.
SpongeBob arrives in Jellyfish Fields shouting about how he is home. He tries to interact with his fellow jellyfish, but he struggles to keep up with them, doesn't enjoy snacking on grass like they do, and is unable to communicate with them.
Hello, I'm Jelly Bob, and you are? Nice to meet you.
SpongeBob ends up smelling some Krabby Patties, and he starts to follow the scent until he finds Patrick and Sandy having a picnic in Jellyfish Fields.
Here, Patrick, have a Krabby Patty. There he is, Patrick. Say you're live.
Why, thank you, Sandy. I would love one. Take Patty. Too bad SpongeBob isn't here. These are his favorites. I sure wish he'd come home. Take a bite. I can't do it!
Patrick pleads with SpongeBob to get him to come home, telling him that everyone misses him, but SpongeBob denies, claiming that he's happy here, and Sandy ends up having to drag away Patrick as he's crying. SpongeBob goes back to his fellow jellyfish, and he's trying to blend in. The jellyfish all scatter as we see Patrick approaching with a jellyfish net.
Patrick, what are you doing?
If I can't have you as a friend, I'm gonna make you a trophy! I even picked out this nice jar for you!
Patrick, go home! I'm a jellyfish now!
We then see Patrick chasing SpongeBob throughout Jellyfish Fields as SpongeBob tries to hide from him, but no matter where he goes, Patrick is still able to find him. SpongeBob ends up hiding inside of a jellyfish hive, which is too high for Patrick to reach.
Okay! So this is the way it's gonna be! I hope you're happy.
Having eluded Patrick, SpongeBob ends up eating a ton of the jelly that's in the hive. As he's eating, a bunch of jellyfish show up, and they attack SpongeBob for A, eating their jelly, and B, being in their hive in the first place. SpongeBob runs away, being stung and attacked by the jellyfish. We fast forward to later that night, and we see SpongeBob in a dark cave looking just miserable and struggling to fall asleep.
Buzz. 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 Hey! Ooh, I'm itchy. Itchy, why am I so itchy? Ah! Poison sea urchins! Oh, ow, itch, ow, ow, ooh.
Later on in the night, we see SpongeBob walking away from Jellyfish Fields and back into town as he cries. He walks past the Krusty Krab, Sandy's house, and his own house.
What have I done? I had a great life and friends, and I gave all of that up.
Welcome home, SpongeBob!
SpongeBob apologizes to everyone and tells them that he made a terrible mistake.
SpongeBob, do us all a favor.
Don't mind if I do. Ta-da!
Okay, that's enough. Could we please stop this?
Patrick Itchy!
It is great to be home!
And that's gonna be where this episode ends. This one is definitely one that's really just bizarre all in all, in my opinion. It's hard for me to rationalize SpongeBob's want to go live with the jellyfish. Like, I get that he's really into jellyfishing and he fantasizes about how simple their life must be when compared to his own, but I just don't understand the drive to want to actually live the life of a jellyfish. Like, in real life, hunters don't really have the drive to assume the life of an elk, do they? I'm not a hunter, so I wouldn't know, and of course I'm just looking too far into things, but I just can't help but point that out. Of course, for the sake of a children's cartoon, the overall plot of this episode makes for good TV, but trying to look at it from a logical standpoint just doesn't really make much sense. However, I will say that at least it came with a good moral to the story. That being, you should cherish the life that you have, and that grass is always greener on the other side. Sure, the idea of a wild and free life among the jellyfish sounded peaceful, like absolute bliss to SpongeBob, in his mind, but when actually presented with that situation, he was able to see just how horrible it was for him. Sure, that lifestyle is great for a jellyfish because they're accustomed to it and that's just their norm, but for SpongeBob, this was definitely a negative experience. I gotta give praise to that dark cave sequence though. The way they animated SpongeBob covered in jellyfish stings and covered in sea urchins in the dark. The animation in Season 1 in general is just great, like I've said many times now, but I really appreciate the darker scenes. It really adds to that nitty-gritty hand-drawn animation feel that Season 1 of SpongeBob had. All in all, we're gonna give this episode a solid 7 out of 10. The story wasn't perfect, but it's still a solid episode all things considered. Moving on from there, it's time we tackle the episode called Opposite Day. I personally love this episode. It starts out with morning at Squidward's house.
Surprise! Happy birthday, Squidward!
SpongeBob and Patrick have cake with Squidward, play pin the tail on the seahorse, and give him presents, then they leave.
It's not my birthday!
Squidward decides that he has had enough and that he's moving out of the neighborhood. He gets on the phone with a realtor who says she can sell his house in a heartbeat as long as it's not infested with nematodes or surrounded by troublesome neighbors.
SpongeBob! No one will ever buy my house with him living next door. Whatever a good neighbor would do, he does the opposite. Opposite.
The next morning, we see SpongeBob getting startled awake by Squidward, who's practicing for his one-man band.
Squidward, why are you playing that
Drum? What drum? This is just my wig case. See? Come on, SpongeBob! Tackle me!
Squidward, you need bed rest. I'll keep you safe until you're well again.
Squidward explains to SpongeBob that today is the one day of the year where you get to act the opposite of how you normally do. He tells SpongeBob that everyone knows about Opposite Day and that it's kind of like a game.
I hate Opposite Day. I'm not ready!
SpongeBob runs inside and tells Gary that he's gonna crawl into bed and do nothing all day. The doorbell rings and SpongeBob goes to answer the door.
Company! I hate company. Who's there?
It's Patrick!
Patrick, go away! I never want to see you again!
SpongeBob doesn't like me anymore!
That's right! You're my worst enemy!
SpongeBob explains to Patrick that today is Opposite Day and that he's not being serious. Patrick has no idea what Opposite Day is, so SpongeBob tells him that instead of doing what he normally does, today he's gonna do the opposite.
Let me try!
Patrick, breathe!
SpongeBob decides that he's going to show Patrick how to do it, and we get a nice little montage of SpongeBob and Patrick being opposites.
Meow. Está bien. Ya, se va
SpongeBob then invites Patrick to help him do some work around the house, and the two proceed to completely destroy SpongeBob's house in the spirit of Opposite Day. Meanwhile, back at Squidward's house, he's in the middle of packing up his stuff when he hears a commotion outside. He looks out his window to see Patrick and SpongeBob completely just destroying SpongeBob's house. Squidward decides that he needs to fix this mess if he wants to sell the house, so he gets to work on fixing SpongeBob's house.
I don't get it. I made my house a mess, which was making it clean, which made Squidward clean my yard, but that really means he's messing it up. But the opposite of clean is filth, which means filth is clean. That means Squidward's really making my yard a wreck, but I'd normally wreck my own yard, which means Squidward's being the opposite of Squidward, which means he's SpongeBob. Aha! I understand everything now. I must be the opposite of SpongeBob by being...
Squidward.
SpongeBob decides that now he needs to be the opposite of SpongeBob by being Squidward. Patrick joins in and decides that he wants to be Squidward too.
Hey, I want to be opposite too. Yeah, finally, yahoo! I'm Squidward, Squidward.
Wait! It's not enough to look like Squidward to be opposite.
You have to act like him, too. Boy, oh boy, do I like playing the clarinet. I practice and practice all day long, but I never get any better.
The two decide to run into Squidward's house. Squidward continues working on SpongeBob's house, not noticing when the realtor shows up to check out his house. SpongeBob lets the realtor in, and they start talking about the sale.
It's funny, I pictured you being much taller.
Yeah, everyone says that.
Now, if you want the sale to go through, you've got to tell me all the positive things about your house.
Positive things. Opposite day.
I'd love to. The floor creaks, the roof leaks, there's a terrible draft.
Oh, well, you didn't mention that on the phone.
Please let me finish. The winters are harsh, the summers are brutal. There's a wild man-eating clam in the backyard.
SpongeBob proceeds to show the realtor around the house. They go to Squidward's gallery to show the realtor, and she remarks on how great the large portrait of Squidward as a farmer is.
Oh my, this painting is very nice.
Thank you!
Who's that?
I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Squidward.
You're both Squidward?
I'm Squidward, he's Squidward. We're both Squidward!
While that's happening, Squidward finishes fixing SpongeBob's house, and when he turns around, he realizes that the realtor's here and that SpongeBob and Patrick are probably harassing her.
Get away from her! Oh, I am so sorry, ma'am. I hope these two barnacle heads haven't harmed you in any way.
Who are you?
Why, I'm Squidward.
What kind of fool do you take me for? He's Squidward, you're Squidward, I'm Squidward! Are there any other Squidwards I should know about?
Meow.
The realtor storms off angrily as Squidward begs her to sell his house. She refuses and leaves Squidward behind, stuck being neighbors with SpongeBob and Patrick.
Happy opposite day, Squidward! We hate you!
Let me show you guys how much I hate you.
Oh! Patrick, you ever feel that Squidward likes us too much?
Happy opposite day!
That's where this episode ends, and in my opinion, this one comes together just really well. It's so whimsical and just overall hilarious. Seeing this as a kid made me and all of my friends embrace the idea of opposite day. After watching this episode, we would usually spend hours at a time trying to do things the opposite of how we normally would. I also really love the transition of SpongeBob and Patrick turning into Squidward. The way SpongeBob looks and talks is actually very on par for Squidward. However, Patrick is literally just his normal self with a piece of coral for a nose. It was just absolutely hilarious. I loved when the realtor comes in and tells SpongeBob that he thought he would be taller, thinking that he's Squidward, and SpongeBob just brushes past it saying everyone says that. And of course, I can't talk about this episode without bringing up Gary Squidward. Looking back at this one, I gotta say, this might be peak Season 1 SpongeBob humor. I'm kind of stoked to watch the rest of Season 1 to see if any other episode can hold a torch to this one comedically. All in all, I love this episode, and going into this one, I didn't think it was gonna go this way, but I've gotta give this one a solid 10 out of 10. Watching this back with an adult mindset, I gotta say that I loved it. It's genuinely an iconic Season 1 episode. Next up, we're gonna check out the episode Culture Shock. I gotta be honest with you guys, I am not researching these episodes before watching them. I'm just kind of going through the list and watching them as we move along here. This is the first episode that I can't remember just based off of the name, so I'm kind of hyped to jump into this one and see how much of it I can remember. This episode starts out at the Krusty Krab, which is absolutely empty. Squidward is enjoying a nice dance magazine while SpongeBob is wiping down tables. Mr. Krabs is overstanding by the newly constructed salad bar, which surprisingly is being marketed as free. This is about the point where it all came back to me and I remembered this episode.
If a free salad bar doesn't bring in customers, what will? Squidward!
Yes, sir?
There's gonna be some changes around here! A customer! Welcome to the Krusty Krab! SpongeBob, cater to his every whim.
As SpongeBob attempts to take the customer's order, he says that all he wants is change for the payphone. SpongeBob gives him his change and the guy tips a penny, which Mr. Krabs puts in his safe.
Profits are way down this month. We need a gimmick to bring in customers. Do you lubbers have any ideas?
I've got one. A free pair of socks with every purchase. Or maybe double patty midnight madness. Oh, I know. How about mouthful of clams day? Everyone who shows up with a mouthful of clams gets their free drink. Huh?
Mr. Krabs says that he was thinking more along the lines of live entertainment. Squidward pipes up and says that they need to do a talent show. He lures in Mr. Krabs to agree by saying that he'll be bringing culture to this cultural wasteland, making a ton of money, and his daughter Pearl can perform and have her name up in lights.
Little Pearly? A star?
Hoppin' clams, a talent show. I'm talented. I better call the folks.
Squidward, you've got a deal. Make my little girl a star.
We then cut to Squidward as he is on stage preparing for the show while SpongeBob approaches and asks what time he is going on. Squidward asks what talent it is that SpongeBob could possibly possess.
No one, not even your parents, would want to see that.
Squidward says that the people want culture, not dancing bubbles. We fast forward to the night of the show, and the house is full of people eager to watch the show. Squidward gathers everyone up to give them a nice pep talk.
Gather around, everyone. Chop, chop. Now, you may be thinking this is your one shot at the big time. Well, it's not. It's mine.
SpongeBob comes up and asks Squidward to check out his routine as the amazing Mr. Absorbency. He proceeds to transfer water through different parts of his body, which leaves Squidward just very much so unimpressed.
Please, Squidward, let me be in the show. I'll do anything.
So you really want to be in the show?
Oh, yes.
Okay, you get to mop up afterwards. Now will you stop bugging me?
So, this is what it feels like. The big time. With this mop, I shape my destiny.
We cut to Squidward on stage as he awkwardly introduces the talent show with some pretty plain and boring jokes. First up is Pearl, who does a very excitable cheer performance as she jumps around on stage, jostling the whole audience around and leaving Fred the Fish yelling about his leg. Next up is Gary, who delivers some poetry.
He has such a way with words.
Following up Gary is the amazing Plankton, who uses prestidigitation to make a Krabby Patty disappear. As he tries to run out of the restaurant with the patty, Mr. Krabs stops him dead in his track, and everyone boos Plankton as he walks out with his head held low. Next is the final act of the night, the incomparable Squidward. The crowd ends up hating Squidward's act as they run to the free salad bar to grab tomatoes to throw at him. Mr. Krabs sees this as an opportunity to make a buck, so he starts charging people $1 per tomato. Squidward angrily storms off stage as the audience is booing and chanting no talent.
Hey, Squidward, can I go on now?
Yeah, show's over.
That's really not too bad.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
The audience loves SpongeBob and they start chanting that they want more. Squidward thinks that they're cheering for him, so he jumps out from behind the curtain just for the cheers to stop. Squidward feels defeated due to the fact that SpongeBob stole the show, as Mr. Krabs rolls up saying that he's gonna need a wheelbarrow for next week's show, and the episode ends with SpongeBob's parents saying how proud they are that their son is a star. Okay, so the premise of this episode is just kind of odd in my opinion. Like, imagine if McDonald's had a quarter where profits were down, so they decided to put on a talent show where the staff shows off their skills. Like, doesn't that just kind of sound awkward? I don't know, like, I see how Mr. Krabs was easily coaxed into the idea, but like, I'm not sure how he thought this would generate any revenue. Ultimately, it did generate revenue as people paid to throw tomatoes at Squidward, so I guess I'm wrong in my skepticism, but still, the point stands. It's just kind of strange. On a side note though, Squidward kind of was the star of the show in a way. Like, sure, everyone hated him, but he was the act that made Mr. Krabs the most money as he sold the tomatoes that everyone was throwing. All in all, this episode is kind of mid-tier. It had good parts to it, like Gary's poetry for example, and I will say that the animation during Squidward's dance routine that he did actually was pretty cool and very interesting, but all in all, the episode is just kind of below average when compared to everything else that we've seen up to this point. I'm gonna go ahead and give it a 6 out of 10, and we're just gonna leave it at that and move on. We're gonna finish off this video by checking out what might just be the greatest episode from season 1. This is gonna be the episode called Fun. This episode starts out at the Krusty Krab.
Lunchtime at the Krusty Krab. Everyone enjoying their Krabby Patties. What's this?
Can you spot him, Mr. Squidward?
Down there, sir!
There appears to be a Krabby Patty napping in progress. There can be only one culprit. Plankton!
We see Plankton crossing the street with a Krabby Patty on his back. Back at the Krusty Krab, Squidward, SpongeBob, and Mr. Krabs are standing around as Squidward says that he got away.
Perhaps not, Monsieur Krabs. For it's SpongeBob SquarePants!
We see SpongeBob on the hunt for Plankton as he chases him through town. This confused me as the Chum Bucket is across the street from the Krusty Krab, so I don't know why Plankton would have to run through town, but regardless, we see Plankton dip into a magic shop for a disguise.
Have you seen a Krabby Patty? It's about this tall and... Wow, a magic shop. Are you a magician? One time, I saw this magician, and he took this thing, anyway, and then he told us, if you believe in yourself, and with a tiny pinch of magic, all your dreams can come true.
Plankton pulls the patty off, saying that he can't take it.
And after all these years, I thought I was the master of torture. But that just wasn't fair. Here, take the stupid patty. I don't want the secret recipe anyway.
Plankton walks away feeling defeated, saying that his restaurant will never be as good as the Krusty Krab, and that SpongeBob doesn't know what it's like to be a loser. SpongeBob tries to make Plankton feel better by telling him that he thinks he's a winner.
What did you say?
I said you're a
Loser! How does it feel to be the most hated thing in Bikini Bottom, Plankton? It hurts, doesn't it? I know!
Everyone says that for running Plankton out, they're gonna make SpongeBob Honorary Town Rookie of the Day.
He's a jolly good rookie!
I bet if he had just one friend, he wouldn't be such a meanie.
We then cut to the chum bucket where there's a knock on the door. Plankton is expecting that maybe it's a customer, but when he opens the door, he finds SpongeBob standing there. SpongeBob invites Plankton to come out and play with him, which confuses Plankton.
Play with me.
You know how to induce thermonuclear fusion?
No, but I like to go
Karen tells Plankton that he can't let SpongeBob leave and that he needs to befriend him so that when they get close, he can take a Krabby Patty from him. Plankton then decides to go back to the door and he agrees to play with SpongeBob. The two go to Jellyfish Fields and do some jellyfishing, which Plankton also just doesn't understand.
What happens after we eat them?
You don't eat them, you catch them like this. La 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 la, la 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 la, like that.
And?
Then you throw them back. But watch out for the stingers.
Stingers? All knees will bow to Plankton. Hail, Plankton! I win!
SpongeBob tries to tell Plankton that it's not about winning, it's about having fun. Plankton doesn't even know the meaning of the word fun, so he tries to explain it to Plankton via song.
F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me. N is for anywhere and anytime at all.
Down here in the deep blue sea.
F is for fire that burns down the whole town. U's for uranium bombs. N is for no survivors when you...
Plankton.
SpongeBob stops Plankton dead in his tracks and decides to show him how it's done. By the time SpongeBob's done with him, Plankton has that nice tingly feeling inside, and the two have a nice montage of them playing together and having fun. Mr. Krabs catches eye of SpongeBob and Plankton spending time together, which leaves him with a bad taste in his mouth. Back at the chum bucket, Karen is accusing Plankton of losing sight of the mission, as he's doing nothing but talking about all the good times he had with SpongeBob and even trying on a pair of SpongeBob's pants. Meanwhile, back at the Krusty Krab, Mr. Krabs is accusing SpongeBob of corroborating with the enemy. SpongeBob tries to explain that Plankton has changed, but Mr. Krabs isn't having any of it.
He's changed, I tell ya!
Sponge Buddy! You!
Plankton Buddy, let's go. I forgot this is a no-friend zone.
SpongeBob, may I speak to you in private? You won't mind if I set this here, will ya?
What's this all about, Mr. Krabs?
He's a thief. Look at the lust in his eye.
Mr. Krabs tries to get Plankton to steal the Krabby Patty, but Plankton seems to not be buying into it. SpongeBob decides that he's had enough of Mr. Krabs testing Plankton, so the two of them leave.
Maybe the lad was right. Maybe Plankton's gone straight. And maybe scallops will fly out of my pants! Hang on there, laddie! I'm a-comin'!
We cut over to the movie theater where SpongeBob and Plankton are enjoying some popcorn together when Bubble Bass comes up and sits on Plankton.
I sure like sequels, Plankton. Hey, Bubble Bass, you're sitting on my friend. Hey, Bubble Bass!
Thanks for that, friend.
Sure thing.
This is one of those cameos I was talking about where we see Bubble Bass appear in the episode, but he's not really involved whatsoever in the story, he's just kind of there. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, Mr. Krabs appears, yelling from the control room of the theater.
Listen up!
Mr. Krabs?
He's deceiving you! Reach into his pocket now and take what he's got! You too, boy!
Having found the snatched Krabby Patty, SpongeBob is absolutely heartbroken. Plankton tries to defend himself by saying that he couldn't help it.
But we sang the fun song! I think I'm gonna be sick. How long?
How long what?
How long were you planning on doing this? Tell me! What?
All right, it's true. I tricked you to get the Krabby Patty. But then you showed me friendship. And now I realize that's all I ever really wanted.
Really?
No, not really.
Plankton coldly runs off through the screen with the patty. SpongeBob thinks that Plankton made it off and won, but Mr. Krabs explains that behind the screen is solid concrete. Mr. Krabs takes the patty, and the episode ends on a positive note.
Now, let's go back to the Krusty Krab and have a fresh one on me!
Aye, aye, Mr. Krabs.
Well, maybe at a discount.
Huh?
This episode is one that is definitely one of the most iconic in my opinion. Really though, the most iconic part of this is the fun song itself. It's so catchy and it just flows well. If you watched this episode and didn't get that song stuck in your head the first time you saw it, then something's definitely wrong with you. I really hate to keep beating this dead horse, but I just love the animation style of this season of SpongeBob. This episode is another amazing example with the fun song sequence as well as the dark movie theater scene. I just love the feeling of the old SpongeBob animation. The show had a really different feeling back then, and looking back at it with my nostalgia goggles just feels oh so good. I do gotta say, I really appreciated the inclusion of Bubble Bass in this episode. Even though he didn't have anything to do with the story, I appreciated that they threw him in there. I don't think we ever saw Bubble Bass again after this episode, but I could totally be wrong. Pretty sure if we did, it was really later on in the series past the point of where I stopped watching. All in all though, this episode is incredibly enjoyable. I really like it. The overall premise and feeling was just amazing. I enjoyed the idea of Plankton turning a new leaf for a moment, but of course he just had the wool pulled over SpongeBob's eyes. All in all, I've got to give this episode a straight 10 out of 10. I feel like I'm being rather liberal with the 10s this time around, but what can I say? I'm a sucker for season 1 of SpongeBob. It just really puts me in a good mood, and honestly, I really just hope that it does the same for you. But what do you think? Do you have a favorite episode from season 1 that I haven't talked about yet? Do you enjoy my recap and review of season 1? Let me know in the comments down below. I always appreciate your guys' feedback. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to drop a like and give praise to the YouTube algorithm in hopes that it promotes this video to everyone else. And as always, thank you so much for watching this video. I'll see you all in the next one. Peace. It's almost hard to explain how much I enjoy the early episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. When I watch these old episodes, they bring me back to a point in my childhood that I really miss. It was the early 2000s, I was like 6 years old, and life was just easy. There was no adult responsibilities or obligations, the world was a different place, COVID wasn't a thing, 9/11 hadn't happened yet. The world just kind of felt different back then. Maybe that's why I like these early episodes of SpongeBob so much, because my brain associates these episodes with that time in my life. Or maybe it's just the simple fact that SpongeBob SquarePants was just so much better back then. Whereas the early seasons, particularly the first 3, were a lot more clever. Later on in the series, the show focused a lot more on gross out humor and more low-level simple humor. The quality declined over time, which is just kind of unfortunate. I noticed something recently. Literally, every single SpongeBob meme that I've ever come across has been a reference to an episode that fell somewhere within the first 3 seasons. And to my internet-tainted brain, that speaks volumes. It's been a few months since I made my last video where I continued my review of SpongeBob Season 1, and boy have I missed making these. I love looking back on these episodes and reminding myself as to why this show was such a big part of my childhood. That's why today, on our nostalgic walk down memory lane, we're putting our scuba gear on and diving right back down to Bikini Bottom as we look a little further into Season 1 of SpongeBob SquarePants. First, really quick, I just wanted to say thank you so much. If you're watching this video right now, you're the literal best and I appreciate you. Thanks for taking the time to check out my channel, and of course an extra special thanks to all of you who are subscribed. We just passed 60,000 subscribers 2 days ago as of the time of me starting this video, and I am so hyped. We're well on the road to reaching 100,000 subscribers, and I can't do that without your guys' help, so if you don't mind and you aren't subbed already, do me a huge solid and click that subscribe button. I really appreciate all of your support, and I can't thank you all enough for being a part of my YouTube journey. I never would have thought in a million years that my channel would even reach 100 subscribers, let alone grown to the point that it has. And it's all thanks to you guys, so again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much, and let's get right into it. Oh yeah, I almost forgot too. By the point that we are in this video, I've already covered the first half of Season 1 in 2 other videos. If you missed those, I'll leave a couple links down in the description for you to check them out after you watch this one. You don't necessarily need to watch these videos in any particular order, as SpongeBob SquarePants doesn't necessarily follow any overarching story or plot, but we covered some great episodes in the last 2 videos, so be sure to go ahead and check those out as well. Now, I am super hyped for this video because this next handful of episodes that we're going to cover are some of my all-time favorite episodes from Season 1. Grab some popcorn and get comfy because we've got a lot of fantastic ground to cover here, starting off with the episode SpongeBob SquarePants. This episode starts out with SpongeBob at home, flexing in front of his mirror. He says it's time to grow himself large and wide. We see him go over to his workout equipment and attempt a serious deadlift.
Howdy, SpongeBob. How's it going?
Not too close, Sandy. I tend to get smelly when I'm pumping iron. Check it out.
Well, you're smelly.
Sandy tells SpongeBob that he isn't gonna see any progress lifting the stuff that he's been lifting, but if he wants arms like these, or these, or these, then he needs to follow her training program.
Wow, really? That'd be great, Sandy. I can see me now. La 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 la, la 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 la. Good night, Gary. Yeah.
Sandy tells him to meet him at her tree dome at 5 a.m. We cut to the next morning where we see SpongeBob truly struggling. He fails to do a single push-up, gets completely knocked out of the ring while boxing, and gets basically destroyed by Sandy's wheel. Needless to say, things aren't going too well for SpongeBob.
Well, now that we got you warmed up, it's time for the arm cruncher.
Arm cruncher, great. This squirrel's trying to kill me.
This is it.
Hey, that's great, Sandy. Well, I sure had fun. We'll have to do it again sometime. Bye.
We see SpongeBob laying in his bed with his arms just pulsing as he is straight up miserable. He realizes that this isn't working out and he doesn't know how much longer he can do this for. Just then, a commercial comes on TV and it catches his attention.
Are you too much of a wimp to work out? Are you a weakling? Built like a sponge? Well, now you too can have muscles.
Huh?
With anchor arms! They slip on like a glove. Just add air. How big do you want them? Normal? Veiny? And for the ladies, hairy. I was a wimp before anchor arms. Now I'm a jerk and everybody loves me. So order now, wimps.
SpongeBob is completely sold by anchor arms, and the next thing you know, we see SpongeBob going to Muscle Beach at the Goo Lagoon to show off. All of the large weightlifters are blown away by SpongeBob's massive muscles. Even his muscles have muscles.
SpongeBob, is that you?
Who are you expecting? Tiny Tim? Wait. Big aren't they?
Dude, you're ripped.
Thank you. I've been working out. Excuse me a second. Yeah. Anyone for the juice bar?
We cut to later on and Sandy walks up to some guy at the beach outside of the juice bar asking if he's seen SpongeBob anywhere. He tells her that SpongeBob SquarePants isn't there, and she works her way into the juice bar. Inside, we see SpongeBob bragging to everyone about how he starts with 20 raw eggs every day and how working out is his life.
I remember when I used to look like that guy over there.
Who, me?
I remember when I used to look like you, too. But that was a long time ago.
Here's your drink, sir.
Thank you.
Sandy walks up to him asking where he got those muscles. SpongeBob says that he created his own workout routine. Sandy puts him on the spot and asks him to share his secret workout routine, which makes SpongeBob panic.
Well, first I take my hand and I do this.
Are you kidding?
Do these muscles lie?
Sandy compliments SpongeBob and tells him that he needs to sign up for the Muscle Beach anchor toss competition. Just then, the server puts a drink on top of SpongeBob's hand, leaving him trapped as Sandy walks off to sign them up for the competition. By the time the server walks up and picks up the drink, it's too late, and Sandy has already written SpongeBob's name down and put the sign-up slip in the box. We cut over to the anchor toss competition, where we see everyone stretching and preparing for the contest.
Gotta get some mustard on that. Oh, first up, Dom the Whale. 200 yards! Wow, let's see an instant replay. Amazing!
SpongeBob panics as he watches the other contestants throwing anchors. Larry throws his anchor, and the guy who measures distance tries to avoid it, but the anchor shifts at the last second and takes him out. Next up is Sandy.
Here goes Sandy Cheeks. Wow, fabulous!
Beat that, SpongeBob.
After that is SpongeBob's turn, and the crowd is full of people cheering for him, just so excited to see him throw the anchor. But when SpongeBob fails, he tries to play it off like he's just joking.
Oh, this is it. They're all gonna find out I'm a fake. I can't give up. I've got to try. I can do it! I've got anchor arms! I'm no wimp! I'm a jerk!
With his newly blown up arms and fresh pep talk, SpongeBob gives it another go, giving it everything he's got. The crowd immediately starts going wild for Sandy, who walks up to SpongeBob, very disappointed in him for deceiving everyone. The episode ends with SpongeBob at Sandy's tree dome exercising, which consists of him repeatedly changing the TV channel in sets of 100 reps until his arms fall off. This episode is just a classic. Especially in these early seasons, SpongeBob has always been one to take the easy way out, without thoroughly thinking through the repercussions and end result of his actions. SpongeBob was completely exhausted from his failed attempts at working out with Sandy, so naturally, given the opportunity to cut corners and just look like he had massive arms, he jumped right on it, not considering that just because his arms look big doesn't mean that he would actually have some intense newfound strength or anything. I gotta point out, this commercial was actually pretty hilarious. I love that they have a shark promoting their product. It just seems overall very fitting. I find it so funny that he just comes across with that super alpha Giga Chad energy, however he has small and weak arms. It makes sense that he would want this product. He's the alpha shark with tiny arms, so of course he needs anchor arms. However, it is rather confusing how these things work. Like, they're basically gloves that span the length of your arms, and when you blow them up, they look super muscular, right? According to this commercial, they have 3 different settings. Normal, veiny, and for the ladies, hairy. Now, it's that last one that really just kind of unnerves me. How does blowing more air into these things make them grow hair on them? That's a weird feature to begin with, but logistically speaking, how would that actually work? It just makes no sense in all reality, but leave it to me to overanalyze a fake product in a children's cartoon. I gotta point out, at the anchor toss competition, SpongeBob blew up his anchor arms as large as they can go, but they didn't grow any hair. This guy from the commercial made it seem like at the largest setting they become hairy, but when SpongeBob used them at the largest setting, it didn't really work like that. I also have to point out that when Sandy showed up at the juice bar at Muscle Beach and put SpongeBob on the spot asking about his secret workout routine, and he basically told everyone that he was pit farting to get those huge muscles, Sandy should have definitely known that he was lying. She took one look at his workout equipment at home and knew that he was not going to make any progress. She has at least a moderate understanding of bodybuilding. I only say moderate because of that arm crusher machine that she has. Like, that thing is just hurting your arms and not really doing anything beneficial, I'm pretty sure. But like, with her understanding of bodybuilding, she should have known good and well that what SpongeBob was doing was definitely not going to result in the massive arms that we saw SpongeBob sporting. Sure, maybe she knew SpongeBob was full of it, and that's why she signed them up for the anchor toss competition, so that she could expose his lie, but honestly, nothing about her tone, words, or demeanor reflected that even for a second. It just seemed like she was taking his words at face value, which, if anything, speaks volumes about how good of a friend she is, so hey, there's that at least. This episode is a classic for sure, and we're gonna give it a solid 8 out of 10. It was really good. Moving on, we're going to check out another one of my favorite episodes, and that's going to be the episode called Squidward the Unfriendly Ghost. This episode starts out with Squidward giving himself endless compliments as he finishes up his latest art project, a wax sculpture of himself, which completes Squidward representing himself in every form of artistic media. Squidward is then interrupted by loud crashing outside.
Hi, Patrick, hi! You just lost 3 points. 1, 2, 5. G7!
G7? Kick me! Kick me! I lose!
But it's not Tuesday, Patrick.
Tartar sauce!
Squidward, being the jerk that he is, asks Patrick what time it is, which causes Patrick to spill his bubble soap all over himself. Squidward laughs at him and goes inside to start a bath. Meanwhile, SpongeBob and Patrick decide that they're gonna play Toss the Shell instead. They accidentally throw the shell through Squidward's window and it ends up embedded in Wax Squidward's head.
Bonus points!
Patrick, I think something's wrong with Squidward. He looks unconscious.
Don't worry, I know how to do this.
Get off him, Patrick!
What are you worried about? He looks better already.
Mistaking Wax Squidward for real Squidward, they notice that he feels cold, so they decide to put him in the sun.
You think he'll be okay?
You know, you worry too much. The Patrick is here, and SpongeBob, I know a lot about head injuries. Believe me. Hey, what's that on your shoe?
I don't know.
It kinda looks like Squidward!
SpongeBob and Patrick freak out, thinking that Squidward's dead. They try to put him back together as we see the real Squidward finishing up his bath.
That's it!
We're almost there. We can do this.
It's working!
This is working. This is working.
There.
This is working. Patrick, this isn't working.
Look!
I don't know how to say it, but our old pal Squidward, he's pushing up daisies.
Oh, I thought he was dead.
Just then, the real Squidward walks out, all clean in his robe and freshly powdered. SpongeBob and Patrick are totally freaked out, thinking that they've just met Squidward's ghost as they apologize profusely for accidentally ending his life. When they say that they'll do whatever he wants if he spares them, Squidward decides to take advantage of the situation, telling them that he will spare them if they follow his every command and do his bidding.
All ye must do is tend to my every whim and tickle my fancy on demand.
Does that include...
Quiet! Now, do as you're told, lest ye incur the wrath of Squidward.
I think they make a cream for that now.
We see them run outside while carrying Squidward on a weird chair/couch thing with handles on it.
Here?
Too hot.
Here?
No, too wet. Keep going. Keep going.
Here?
Toulouse Lautrec.
Squidward then commands them to fetch him some nourishment, which they provide in the form of a single grape, a banana, and an entire watermelon. Having been crushed by the watermelon, Squidward gets angry and tells them that he wants to eat something else, something that's difficult to find. He demands a cherry pie, but when Patrick finds one literally right where he's standing, Squidward throws it and tells him to go find it again. Meanwhile, he commands SpongeBob to do multiple meaningless tasks.
Stop! Now play me an elaborate song with this.
But this is just a piece of tissue paper.
Oh, my. Always have to have it our way, don't we? Oh, boo-hoo.
I can't do it!
Well, I hope you don't have any plans tonight, 'cause you're not allowed to leave that spot till I hear a song.
Squidward comes back the next day to find SpongeBob laying on the ground, and as punishment for him, quote, napping on the job, Squidward commands SpongeBob and Patrick to clean out his back room. They make their way to his back room, and this happens.
How are we gonna clean up all this mess?
It's easy. Just tear this wallpaper off.
Oh, look, you missed some.
Oh, let's see. It's a comic book, and look at this. It's the origin of the Flying Dutchman. It says when he died, they used his body as a window display. Now he haunts the 7 seas because he was never put to rest.
Being inspired by the comic book, they decide that they're gonna put Squidward to rest. We see them go downstairs and shoot spitballs at Squidward, saying that it's part of his initiation as part 1 of his ceremony to be put to rest.
I don't want to be put to rest. All I want are those chores done. And did you clean the back room yet?
Yup.
Oh, really? I'm gonna go check.
Okay, get in.
Are you crazy? I'm not getting in that thing.
But you said we could put you to rest.
I didn't say anything like that.
Fed up with their nonsense, Squidward tells them to get out of his house. Just then, he hears a loud racket coming from outside.
I wrote, "Here lies Squidward." You may not remember him, but he was the one. Oh, hi, Squidward. Does this look deep enough?
SpongeBob, cut that out!
Oh, look, the mourners have arrived.
Oh, Squidward. We all came as soon as we were sure you were dead.
SpongeBob, are you trying to put me in the nut house?
No, just into this hole.
SpongeBob, I have a confession to make.
You're bald?
No, I'm not bald! I'm alive!
Squidward goes off, telling SpongeBob that he needs to stop doing him favors and that he isn't his master, he is his neighbor, as he walks away. SpongeBob just isn't ready to accept that reality, though.
As you wish, Master.
Boy, he really had us fooled.
No, Patrick. He's the fool. He's a ghost in denial. He needs us now more than ever.
You're right. He really needs to get up to the great beyond.
Patrick, say that again.
That again.
No, the other thing.
No, the other thing.
No, what you said before when
No, what you said before when you...
Never mind. I've got an idea.
Never mind, I've got an idea.
We then see SpongeBob's plan in motion. He decides to blow a massive bubble around Squidward, which causes him to float up. The episode ends with SpongeBob and Patrick waving Squidward off as he floats out above the sea level and in the sky with all the seagulls, and the episode just ends there. Honestly, I feel like the end of this episode comes with kind of a morbid insinuation. This episode leaves us to assume that Squidward just remains floating up there, probably left to die. This episode, overall, was just awesome. I love the art style of wax Squidward. The colors are just minorly different from actual Squidward, and the edges are just a little bit more sharp. Also, the way he looks when Patrick sits on his face is just absolutely hilarious. It's pretty messed up that they straight up thought that they killed Squidward, but didn't even think to call 911. They didn't call medics or police or anything, they just assumed that he was dead and left his melting body there as they now dealt with Squidward's ghost. Overall, this episode was just hilarious. I really appreciated the Toulouse-Lautrec joke. As a kid, I totally didn't get it. It absolutely made no sense to me, but looking at this now as an adult, I just love it. That's the high-level comedy that I'm talking about. You'd never see a joke like that in modern SpongeBob, to be honest. I also loved the part where Squidward says that they're gonna face the wrath of Squidward's ghost, and Patrick says that they have a cream for that now. Again, a little bit more of that high-level comedy. This season of SpongeBob is just full of zingers like that one. I got a kick out of the part where SpongeBob and Patrick decide that they're gonna lay Squidward to rest and the mourners show up. Mr. Krabs looking Squidward dead in the face and saying,
"Oh, Squidward, We all came as soon as we were sure you were dead.
Was just hilarious. I overall appreciated the vibe of this episode. In making this video, I've realized that sure, Squidward is kind of a giant asshole and he does piss me off, but sometimes I enjoy the Squidward-centered episodes. He's a hilarious character and works perfectly to turn the comedy in a different direction. Whereas most of the characters in the show are positive and bubbly, Squidward is just a grump all the time, and it actually works well for the comedy. Sure, there's a time and place for it, but he acts as a good character device to pull off some jokes that they couldn't pull off otherwise. Like in the beginning when Squidward made Patrick spill his bubble soap, that's something that only an asshole would do, and Squidward is our resident asshole in the show. Overall, fantastic episode, considering the top shelf comedy and the overall hilarious concept. This one gets a confident 10 out of 10. Moving on from there, we're gonna check out an episode that I remember giving me mixed feelings, but I haven't seen it in years, so I'm not sure how I'm gonna feel about it now. We're talking about the episode called The Chaperone. This episode starts out at the Krusty Krab as SpongeBob is preparing a Krabby Patty. We hear a door slam and some loud crying as Mr. Krabs' daughter Pearl comes running into his office and straight up floods the whole restaurant with her tears.
Mr. Krabs, what's wrong with Pearl?
Her scurvy prom date stood her up, boy, and now she can't seem to find another.
That's because there's only one fish in the sea as long, tan, and handsome as he is, and that's him!
Mr. Krabs says that they'll find her a new date for prom. He offers to take her himself, and offers to have Squidward take her, but she sobs just at the thought of those ideas.
Here, take SpongeBob!
Ah, the fry cook! Do you know what that would do to my complexion? People will mistake me for a planetarium.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I can't take him, Daddy. They'll kick me off the most frequently pictured in the yearbook committee.
Yeah, they would. We've got to find someone else.
Mr. Krabs says they've got to find someone else, and he asks everyone in the restaurant who wants to take his daughter to the prom, but they all go running. Pearl then decides to settle on SpongeBob taking her to the prom, which she seems very sad about, understandably.
Now listen, boy. I'm counting on you to make this a very special night for a very special girl. Remember, you're doing it for good old Mr.
Oh, hi, Mr. Krabs. Are you talking to that dummy I made? It's pretty realistic, isn't it? I made this part out.
Never mind that boy! You're taking Pearl to her prom!
Really? Oh, wow!
SpongeBob is just hyped to take her to the prom, as he tells Mr. Krabs that he is a prom expert. We then cut very abruptly to SpongeBob confiding in Gary. He says that he's a prom failure and that he couldn't even find a date to his own junior prom.
Besides, how am I supposed to compare with Pearl's old boyfriend, Mr. Long, Tan, and Handsome? What is it, Gary? What do you have? Say, Gary, this magazine gives me an idea.
We get a nice montage of SpongeBob preparing for the prom. He sews his own tuxedo, replaces his eyebrows, plants and grows a flower on the tuxedo he made, and makes himself long, tan, and handsome by using stilts, putting himself in the toaster, and putting some braces on his teeth. SpongeBob leaves his house and heads over to Mr. Krabs' house.
Hello? What do you think, Pearl? Cleans up pretty good, doesn't he?
Well, at least no one will recognize you. Now listen, SpongeBob. I just want to get through this dance with my social status intact. I want to go to the prom, get my picture taken, and I want to dance. Okay. I want to drink punch with my friends, and don't do that other thing you're always doing when
Pearl, we gotta get back to the limo.
The two arrive at the prom, and they walk through the doors, and they decide to start out by getting a prom picture together, but SpongeBob struggles to even walk over to the backdrop.
Will you hurry up?
Just a second! Coming! Sorry! Here I am! That'll be a keeper.
Just then, while Pearl is sitting in the remains of the photo booth, her friends approach, so she quickly sends SpongeBob to get her some punch so that he doesn't say or do anything dumb to embarrass her in front of her friends. All of Pearl's friends introduce their dates and ask where her date is, and she says that he's at the punch bowl getting her a drink.
Ooh, is he the really tall one?
Oh, yes. I mean, oh no.
Pearl's embarrassment reaches an all-time high when she walks up to him serving people punch from his nose. Just then, Pearl ducks behind the table, saying that her ex-boyfriend is here.
It's my ex-boyfriend, Octavius Rex, aka Long, Dan, and Handsome.
Meep.
Whoa. But I bet he isn't holder of the Regional Romantic Dance Championship trophy.
Give me that back.
That didn't just happen. Let's go!
SpongeBob takes Pearl over to the dance floor and he starts doing some random quirky dance moves, but Pearl stops him, saying that everyone there is doing the whack. SpongeBob decides to give it his best shot, but as you'd expect, it definitely doesn't go as planned.
Are you sure you can do this?
Pearl starts crying her eyes out, and she says that SpongeBob can just take her home, considering he already ruined everything. SpongeBob starts going through his list of things to do to try to remedy the situation, but once he realizes that he really did ruin everything, he starts spiraling.
Don't cry! Don't cry! Whatever you do, don't...
Wow! What did you do to him? Poor little guy.
Pearl walks up to the bathroom door and tries to talk to him and make him feel better. SpongeBob's words are completely unintelligible as he sobs, but Pearl tells him that she is having a good time and that they still haven't finished their dance yet. SpongeBob ends up excitedly running out of the bathroom and taking her back to the dance floor.
Get my pizza topping! Can't you see I'm doing the sponge?
Now you're doing, now you're doing the sponge. All right now, the sponge.
Everyone ends up carrying SpongeBob and Pearl out of the dance, as they're convinced that everyone loves them and that they're popular, but they're quickly dropped on the ground as everyone expresses their distaste for the two, telling them to go ruin someone else's prom. We then cut over to Mr. Krabs' house, where SpongeBob is dropping Pearl off. He apologizes to her for ruining the night, but she says that she expected it to be a disaster, but for a disaster, it wasn't all that bad.
Aha! Keep away from my precious little flower! You almost stepped on it.
Oh, Daddy! Well, good night, short, yellow, and spongy. SpongeBob?
Good job, laddie.
Oh, there you are, dummy. You sure come in handy.
Man, there is a lot that I want to bring up here. First of all, I love this episode for a few reasons. There's bits of cheeky humor, and it overall was a clever episode. When I was a kid, I felt mixed on this one, mainly because of SpongeBob crying due to Pearl being so upset about how things were going, and him ruining the prom in general. Watching this back as an adult, though, I'm definitely enjoying the episode as a whole a lot more than I used to. There's some questionable things going on here, and some pretty clever comedy. As for the questionable, I gotta say that the fact that Mr. Krabs was just ready to pawn his daughter off on the first available person was rather odd. Like, he straight up asked an entire restaurant full of adults if any of them wanted to take his teenage daughter to prom. Definitely not exactly sound parenting decisions on Mr. Krabs' part. I'm not really sure if allowing his fully grown adult fry cook at his restaurant was much of a sound decision either, but at least Mr. Krabs knows that he can trust SpongeBob. As far as the actual prom itself goes, things got hilarious pretty quickly. I loved the way that when they were driving up, the rear end of the limo was just dragging on the ground because of how much weight was in the back of it. I like the clever way that they make jokes about Pearl being heavy in this show. Like, the sound of her running is always really loud, or when she did cheerleading for the Krusty Krab talent show in the last video about SpongeBob, the whole restaurant was flying because of her jumping around on stage. I find it really clever because if you dissect the context in which these jokes are made, it's never really implying that, like, she's fat or like meant to be in a negative or fat shaming kind of way. It's literally just because she is a whale amongst other undersea life. Of course she's heavier. Her species of whale, the sperm whale, is one of the largest and heaviest animals on the planet, with the female of the species weighing on average right about 33,000 pounds. I also find it hilarious how SpongeBob dancing always causes a massive chain reaction of disaster in this episode. Him doing the whack ended up in a bunch of things getting destroyed and people getting hurt. Then, when everyone started doing the sponge, it just got completely off the rails. People were being carried out on stretchers, people's legs were falling off, and pretty much everything was being destroyed. It was just utter chaos. Lo and behold though, SpongeBob and Pearl were having the time of their lives. I did also appreciate that gag when Pearl started crying and SpongeBob was going through his list of things to do, but when he realized that he ruined everything, he ran into the bathroom, not realizing that he ran into the ladies' room. We see all of the teenage girl fish sprint out of the bathroom right after he runs in, and that just cracked me up. Another thing we just can't not bring up is Pearl's ex-boyfriend Octavius Rex, aka Mr. Long, Tan, and Handsome. The way Pearl talks about him, I was expecting some kind of tall, tan, buff Chad, but this dude is built like an orange balding noodle. Not too sure why Pearl finds this guy so attractive, but you know what they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Things got a little weird at the end of the episode though. When Pearl was saying goodbye to SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs came out telling them to get away from his precious flower, I nearly choked laughing. I completely forgot about this gag, and I realized that when I was a kid, I totally didn't understand it. I thought that Mr. Krabs was just really protective of that specific flower for some reason. I didn't realize what the writers were trying to insinuate. Again, the writers hitting us with that top shelf comedy, and I love it. I gotta say though, this episode really confused me as a kid, and it still does now. At the end, it's revealed that this whole time, Pearl wasn't at the prom with SpongeBob, she was at the prom with the dummy, which is just kind of mind-boggling. How is it walking around and talking, dancing and everything? I totally understand that that's the joke and it's not supposed to make sense, but like the logical part of my brain has always been stopped up on that specific aspect of this episode, and I'm still kind of stuck on it, not gonna lie. All in all though, this was a good episode and was enjoyable, all things considered. Not the greatest episode, but still really good. I'm gonna give it a 7 out of 10, and let's keep trekking on. Next up is the episode Employee of the Month. This episode begins at the Krusty Krab with SpongeBob just absolutely driving Squidward nuts.
Hey, Squidward. Hey, Squidward. Hey, Squidward.
Okay, I'll bite. What is it, SpongeBob?
Do you know what today is?
A noise Squidward Day?
Ah, no, silly. That's on the 15th. Today's the beginning of the judging for Employee of the Month.
Squidward says that that reward is a scam and that Mr. Krabs gives it to him so he'll work harder for no extra money. SpongeBob doesn't understand Squidward's mindset and just can't comprehend why he doesn't want to try to win. Squidward says that he doesn't want to have his face on the wall of shame, to which SpongeBob explains that having pride in your work is nothing to be ashamed of. Just then, Mr. Krabs comes up and starts psyching SpongeBob out a bit.
This is gonna be a tough one though. There's no clear-cut winner. Watch out, SpongeBob. Squidward appears to be on the verge of a breakout. There might be a new face on the wall this month.
That's right, SpongeBob. I might sneak up on you.
SpongeBob decides to work extra hard so that Squidward doesn't win Employee of the Month. He ends up getting in his own head as he's flipping patties at the grill, and one just won't flip for some reason. SpongeBob ends up flinging it into the ceiling, and this happens.
What are you doing?
Making Krabby Patties?
You're losing it. Don't you know that award is a load of garbage?
Please, don't tell Mr. Krabs about this. It'll hurt my chances of winning the award.
I already told you that award is a bunch of baloney.
SpongeBob tries to explain to Squidward that the award is a symbol of his pride for his job, just like his hat is, but when Squidward decides to take SpongeBob's hat and stomp on it, this happens.
And this is a symbol of what I think of the Employee of the Month award!
An experienced Employee of the Month always keeps a brick of lead in his hat.
Shortly after that, SpongeBob finds himself laying on the ground in front of his numerous Employee of the Month awards, questioning whether or not the award is a phony and if his pride for his work is worthless. Just then, all of the pictures come to life, and they're all dressed in military helmets as they pep talk SpongeBob, saying that Squidward is trying to trick him and get into his mind, and that SpongeBob must stop at nothing to try to beat him. Later that night, we end up seeing SpongeBob outside of his house spying on Squidward through a pair of binoculars. He catches a glimpse of Squidward's alarm clock, and that gives him the idea that Squidward can't win the award if he doesn't wake up for work. SpongeBob then proceeds to slide his way across the ground and right up into Squidward's house. After Squidward catches him, SpongeBob ends up revealing his plan as he smashes Squidward's alarm clock to pieces. Squidward pulls out another alarm clock, so SpongeBob decides to smash that one too, but then Squidward reveals that he has an entire closet dedicated to alarm clocks. The two end up arguing, and Squidward says that he could win that award with his tentacles tied behind his back.
You're a lunatic, SpongeBob!
Maybe so, but I did win Employee of the Month 26 months in a row.
Are you trying to say that you are better than me?
I've been better than you for 26 months, and it'll be 27 tomorrow.
Oh, that's it, Square for Brains. That's it. I'm gonna show you how easy it is to win that award. I'm gonna be the new Employee of the Month. I will prove to you I am far more competent than you.
The two of them end up staying up all night, literally just staring out their windows at each other, trying to make sure that neither of them leaves for work before the other. Squidward ends up breaking out the big guns as he pulls out his clarinet, and he ends up playing a lullaby that puts SpongeBob to sleep.
SpongeBob!
Hey, Squidward! Going somewhere?
I'm going to wring you dry when I get out of here! Now get me out of here!
Okay, Squidward. I'll stop by after work.
SpongeBob! SpongeBob!
Now to get some rest. Don't want to look tired for my Employee of the Month photo.
Squidward climbs his way out of that hole and ends up boarding up SpongeBob's front door. SpongeBob cuts his way out, and the two end up in a race to the Krusty Krab, complete with a whole bunch of hijinks to slow each other down along the way. The two of them end up exhausted and calling a truce, saying that if they keep this up, neither of them will win the award. The two end up saying that they're gonna have a fair fight, and they shake on it.
He's nothing but a lying, boneless, ink-squirting, big-nosed phony.
Look at that buck-toothed, corn-fed smile. You can't trust him as far as you can throw him.
As soon as he stops shaking my hand,
I'm gonna make a run for it.
As the two of them arrive at work, they start fighting to clean the restaurant, causing more damage than actually cleaning in the process. SpongeBob and Squidward end up in front of the grill, making patties as quick as they can.
Hey, free Krabby Patties!
Hey, look at that! Krabby Patty!
Wait! You've got to pay for those! Wait! 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 Boys, the Krabby Patties!
Who's the winner of Employee of the Month? Me!
Boys, the Krabby Patties! Boys, wait!
This episode is one that, in a sense, holds a special place for me. It's one of my wife's all-time favorite episodes, and I can definitely see why. The quick descent into madness between SpongeBob and Squidward as they both fret over Employee of the Month was just insane. First of all, I want to look back at the beginning of the episode. When we see SpongeBob talking about Employee of the Month and Squidward just not really giving a shit, I can't help but notice that Squidward is just sitting there at the register reading Frown Digest, which is just so fitting for his character. Of course he's reading Frown Digest because that just kinda makes sense. I also get a kick out of seeing what hoops SpongeBob is willing to jump through to sabotage Squidward. I mean, come on, he straight up broke into the guy's house just to destroy his alarm clock so he could win Employee of the Month, which we all know SpongeBob would have just won anyways if he hadn't became so paranoid about Squidward. Honestly, Squidward probably could not have cared any less. He didn't give a damn about winning that award until SpongeBob started saying that he was better than him. As far as that altercation in Squidward's house goes, I definitely have to give props to that closet full of alarm clocks. Again, early SpongeBob just hitting us with that top shelf comedy. Like, why on earth would Squidward need that many alarm clocks? It makes no sense why he would literally have an entire closet just dedicated to clocks, and that just brings me so much joy for absolutely no reason. I love it. I gotta say though, I also love the texture and art style of inside of Squidward's house, specifically the walls. There's just something about that blue and black splotchy pattern that they use for the interior of Squidward's house. I really like it for some weird reason. All things considered, this episode is one that definitely encapsulates the feeling of Season 1. It's a great episode that definitely had me laughing throughout the whole thing. We're gonna give this one a 9 out of 10. Next up on the list is the episode called Scaredy Pants. This is an episode that I've talked about before in a spooky season video from last year, but for the sake of doing a complete run through of season 1 of SpongeBob, we're gonna check it out again. Besides, that spooky season video was more about appreciating the creep factor of the episode, not really analyzing the quality of the episode in the context that we're looking at the entirety of season 1 with, so we'll be looking at it again through a different kind of lens.
Halloween is no different under the waves. Pirates, skeletons, and sea monsters. Oops, sorry. Everyone having fun. Well, almost everyone.
In the beginning, we see SpongeBob at work doing dishes when the door opens up on its own, causing SpongeBob major distress. The order wheel ends up spinning, revealing the word boo, which makes SpongeBob panic even more. He speedruns doing the dishes before he sprints to the door to leave. Mr. Krabs stops him, saying that he won't want to miss Mr. Krabs' annual scary story. SpongeBob begrudgingly agrees, and Mr. Krabs brings in a pre-lit campfire to tell stories around.
Every year, on Halloween night, the Flying Dutchman descends on Bikini Bottom in a pirate ship, just like this, only bigger. The Flying Dutchman swoops down and starts stealing people's souls.
Do souls look like pickles?
As a matter of fact, they do. Then he puts them where you can never get them. In his soul bag.
I've come for your pickle.
Both Mr. Krabs and Squidward laugh at SpongeBob, and Mr. Krabs says that he hopes SpongeBob Scaredy Pants isn't too scared to come to his party tonight. We see SpongeBob leave the Krusty Krab by launching himself through the roof after Squidward scares him, and he walks down the road just terrified.
Trick or treat!
It's okay, son. That's just SpongeBob Scaredy Pants.
Happy Halloween, Scaredy Pants.
The name's SquarePants.
Back at home, SpongeBob is carving a gigantic pumpkin and venting to Gary about how tired he is of being scared so easily. Patrick knocks on the door and SpongeBob tells Gary that he's gonna scare Patrick.
Roar!
Hiya, SpongeBob! Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
Why can't I be frightening for once?
SpongeBob tells Patrick that he's tired of being scared and that he wants to be the one doing the scaring this time. Patrick says that if he's gonna be scary, he's gonna need a scary costume.
What do you think?
Great! You're going as my trick-or-treat bag.
No. I'm the ghost of the Flying Dutchman.
Something's missing. I know. Step into these babies, Hans. Terrifying.
I don't know, Patrick.
Just then, some kids ring the doorbell to trick-or-treat SpongeBob's house, and he attempts to scare them, but they just end up laughing at him and calling him a haunted mattress. SpongeBob just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand why he isn't scary.
Look at my new paper ghost. Scary.
That is it, Patrick.
What's it?
What's the difference between that ghost and me?
No, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me! Don't tell me! Don't tell me! I can do this! I can do this! Don't tell me! Don't tell me! Don't tell me! Okay, tell me.
SpongeBob points out the fact that he has a square head, meanwhile a real ghost has a round one. So all they have to do is make SpongeBob's head round. We then see Patrick using some clippers to shave SpongeBob down to a round shape. Once they're done, they both head out to scare the town.
Ooh, I'm the Flying Dutchman.
I don't know who I am!
They run up to a house and try to scare the guy who lives there, unsuccessfully, and leaving the guy confused when they run away without any candy. The two run and hide in a nearby rock that's shaped like a skull, and Patrick talks SpongeBob up, saying that his costume really packs a punch. Patrick suggests that they go down to the Krusty Krab to scare everyone at the party, but not before they scare that same group of kids from earlier.
I'm the Flying Dutchman.
Wasn't that the haunted mattress? I guess he's been demoted to a haunted sleeping bag.
We cut to the party where we see everyone having a good time, save for Mr. Krabs, who chokes on an apple while he's trying to bob for apples. Nearby, Sandy is getting punch and talking to Squidward.
Howdy, Squidward. Flying Dutchman. Great party, huh?
What are you supposed to be?
Why, I'm a pet goldfish in a bowl.
I don't get it.
Up on the roof, we see Patrick put the lights out right before he lowers SpongeBob down to scare everyone. After being stung, Patrick starts to run around freaking out, which leaves SpongeBob flying all over the Krusty Krab. When he's left hanging upside down, everyone sees his pants and legs, which makes them realize who he is, and they all start laughing at him.
Dutchman!
The crowd starts to freak out when the real Flying Dutchman arrives, saying that he's gonna steal their souls. The Dutchman explains his distaste for everyone dressing up as him every year and bringing shame to the name of the Flying Dutchman. However, he admits that that's not why he's stealing their souls. It was SpongeBob's costume that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Out of all the Dutchman costumes I've seen, yours is the most insulting.
Do you mean I'm not scary?
You scary! Let me tell you about Scary Kid. There's all kinds of scary things in the world. Spiders are scary. I'm scary. You're not scary.
The Dutchman explains that it's time for him to start stealing souls, but first he has something to take care of.
First, I've got to get rid of this stupid costume.
Hey, what do you know? I scared him! It worked, Patrick. I scared everybody.
Yeah, I guess it was your pink hat.
Pink hat? Oh, that's not a hat. That's my brain.
Oh.
Man, this episode is just amazing. It's definitely a favorite from season 1, and that's not just because I'm a sucker for Halloween specials. This is genuinely a great episode. There's a lot to appreciate here, and a lot of funny gags. I really appreciated the art style of the pumpkin that SpongeBob was carving. I also loved that the pumpkin was gigantic, considering that sea sponges aren't big at all. However, it's not any bigger than the pineapple that SpongeBob lives in, yet in real life, pumpkins are usually a lot bigger than pineapples. That was definitely clever. I also got a kick out of how Patrick procured those clogs that he gave to SpongeBob. He straight up went into the closet and cut down an entire tree before whittling a pair of clogs out of the wood. It just makes me wonder how big SpongeBob's pineapple really really is, if he can fit an entire pumpkin inside of it and has potentially a forest full of evergreen trees going in his closet. Every time I watch this episode, I also get a laugh out of Mr. Krabs carrying in the fire to the Krusty Krab. Naturally, you gotta tell scary stories around the fire, right? That's just tradition. But him carrying in a pre-lit fire just splits my sides every time I see this episode. There's one thing that I noticed this watch through that I didn't notice before, and that would be the part where SpongeBob and Patrick run and hide inside of the skull-shaped rock. I never thought about how the skull-shaped rock got there, or about the fact that a rock like that is definitely not going to be naturally occurring. However, SpongeBob and Patrick just act like it's normal. They run and hide inside of it and look out the windows, acting like it's really any other rock. But then it hit me. Rocks like that can usually be found inside of household aquariums. Like, you know when you walk through the pet store and you see the fish section and they have all sorts of aquarium accessories? There's usually like hollowed out rocks or decorations designed for the fish to swim inside of them. I really thought it was clever that in that scene, SpongeBob and Patrick's mannerisms reflect that of aquarium fish who swim into the decorations and hollowed out rocks and stuff. It's subtle stuff like that which remind you that the show's creator, Steven Hillenburg, was a marine scientist and was very educated into the behavior of fish. I just found that kinda clever. As far as the Halloween party goes, there's a lot to love about it. In the last few videos, I've beat a dead horse talking about how much I love the art style and animation of season 1 of SpongeBob. A lot of scenes from the show have deep colors that attribute to kind of a rustic and nitty-gritty kind of feel, and the Krusty Krab tends to be one of those locations where that shines through really well. I just really love the deep and dark colors of the Krusty Krab while this party's going on. It added a cool layer of enjoyment to this episode for me. I said this in my last video about this episode, but the fact that Sandy dressed up as a pet goldfish in a bowl is pretty funny, but the way that Squidward didn't get it and had no idea what she was talking about was just downright hilarious. Of course he doesn't understand, because he's not a land critter like Sandy. He has no idea that pet fish exist in the world outside of the ocean. I do gotta show some love for the Flying Dutchman a little bit though. I love the scene when he first appears and they show his gruesome face. It kinda reminds me of a scene from Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. I'm trying to remember if it's Morgan Moonscar or maybe just another zombie being shown, but I'll throw it in while I'm editing so you know what I'm talking about. I also just enjoy the art style of the Flying Dutchman in general. The shade of green that they use on the Dutchman is my favorite color, and it sparks major joy for me. Another really cool thing I appreciate about this episode is the color that they use on SpongeBob's brain. In an episode where there's lots of dark and deep colors to convey more of a spooky vibe, something bright pink like that really sticks out in a special way, and I can appreciate that. All in all, this episode is definitely a favorite of mine, and I'm gonna have to give it a 10 out of 10. It's genuinely fantastic, and it's one that I look forward to seeing every year near Halloween time. Up next is another banger of an episode, I Was a Teenage Gary. This episode starts out with SpongeBob at home hanging out with Gary, who's just finishing up his exercise time.
Here, boy. Fetch.
While SpongeBob is giving Gary some love, Patrick runs into his house, asking if he's ready for the annual jellyfishing convention in Ukulele Bottom this weekend. SpongeBob gets bummed out immediately, saying that he forgot that it was this weekend and that he doesn't have anyone to take care of Gary. Just then, there's a knock at the door.
Would you please stop leaving your undergarments on my front lawn?
Squidward, could you watch Gary this weekend?
What's a Gary?
Not a Gary. Gary. He's my pet snail. Say hello.
Yes. You actually care for that thing?
Squidward says no way and walks off, but when he overhears SpongeBob telling Patrick that he won't be able to go away for the weekend, his tone changes very rapidly. The idea of SpongeBob and Patrick being away for a 3-day weekend is too tempting for Squidward to pass up, so he agrees to watch Gary for the weekend.
Let me show you a little bit about snail care. You need to take Gary for a walk twice a day.
Saturday and
in the morning,
Sunday, a 3-day weekend.
Let me show you how to feed him. I have all the cans marked. A can in the morning and a can at night.
Sure it's enough?
The bus shows up to pick up SpongeBob and Patrick, and Squidward rushes them out. We see Gary go to the window and just stare outside while Squidward goes into his house and takes out his lawn chair to sunbathe, which he does for 3 days straight, just completely neglecting Gary. When the weekend is up and SpongeBob and Patrick are pulling up in the bus, Squidward looks up and realizes that he completely forgot to take care of Gary, so he springs into action.
I gotta do something! Oh! Okay. Here we go, right here. Eat. You gotta finish this food! Oh!
Gary, I'm home.
Hi, SpongeBob.
Squidward, what are you doing here?
Oh.
SpongeBob thanks Squidward for watching Gary as he leaves in a hurry. SpongeBob then turns around to see Gary in the state that he's in, and he is just shocked.
Gary, what's happened to you? What's wrong? Squidward, something's wrong with Gary. Squidward!
Oh.
Yes, it's just as I thought.
What?
This is definitely a snail.
I knew it! Oh, Squid, did you hear that?
The doctor tells SpongeBob that Gary needs a carefully administered shot of snail plasma as he hands Gary and the syringe over to SpongeBob. He asks the doctor if he's gonna do it, and the doctor refuses, saying that he is too squeamish. SpongeBob is left standing there with Squidward, who quickly rushes to leave to help the doctor with his bags, just kind of looking for an out. But SpongeBob stops him, begging him for help, claiming that he's squeamish too. Squidward begrudgingly agrees to help him, and this happens.
Okay, steady. Wait, that's too hard. Okay, try it again. Wait.
Hold him still.
Wait.
Hold him still.
Ouch. Squidward, you've injected me with snail plasma.
Well, you made me do it.
While SpongeBob is freaking out about being shot up with snail plasma, Gary goes over and takes a drink of water, which makes him right as rain.
He just needed water.
Oh, Gary, you're better.
Oh, how touchy. I'm gonna go home and throw up. Good night.
Squidward, wait, the snail plasma.
Trust me, SpongeBob. Nothing's gonna happen to you. You're fine.
After Squidward leaves, we see SpongeBob feeding Gary his wet food, but SpongeBob has trouble resisting the urge to eat the food. He takes one taste, and next thing you know, he's devoured the entire can of snail food.
Here you go. Eat up, Gary. Sorry, Gary, I couldn't control myself. Meow! Why'd I just do that? Am I cracking up?
SpongeBob talks himself down, saying that Squidward is right, and all of this is just in his head.
I feel tip-top. Gary, you're getting a lot
faster.
Look at me. Never better. I'm okay. Squidward said I'm fine. Ah! Ah! Gary, I'm fine.
While SpongeBob keeps trying to convince himself that he's fine, we see him go through the slow and gruesome process of transforming into a snail. Back over at Squidward's house, we see him getting settled into bed and tucking in his clarinet when the doorbell rings.
SpongeBob, I already told you. You're gonna be just fine.
Meow. Meow.
Squidward runs inside and blocks the door. We see him pick up the snail plasma syringe and say that it's the plasma's fault as he throws it. SpongeBob is still outside meowing, and Squidward panics as he starts boarding up his doors and windows.
Meow.
None of this would be happening if I'd only fed that snail.
Meow. Meow.
Squidward panics, and we see his entire house flipping around until it fully flips upside down. In the wreckage, Squidward ends up getting shot up in the nose with snail plasma, just like SpongeBob did.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Will you clam up?
Meow, meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
This episode is one that I feel like is a perfect companion to the Halloween special, considering that plays in the same 30-minute time slot as the Halloween episode when it airs on Nickelodeon. It follows the same structure and has the same kind of feel of a horror movie, which I love. At the beginning, when we see SpongeBob hanging out with Gary, I love how they emphasized how slow Gary is. SpongeBob throws a ball, and Gary doesn't bring it back until literally the next day, leaving SpongeBob passed out in his chair with 5 o'clock shadow. Meanwhile, throughout the rest of the episode, Gary definitely isn't that slow. Even when he brought the ball back, he wasn't even moving that slow. That's a really silly gag that I've grown to appreciate over time. I also appreciated Squidward's quick thinking when he poured out 3 cans of food and Gary didn't eat any of it. Of course, he just eats it all in one bite, because dumping it all in the trash would just make too much sense. The way that Squidward's head was gigantic after eating all of that snail food in one bite was just hilarious to me. I definitely gotta bring up that snail doctor though. The way that his car literally looks like a snail is just ridiculously funny, but like, just saying, this guy has no business being a doctor. He's literally too squeamish to even give a shot. Like, straight up, how do you even get through basic medical school if you can't give a shot? Let alone the amount of schooling needed to become a doctor. Also, his logic was straight up like, yep, this is a snail, so he needs snail plasma. There wasn't even any mention of what was wrong or any diagnosis whatsoever. Also, by that point, when SpongeBob is holding Gary in the shot, Gary looks completely normal and like nothing's even wrong. As far as the plasma shot itself goes though, one thing that really confused me is that scene where Squidward is hiding from Snail SpongeBob in his house and he picks up the syringe and says that it's all the syringe's fault. Like, why did he even have that thing in his house to begin with? That plasma was given to SpongeBob to give to Gary, and there's not really any logical reason for Squidward to have taken it and have it in his house. But hey, it made for a good gag at the end though. I love the way they animated Squidward as a snail. It definitely gave me a good chuckle. I also can't help but notice that SpongeBob didn't have a shell. They just made his pants be a shell, but for some reason Squidward actually had a shell. Overall, this was a good episode though, and like I said, it was the perfect episode to accompany the Halloween special. We're gonna give this one a 7.5 out of 10. It's overall good, but I feel like they could have used a little more of that top shelf comedy that we've come to love from season 1 of SpongeBob. Up next, we have an absolute trip of an episode, and that's gonna be SB129.
SB129.
It is Sunday morning in Bikini Bottom, and it is about time for Squidward to practice his clarinet. So get your earplugs ready.
As Squidward goes to blow into his clarinet, SpongeBob's alarm clock goes off at the same exact second, making Squidward deep throat his entire clarinet.
Good morning, Squidward. Wanna go jellyfishing? Hooray! We'll be right over.
I wonder who that could be.
SpongeBob and Patrick come straight to Squidward's door asking if he's ready to go. Squidward says no and he slams the door in their faces, so naturally they knock again and ask the same question, and are met with the same exact answer.
Now?
No!
How about now?
No!
Now?
No!
Now?
No!
Now?
No!
Now?
No! No! What?
Ready yet?
No, I'm not ready. I'll never be ready. Don't you get it?
Sure we do.
What?
Ready?
Oh!
Squidward asks why SpongeBob isn't at work today, and he says that he would love to be, but the Krusty Krab is closed on Sundays, which gives Squidward the idea to go hide from SpongeBob and Patrick at the Krusty Krab. He sneaks his way over there, but it's not too long after that that SpongeBob and Patrick show up looking for him.
Oh, Squidward! Squidward! Well, he's not here. I'll bet that eager beaver's already down at Jellyfish Field.
What? Oh no! Oh, well, someone will realize I'm gone and come looking for me. I'll be out of here in no time.
2,000 years later.
The hinges fall off of the door and Squidward falls out.
Holy Krabby Patties! A frozen cephalopod!
I'll be out of here in no time.
Greetings, Primitive.
SpongeBob, is that you?
SpongeBob? No! I am Spongetron. Welcome to the future.
What?
Welcome to the future.
Upon realizing that he's in the future, Squidward starts to panic. Things reach an all-time low when Squidward realizes that the Spongetron that he met has clones, otherwise known as Spongetron X, Y, and Z. He asks if all the other letters of the alphabet are involved too, and Spongetron says, of course, all 486 of them. Squidward tells them that he doesn't belong here and that him getting here was a horrible mistake. The Spongetron suggests that they go jellyfishing to solve the problem, and at the very mention of jellyfishing, Patron, the two-headed futuristic version of Patrick, shows up. Squidward says that he's not supposed to be here and that he's got to get back to his own time period.
Well, why didn't you just ask? The time machine is down the hall to the left. Oops! Oh, yeah, that one's the can opener. Try the one on the right.
Squidward makes it to the time machine, and instead of going to his own time, he says that since SpongeBob exists in the future, he better go to the past. We see the time machine door ripped straight out of the wall, and the entire room traverses through time and space and lands right in prehistoric times.
Wow, primitive. That's sort of an old world charm. Well, I guess this is before manners were invented. Well, at least there's no sign of Sponge Brat. Maybe now I can finally be alone with my clarinet.
Squidward keeps walking and getting jump scared by the moving figures. He comes across a primitive version of SpongeBob eating something while hiding in the tall grass.
No thanks. Hi there. Well, I better be going now. Yes, that's my arm.
Primitive Patrick starts freaking out seemingly for no reason when a jellyfish flies by. Primitive SpongeBob starts to freak out too, and we realize that they're terrified of jellyfish. Squidward leaves to go play his clarinet in peace, but is interrupted by Primitive SpongeBob and Patrick yelling. He comes back to find them passing the jellyfish back and forth and taking turns getting shocked by it.
What are you simpletons doing? You're supposed to catch these things, not torture yourself with them. Give me those loincloths. Can't believe it took all the... This ought to make things go a little smoother. Oh, give me those things. You're supposed to catch them, like this.
And just like that, Primitive SpongeBob and Patrick run off to catch the jellyfish. Squidward starts playing his clarinet, but the primitive versions of SpongeBob and Patrick are angered by this, and they come sprinting at Squidward to attack him in a fit of rage. Squidward runs back into the time machine and accidentally breaks the handle off, causing this to happen.
Loser.
Squidward finds himself in a weird dimension that's nothing but white with some weird colored squares all over the place.
I may finally have found a place where I can be all alone. I gotta get out of here.
Squidward ends up stomping and he crashes through the ground and back into the time machine. He cries, saying that he misses Bikini Bottom, his house, and even SpongeBob. All of a sudden, he's teleported right back to modern times, and SpongeBob and Patrick are seemingly in his yard waiting for him to come home.
I can't believe this. I was in space, and I went to the future, and then I went to the past, and then I was nowhere. But now I'm back, and you don't know how happy I am to see you guys.
Does this mean you want to go jellyfishing?
No! Oh, who's the barnacle head who invented that game anyway?
You are, Squidward.
Going back.
Man, there are two things that I know for sure about this episode. It's trippy as all hell, and is an absolutely iconic episode if I've ever seen one. This episode made me remember something that I saw, and I'm gonna try my best to vocalize it to you guys, but I might struggle a bit here, so bear with me. In this episode, when Squidward goes into the Krusty Krab while it's closed, this song plays. So I'm not too sure if I saw this in a documentary about SpongeBob or what, but I learned that basically there are certain scenarios in the show that warrant different background songs. I'm not too sure if this continued throughout the entirety of the series or was just in the first few seasons, but in just about every scene that occurs in the Krusty Krab, this same exact theme song plays. There's also a certain song that plays anytime SpongeBob and Patrick are together, or when SpongeBob and Sandy are together, or when it's a scene involving a specific character. I really wish that I could remember where I learned this, but I can't for the life of me. I remember seeing one of the people who worked on the show talking about it at some point. If you know what I'm talking about or remember seeing the interview or whatever it was, let me know down in the comments. You can search for SpongeBob production music on YouTube and you'll find a bunch of familiar songs that play in specific scenes or scenarios. That particular scene with Squidward and the Krusty Krab made me think of it because the song has a really lively feel to it. It feels like a song that portrays the vibe of the Krusty Krab being a light, occupied space with stuff happening in it. The fact that it was playing while the Krusty Krab was dark and closed felt a little bit out of place, but naturally, it's what the producers went with because it's the theme song for the Krusty Krab. Moving on, I gotta point out how weird it is that in 2,000 years, nobody went searching for Squidward, and no one ever went into the freezer at the Krusty Krab either. Squidward stayed in that same exact spot, untouched, for literally 2 millennia, and it seems like nobody even bat an eye. Sad, yes, but somehow not all too surprising. Also, why is everything in the future chrome? Spongetron just says, because it's the future, but like, there's no logical explanation. It's almost kind of creepy how the outside is just a never-ending landscape of chrome. But hey, it could be worse, I guess. At least it wasn't like everything's poop green or some gross color like that. Now, this is a small detail, but I really liked how Spongetron had that weird little side grin on his face when he says, oh yeah, that one's the can opener. I'm not too sure why, but that side smile sparks joy, and I just felt the need to point it out. The futuristic aspect of this episode was interesting, but rather short-lived. However, the prehistoric section of this episode is just iconic. I gotta point out how creepy it is at the beginning when all those freaky background noises are sounding as Squidward traverses through the past for the first time. Like, quick shadows of primitive SpongeBob and Patrick running by weren't really all too freaky, but those background noises were definitely nightmare fuel for me. However, I really did appreciate prehistoric Patrick's gnarly smile. The noise it makes when he peels his lips back and his jagged teeth are exposed just literally sounds toxic. I also appreciated the kind of butterfly effect caused by Squidward's time in the past. He literally went back in time and invented jellyfishing. Like, technically it's all Squidward's fault that SpongeBob and Patrick are obsessed with jellyfishing because he straight up went back in time and taught their ancestors to jellyfish, and at this point it's pretty much ingrained into their genetic makeup. Now, that whole sequence when Squidward ends up in that weird white zone was just a trip. The idea of that just kind of freaks me out, to be honest. Like, being teleported to a weird plane where there's just nothing is low-key one of my worst illogical fears. I wonder if there's a phobia for that. Like, is there a term for the illogical fear of being on a physical plane of existence where there's just nothing? Regardless, I love the gag where Squidward is just terrified and starts running, and it has him basically running in the same exact loop a couple times. That was definitely hilarious. There's one last aspect of this episode that I definitely can't skip over, and that would be the iconic prehistoric SpongeBob meme. This episode is where that meme came from, and honestly, that meme is just a testament to how iconic this show truly is. It's gone as far as penetrating internet culture, and that speaks volumes to the phenomenon that is SpongeBob SquarePants. I do appreciate the fact that you can basically quote SpongeBob to anyone in their 20s or early 30s, and 9 times out of 10, they'll definitely get the reference. It's pretty awesome, actually. Now, without a doubt, I have to give this episode a solid and strong 10 out of 10. It was entertaining, funny, and had some high-level comedy, was slightly creepy, and of course the iconic birth of a meme. Overall, great episode. Next up, we're checking out the episode Karate Choppers. This episode starts out with SpongeBob outside of his house, coming home from work just completely on the defensive, so much that he accidentally karate chops his house.
Oh, sorry, Pineapple House. I thought you were someone else. Ah, what a great day at work. Yeah. I know you're back there, Sandy.
After not finding Sandy in his house, SpongeBob decides that he's gonna sit back and watch some TV.
Yeah, shopping's weird. You ever go into the seafood aisle and say, who eats this stuff?
I love this show.
Me too.
SpongeBob and Sandy have an intense karate battle, and SpongeBob ends up winning.
I'm gonna get you tomorrow, SpongeBob.
That'll be the day.
Later that night, we see Sandy hanging out in her house when the phone rings. She answers it, and SpongeBob's hand goes through the phone and tries to get her, but she pushes his hand through the other end of the phone and makes him get himself. Then, the next day, we see Sandy at the grocery store shopping.
Hey, Sandy, have you ever heard the one about the squirrel and the tin cans?
I don't think so.
Well, it goes like this. Oh, wait, I forgot the punchline. Oh, yeah. That's a good one, isn't it?
Later on, we see SpongeBob walking down the street, admiring how beautiful of a day it is. Beautiful sky, beautiful plants.
Beautiful pile of cans. Sandy, that is your worst disguise yet.
No, it's not, SpongeBob. This is. My favorite.
By the powers of naughtiness, I command this particular drop of hot sauce to be really, really hot.
SpongeBob gives up, telling Sandy that victory is hers, but then we realize that SpongeBob was wearing a fake tongue the whole time. He tries to get the drop on Sandy, but she takes him out. The next day at work, we see SpongeBob failing to do his job because he's too worried about Sandy getting the drop on him. He even ends up accidentally karate chopping Squidward in the face.
SpongeBob, now are you gonna...
Squidward, I was going through some records back in my office, and... Huh? So, you got the hairpiece after all?
SpongeBob ends up going up to Fred the fish and straight up assaults him as he hits us with the "my leg." SpongeBob ends up telling him off like he's Sandy, and then he walks away.
What was that?
But, sir, she snuck up on me. In my own dojo.
Are you on some new allergy medication, boy?
No, sir. Just practicing my karate, sir. Or karate, as some call it.
Karate? You should be making me money with your spatula. Now get back to work.
Aye, aye, Capite. Nice hairpiece, Squidward.
Later on, we see SpongeBob going to mop the bathrooms when he hears a sneeze on entry. Being at a heightened level of awareness, SpongeBob starts checking the stalls, thinking that he's gonna find Sandy, but instead he just ends up attacking Mr. Krabs. Having been fed up with all of this karate nonsense, Mr. Krabs pulls SpongeBob out by his lips, telling him no more karate at all, or he's fired. SpongeBob leaves the Krusty Krab, and this happens.
No, really, Sandy, stop!
I'm not falling for it, SpongeBob!
No, really! Please stop!
SpongeBob!
Mr. Krabs!
What did I just get through telling ye, lad? SpongeBob, you're fired!
Huh?
Eh?
SpongeBob?
Sandy begs Mr. Krabs, saying that it's not SpongeBob's fault and that he tried to tell her, but she just wouldn't listen. Meanwhile, SpongeBob is crying mugfuls of tears and drinking them. Mr. Krabs decides that SpongeBob can have one more chance, and SpongeBob and Sandy decide that they're gonna find something more fun than karate.
I know! We can act like plants! Photosynthesis! Photosynthesis!
Want to go to the park?
Karate sure is dumb.
Yeah, you can say that again.
I feel dumb just thinking about it. Duh! I'm stupid! I like karate! Duh!
While at the park for their picnic, they hear some guy fly fishing as he makes a hi-ya noise that reminds them of karate, and you can tell that they're starting to lose it, as Sandy says that she wants karate on her sandwich.
How many slices of barnacle loaf do you want?
One. Just one.
One for you, one for me.
Maybe just one more, I'm kind of hungry.
Sure thing, Sandy.
SpongeBob?
Yeah?
Do you think I could cut this one?
Sure.
Thanks.
Maybe just one more. Or two.
Or three.
Or 10.
10! Yes, 10, because we're really hungry. Right.
Things get out of hand as they start cutting everything using their karate techniques. Next thing you know, the entire park is covered in sandwiches. SpongeBob goes to eat one and Sandy finally cracks, and they break out in a full-blown karate spar match. Next thing you know, we see Mr. Krabs walking into the park.
You think Mr. Krabs ever does karate?
Blahin!
Mr. Krabs! Hey, Mr. Krabs, how's it going? Nice day, huh? Oh, all right, Mr. Krabs, you caught me. But you know what? I just can't help myself. You're just gonna have to fire me.
Fire ya? I got something else in mind.
We cut over to the Krusty Krab, where we see people lining up for Krabby Patties made by Sandy and SpongeBob using their karate moves. This episode was definitely a fun one, with lots of really clever jokes in it. SpongeBob's joke about the squirrel and the tin cans was kind of cheesy, I'll be honest, the way he forgets the punchline at the last second, but nevertheless, it was still clever. I also appreciated when SpongeBob came across the pile of tin cans and he says that it's Sandy's worst disguise yet, but then she pulls out that weird looking squirrel mask. That was just so random, but I love it. I gotta say, I also loved that gag with the hot sauce when Sandy goes to pour it on his tongue. The face appearing on that drop of hot sauce was hilarious and just perfectly emphasized how truly hot that particular drop of hot sauce was. I gotta say though, that's a particular karate technique that I've never heard of before. When I think of karate, I think like chops, punches, and kicks, not pouring hot sauce on your opponent's tongue. Fun fact though, the face that appears on that drop of hot sauce is actually Tom Kenny, the voice behind SpongeBob himself, the French narrator, and the actor who plays Patchy the Pirate. The crown jewel of high-level comedy in this episode has to be when SpongeBob suggests things to do instead of karate. He suggests a few boring things before he brings up the idea of acting like plants. Then he lays on the ground mimicking photosynthesis. This joke flew completely over my head as a kid, but watching back as an adult who understands plants, this is just way too funny in the nerdiest way possible. I can't help but bring up how messed up the premise of this episode is though. Like, I'm pretty sure it's illegal for Mr. Krabs to tell SpongeBob that he can't do karate outside of work. Like, he's well within his legal right to tell SpongeBob to keep it outside of the Krusty Krab and outside of work hours, but to try to control SpongeBob's extracurricular activities outside of work is probably a violation of some kind of labor law. However, it's not like Mr. Krabs gives a single shit about labor laws anyways. I mean, come on, there's an episode where he decides the Krusty Krab is now open 24 hours and he just straight up doesn't let SpongeBob or Squidward go home anymore. As for this episode though, it was really good. More than anything, I really appreciated the comedic bits throughout the episode. This one was pretty much gag after gag, and I definitely found enjoyment out of that. We're gonna give this one a 7 out of 10 though. I liked the humor, but there wasn't really much to the story of this episode, and Mr. Krabs just kinda pissed me off. Still a great episode though. Next up, we're going to check out another incredibly iconic episode, and that's going to be the episode called Sleepy Time. This episode starts out at nighttime in Bikini Bottom as SpongeBob is getting ready for bed.
Oh, Gary, you know what they say. Curiosity salted the snail. Mind your wandering eye, you little mollusk. Sweet dreams, Gary.
We see SpongeBob dreaming about himself driving a race car through a bikini bottom that's covered in Krabby Patties, ingredients, and spatulas. SpongeBob realizes that he doesn't have a driver's license, so he shouldn't be driving, but then a driver's license appears out of thin air, and SpongeBob is just so enamored at the idea of having his license that he completely fails to focus on driving the car.
How could I have forgotten the most important rule of driving? Always wear your seatbelt. Hey, I can see the Krusty Krab from here. Mrs. Puff, look! I finally got my driver's license!
Not even in your dreams, Mr. SquarePants!
SpongeBob ends up catapulting against a cloud, and he bursts right through the edge of his dream and into the real world. SpongeBob ponders if he's still dreaming and if this is really him or his sleeping body is really him. Either way, he adventures off in his new mini dream form and he comes upon Gary's dream and he decides to help himself and wander right in.
Excuse me, sir. Have you seen...
SpongeBob?
Gary?
How dare you invade the sanctity of my dreams?
Gary, you can talk!
In dreams, one is not tethered by earthly limitations.
What does that mean?
Come.
Dream Gary explains to SpongeBob that in dreams you can be whoever you want. He tries to use an example by pulling a book off the shelf and reading him an Emily Dickinson poem, but the poem seems to fall on deaf ears.
Here's one you might know. There once was a man from Peru who dreamed he was eating his shoe. He awoke with a fright in the middle of the night to find that his dream had come true.
Ah, gee, Gary, you sure are smart.
Did you think my shell was full of hot air?
SpongeBob thanks Gary for the info and he heads out, saying that he's going to go back to his own dream. On the way back to his dream cloud, he catches sight of Patrick's dream cloud out the window, and naturally he can't resist the urge to see what Patrick is dreaming about. As he enters, he comes upon Patrick in a large empty white space as he rides on a 25-cent children's ride. SpongeBob tries to explain that it's a dream and he can do anything he wants, as he demonstrates by turning himself into a skyscraper and making a million clones of himself, but Patrick just kinda seems to not care.
Nope.
Ah, tartar sauce. I'm going to a different dream.
Okay. Bye, SpongeBob. Huh! Shoot! That was my last quarter.
SpongeBob leaves Patrick's dream, and next up he comes across Squidward's dream. Naturally, he just has to go inside and see what's going on in there.
Squidward! Hey, Squidward!
SpongeBob? Why do you stop playing, Wolfgang Amadeus Tentacles?
Oh, yes, Your Highness.
SpongeBob! Hey! I have not instructed you to stop! Now play!
Do tell me the one about the man from Peru again.
Squidward ends up breaking his clarinet in a fit of rage, and the king says that if he doesn't get music, then it's gonna be Squidward's head. Squidward panics, but he hears SpongeBob whispering and looks down to find SpongeBob having assumed the form of a clarinet. Squidward refuses, but the king hits him with a look that could kill.
Please, SpongeBob, no tricks.
Trust me, Squidward.
SpongeBob!
Why have you stopped playing that wonderful music?
Squidward keeps playing and brings everyone in the crowd to tears. He finishes and the crowd goes wild. They all rush to the stage, making Squidward think that they're going to praise him, but they just push him off stage and give praise to the mysterious clarinet that makes the amazing music.
What is this instrument that produces such lovely sound?
So long, Squidward!
SpongeBob goes flying out of Squidward's dream, and he catapults across Bikini Bottom and over to Sandy's tree dome. He hops up into her dream, and this happens.
Hey, SpongeBob, what brings you here?
Hey, Sandy! What's going on?
Well, we're free-falling from 114,000 feet, and we're gonna land on that itty-bitty target.
This seems kind of dangerous!
Not as long as you got a big old parachute.
Okay!
Not parachute, SpongeBob, parachute.
Gotcha!
Not a parakeet, medic.
After splattering onto the ground, SpongeBob violently flies out of Sandy's dream, and he decides that he's had enough of messing with people's dreams. That is, until he comes across what he believes is Mr. Krabs' dream cloud. He goes inside to find a sight that's not quite what he had imagined.
Mr. Krabs?
Hello, SpongeBob.
Oh, Pearl, this is your dream.
You're just in time for the tea party.
Actually, I was looking for your dad's dream.
Oh, he's next door. Boys don't understand the sophistication of tea parties, right, Mr. Stuffy?
SpongeBob leaves Pearl's dream and hops on over to Mr. Krabs' dream, which he assumes will be more robust, and he's not wrong. SpongeBob ends up floating in the middle of the ocean until he stumbles across Mr. Krabs, who's fishing in the middle of a massive storm in the middle of the ocean on a tiny little sailboat. He tells SpongeBob that he's been fishing for the mighty Moby Dollar and that he just caught him.
Look, Mr. Krabs! Penny!
Never mind the small change, lad. Get the net.
This one?
No, the money net. It's in me back pocket.
Wow! You look real good with a mustache, Mr. Krabs.
Never mind that, boy. Ready the net.
Net ready, sir!
I did it.
Mr. Krabs finally captures the Moby Dollar, but SpongeBob accidentally lets the wallet go to shake Mr. Krabs' claw, and the wallet starts to hop around. It hops to the edge of the boat, and Moby Dollar ends up getting free and escaping into the ocean. Mr. Krabs is straight up pissed, and he uses a harpoon gun with a suction cup to shoot SpongeBob out of his dream. SpongeBob flies through the sky and ends up accidentally entering Plankton's dream in the process. Plankton is dreaming about a morbid-looking Bikini Bottom with red skies. We see Gary appear in the dream, and Plankton starts walking towards him to kill him, but SpongeBob goes up to save Gary.
Peekaboo! Here comes my foot! Yeah!
I think he's got the point.
Well, I guess I've got some explaining to do, huh? No, not the face!
With all the shenanigans over with, SpongeBob ends up going home and crawling back into his own dream cloud to go to sleep. He dreams that all of his friends are surrounding him and scolding him.
Leave me alone! No. Hey, what are y'all doing in your pajamas? Are we having a slumber party?
No, we are not having a slumber party.
Do us all a favor, SpongeBob, and stay out of our dreams. SpongeBob.
Take a hike. Don't we get enough of you during the day?
Does anyone have a quarter?
This episode is one that I truly enjoy, and in my opinion, it serves as a great companion to the next episode, as this one kind of feels like a fever dream a little bit. There's a lot to love here. I particularly enjoyed when SpongeBob is going to bed in the beginning, and Gary ends up wearing SpongeBob's socks on his eyeballs, and SpongeBob tells him that Curiosity salted the snail. I like the clever play on Curiosity killed the cat, considering that salt actually does kill snails. I'm also infatuated with the fact that we got to see not only SpongeBob's, but also Mr. Krabs' driver's license. I can't not take the opportunity to analyze this. So on SpongeBob's license, we can gather that his address is 124 Conch Street. He's a male, obviously. His hair is yellow and his eyes are blue. He's coming in at a whopping 4 inches tall and weighs 1 ounce. Sounds about right. However, I was shocked to learn that SpongeBob's date of birth is July 14th, 1986. This episode aired in January of 2000, so that would mean that at the time of this episode premiering, SpongeBob would be only about 13 years old, which tells us a few things. First of all, in present times, SpongeBob would be right about 36 years old, which is just kind of mind-blowing. Also, I have to bring up that when SpongeBob took Pearl to the prom a few episodes ago, it actually wasn't that creepy because he's technically only 13 years old. But it is confusing because in that episode he reflects on his own prom, which doesn't make any sense considering that 13 is like middle school age and prom is a high school dance. Technically, Pearl is actually older than SpongeBob. According to Google, Pearl is actually 16 years old, so yeah, there's that. On top of that though, 13 isn't old enough to have a driver's license or be in driving school, let alone have a full-time job, but of course that doesn't stop Mr. Krabs from working him to the bone. Speaking of Mr. Krabs, let's analyze his license next. Based on his driver's license, we can gather that his address is 3541 Anchor Way. He is, of course, a male. Hair is non-applicable since he doesn't have hair. His eyes are green, which I find funny because technically his eyes are black, but the whites of his eyes are green, so that kind of checks out. And he comes in at a whopping 7 inches and weighs 5. Not sure if that's ounces or pounds, but either way, a 7-inch tall crab sounds pretty terrifying. On top of that, Mr. Krabs' date of birth is actually November 30th, 1942, which would make him 58 by the time this episode had aired, which is impressive considering that your average crab has a lifespan of 3 to 5 years, with some species of crab living up to 30 years. On top of that, as of the time of me planning this episode, Mr. Krabs would have just turned 80 yesterday, so I guess a happy belated birthday to Mr. Krabs. I do find it interesting that they don't put his full name on here though. We know well that his name is Eugene Krabs, but I find it funny that they just put Mr. Krabs on his license. Moving on from that though, this episode is kind of a trip. The entire premise of this episode is basically SpongeBob astral projecting through the real world and into his friends' dreams. In all reality, it's a really creative and original concept for an episode. Whoever came up with this idea deserved a raise because this was a fantastic idea. There is one thing that I'm really curious about though. In Gary's dream, we see him as a genius in a massive library. He explains how you aren't bound by earthly limitations in your dreams, but like, is Gary just dreaming that he's really smart, or is he truly that smart? Like, what if Gary really is an absolute genius, but he's just limited by his inability to talk in real life? That would kind of be a cruel twist of fate to have such a powerfully smart mind trapped in a body that can literally just meow. On a lighter note though, there's some hilarious bits in this episode. I appreciated the SpongeBob clarinet in Squidward's dream. That song that he played was just obnoxious, and the fact that everyone liked it was icing on the cake. It is a little weird though that like, in order for the plot to work, Squidward basically had to put SpongeBob in his mouth. A little odd, but hey, I guess it stopped Dream Squidward from having the king cut his head off, and having SpongeBob in his mouth is a drop in the bucket compared to being decapitated. I did also appreciate in the end when everyone confronts SpongeBob for invading their dreams, they're all in their pajamas. Specifically though, I got a chuckle out of Plankton's pajamas. I'm not really sure what I was expecting, but a purple nightgown definitely wasn't it. Other than that though, this episode deserves some props for playing a big role in the SpongeBob SquarePants video game Battle for Bikini Bottom. There's an entire level based around this episode, which speaks volumes to how good of an episode this is. Like, in that game, we see levels based around numerous locations that were featured in multiple episodes in the show, like the Goo Lagoon or Jellyfish Fields, but the dream level is particular to this specific episode, which I found really cool. It just speaks volumes to how good of a concept this episode is. I definitely have to give this one a strong 10 out of 10. It was a great idea with an amazing premise and fantastic execution. The last episode that we're going to focus on is one that I have a very odd personal connection to, and that's going to be the episode called Suds. This episode, yet again, starts with nighttime in Bikini Bottom. We see SpongeBob sleeping and he starts dreaming.
It's raining Krabby Patties! Yeah! A quick midnight snack and then it's back to bed. Sleep tight, my little angel.
SpongeBob goes into the kitchen and makes a nice sea nut butter and jellyfish jelly sandwich. He takes one bite of it before he falls asleep at his kitchen table, leaving his fridge open all night.
The fridge!
Even SpongeBob's blanket is a literal sheet of ice as it shatters like glass. SpongeBob slides his way into the bathroom and tells Gary that he doesn't feel like himself.
Don't be silly, Gary. I don't get colds. I get the suds. No, Gary. If I had the suds, I'd have bubbles coming out of me. I can't get the suds because then I'll have to miss work. No, Gary. I like wearing my underwear like this.
SpongeBob goes to work and just looks like death as he's trying to make Krabby Patties. He can barely stand up without his legs trying to give out.
SpongeBob, what's wrong with you? You're paler than a baby seahorse. The suds?
Here's that patty you wanted, Mr. Krabs, sir.
All right, SpongeBob, you're too sick to work.
No, Mr. Krabs, I'm okay. Honest.
No, now go home and get some rest. Nothing personal, lad. I just can't have you sneezing all over my food.
Back at home, SpongeBob is just looking like absolute crap, sitting there in his chair sneezing his butt off as he's literally losing his eyeballs. SpongeBob finally accepts the reality that he has the suds and that he has to get it taken care of.
I better take care of this before it gets out of hand.
Hello!
Sandy, I'm sick. Can you escort me to the doctor's?
Oh, sure, SpongeBob. I'll be over there faster than a barefoot jackrabbit on a hot, greasy griddle in the middle of August with
Okay, Sandy, thanks.
While SpongeBob is getting ready to go to the doctor, the doorbell rings as Patrick shows up. He asks SpongeBob if he's going skiing because of his warm attire, but SpongeBob tells him that he's sick, so he's going to the doctor.
What? Oh, you can't go!
Why not, Patrick?
I know a guy who knows a guy who went to the doctor once, and the doctor's office is a horrible, horrible place!
Patrick tells SpongeBob all about how awful it is because they make you sit in the waiting room and they make you read old magazines.
Then the doctor pulls out his stethoscope!
No!
Yes! It's a device so sinister, so icy cold when it touches your bare flesh, it...
No stethoscope! No doctor! No magazine! No!
SpongeBob decides that he doesn't want to go to the doctor and he begs Patrick to be his doctor and to help him feel better. SpongeBob and Patrick end up being in the kitchen while Patrick tries to fix him.
It appears as though we'll have to plug up these holes. This ought to do the trick. Voila! Feel better?
I don't know.
Help! I'm shrinking! No! Please don't hurt me!
No bubbles! Patrick, your treatment is working!
You think so?
Sure!
SpongeBob goes to call Sandy to tell her that he isn't going to the doctor, but he's unable to dial her number because his fingers are way too big to push the buttons. He ends up asking Patrick to call her for him.
Hello, Sandy?
Hiya, Patrick.
I'm calling on behalf of my patient, SpongeBob.
I'm on my way over to take him to the hospital.
That will no longer be required. He is in my care as of today.
Well, I'm coming over to take a look. I'll be over there faster than a barefoot jackrabbit on a hot...
Oh, yeah, the rabbit. Don't bother, Sandy.
Patrick ends up panicking, telling SpongeBob that Sandy's coming over and that they have to make sure that he is better before she gets there, so they start trying all sorts of unconventional methods of treating the suds. He tries turning SpongeBob's foot into a peanut butter sandwich and putting it in his shoe, pulling out one of his teeth, jumping on him, and putting a band-aid on him, none of which seem to help SpongeBob at all.
Uh-oh, it's Sandy. There's no one home!
Patrick, you open this door!
Sandy hears Patrick nearby, and she walks right on over to find him outside of his house.
Okay, Patrick, where's SpongeBob?
He's not here at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep.
Okay, now tell me, since when do you have two houses?
Since I ran out of space to put my stuff.
Uh-huh, yeah. Since when does your house have feet?
This is my mobile home.
SpongeBob sneezes all of the dirt off of him, and Patrick tries to say that the dirt therapy is working just fine. However, Sandy argues, telling him that SpongeBob needs to see a real doctor.
No, he doesn't. I'm taking good care of him. Show her, SpongeBob. Say,
See, he's even worse than I thought.
What do you mean? He's fine.
SpongeBob tries telling Sandy that he's okay, but Sandy starts rolling him away, saying that she's gonna take him to the doctor right now. Sandy and Patrick end up fighting over SpongeBob and running him back and forth until he goes flying up into the sky. They are so busy fighting that they barely notice when SpongeBob goes rolling down a cliff and right towards the Krusty Krab. We cut over to the hospital where the doctor is diagnosing SpongeBob with the SUDS, and he asks if he's ready for his treatment. SpongeBob fears that the doctor's gonna make him read old magazines, but the doctor laughs it off.
I can smell again! Woo! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! I feel as good as new. I love the doctor!
Here's your lollipop.
Patrick gets jealous of the fact that SpongeBob gets a lollipop and he doesn't, so he blows a bubble and tells the doctor that he has the SUDS too, hoping to get the same treatment.
Oh, yes, Dr. Patrick. We have a special treatment for you.
Hey! Wait! Ouch! That hurts! Wait! This doesn't seem right!
Now, there is a lot to love here. This episode is an absolute classic. I appreciate it in the beginning when SpongeBob sleeps with the fridge open and the whole house ends up frozen. They show us the whole house the next morning, and even the guy on the TV is shivering and wearing a hat and scarf. I also love that part where Patrick is trying to cure SpongeBob before Sandy gets to his house. We see him doing all that weird stuff, and it comes down to the point where Sandy arrives and we see Patrick basically doing what looks like some kind of medieval torture ritual while the room is dimly lit by a fire with hooks and chains hanging from the ceiling. I've come to realize that almost all of the best episodes of SpongeBob have at least some sort of minor creepy element, and this is definitely it for this episode. I also really loved the gag when Patrick covered SpongeBob with dirt and pretends like he was his second house, and when Sandy asks why his second house has feet, Patrick says that it's his mobile home. This joke literally murdered me and buried me in a shallow grave. I don't know why I find it so funny, but that's like straight up hilarious. Other than that though, I kind of dig the art style of Sick SpongeBob. His off color clashes with the pink of the bubbles that come out of him when he sneezes, and it just makes for a generally enjoyable color palette. Like I said in the beginning though, I have a weird personal connection to this episode. I have a very specific memory of shortly after this episode aired. This was early 2000s, so I would have been about 5.5 years old. I remember seeing this episode when it premiered, and not long after that, I got sick. It was just like a regular cold, complete with a fever and whatnot. I remember sleeping in the middle of the night and having a dream about this episode of SpongeBob, but instead of the fridge being open leading to him having the SUDS, he fell asleep with the fridge open and a ghost came out of it and proceeded to haunt him for the rest of the episode. I remember it scaring me as a kid, but I quickly forgot about it and went about my life as normal. Fast forward a few years, I remember having a conversation with one of my friends about SpongeBob, and I brought up the episode where the ghost comes out of SpongeBob's fridge, and my friend had no idea what I was talking about. Lo and behold, my fever dream that I had when I was a kid had burned itself deep into my brain, as I completely forgot the context of which I formed that memory, and my brain just assumed that it was a real episode of SpongeBob that I had seen at some point. It's a weird feeling to look back at fever dreams as an adult, as well as early childhood memories, and this episode is one that reminds me of that feeling. As far as the episode itself goes though, it was great, and I definitely enjoyed this one for what it's worth. We're gonna give it an 8 out of 10. It was really good. And that's going to be it for this video. As it stands right now, we're going to have one more video to cover season 1 of SpongeBob, and that's going to be it for the first season. I'm still contemplating whether or not I want to check out season 2 in the same vein as we did here, going episode by episode. Let me know in the comments down below if you want me to check out season 2. If there's enough demand, I'll definitely do it, but it's up to you guys and what you want to see. Other than that though, what do you think? Are you convinced that season 1 is the best season of SpongeBob? Are any of the episodes we covered today your favorite episode? Let me know in the comments down below. I always love reading your guys' feedback. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to drop a like and give praise to the YouTube algorithm in hopes that it recommends this video to everyone else. And as always, thank you all very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Wow, this is really weird. I'm not used to showing myself on screen, so this just kind of feels wrong, not gonna lie to you guys. But you know what? Up to this point, I've done a really good job, in my opinion, of keeping my personal life private, and in all honesty, I intend to keep it that way and to keep doing that. However, right now I feel like I'm in a position where I need to open up to you guys, and I feel like you deserve a little bit of background before I tell you what I'm about to tell you. First things first, hi, I'm Sean. I'm the guy you've been listening to talk about cartoons on YouTube for the last 2 years now. So, a little bit about me. I'm 28. I have an amazing wife who I've been with for 13 years now. We have been married for 9 years now, and we have 2 kids together who, as you would imagine, keep us very, very busy. So, for the last 2 years now, I've been doing YouTube in the background of my main job. I am a 911 dispatcher. I dispatch for police, fire, medical, and it's honestly the most stressful job that I've ever had in my life. I find myself constantly making life or death decisions on a daily basis, and my agency operates a little different than most. I don't just call take, I don't just handle radios, I don't just dispatch. We do it all at once. In my job, it's a regular occurrence to be on the phone with a caller while on the radio with one of the fire guys at the same time, all the meanwhile telling an officer where to go all at once. And honestly, it can get really overwhelming, and it requires a tremendous amount of multitasking. I'm in a position where it's my job to talk to people on what could possibly be the absolute worst day of their life. I've handled phone and radio traffic on everything from massive structure fires to large fights with weapons involved. I've talked more people through CPR than I can count, and I've heard the sound of somebody taking their last breath on this earth multiple times. It's a job that thankfully has been rewarding, and it gives me a sense of purpose, that's for sure. However, it's taken a massive toll on my mental health over these last 2 years. I gotta be honest with you guys. Now, as rewarding as this career path has been, I honestly am in a point where I really want to leave it behind. I need to take care of my mental health, and I really want to live a long life with my wife and kids. I want to see my kids grow up. I want to see them graduate. I want to see them get married someday. Or maybe they don't get married. Who knows? That's their choice. But either way, I want to be there, and I don't want my mental health to stand in the way from me being able to achieve that. Now, my biggest issue with leaving this job, to be honest, is where I live. I live in the beautiful state of Washington, where I've lived since 1999, and honestly, I love it here. But over the years, this state has gotten way too expensive to live in. To put it blunt, my family can't survive living here anymore. And ultimately, our plan is to move away. Hopefully, we want to move to Middle America, somewhere maybe a little more on the rural side where we can get a bigger house at a decent price. I really, really want to be able to focus on YouTube full time instead of having to juggle another job that's rapidly destroying my mental health. But in order to do that, honestly, I need your guys' help. However, I do have something really cool that I can offer in return. As of today, I'm officially launching my Patreon. If you're seeing this video, then it's live right now. And I can tell you guys, you're definitely not going to want to miss this. First things first, I'm going to be offering a series of videos on there that I haven't really came up with like an official name for yet. But think of it kind of like Dusk Till Dawn After Dark. It'll be kind of in a way, more adult-centered topics that I can't really talk about so easily here on YouTube, chock full of all sorts of colorful language and vulgar humor as well. Now, until further notice, those videos are going to be Patreon exclusive. However, that's not all that's going to be offered though. Patreon supporters are going to be able to see my videos a day or two before the general public will on YouTube. And again, those perks are going to come with each tier that's available here. Then, on top of that, there's going to be some higher tiers available with some other perks, such as like getting a shout out at the end of my video, things along those lines. I have an exclusive offer available for my first 40 supporters on Patreon. I've been dipping my toes just a little bit in the pool of maybe getting some merch started, and so far I have about 40 stickers made that I designed myself. Each sticker is also going to come with a handwritten personalized note from me as well. Right here are the different designs that I have available for you guys, and regardless of which tier you sign up for, you're going to get a random sticker when you sign up. Again, I only have 40 stickers in total, so keep that in mind. It's only for the first 40 supporters. And the sticker you get is going to be completely random unless you sign up for the $20 tier. The people who sign up for that tier are going to get a exclusive sticker that is not going to be made again. Fair warning, there's only 8 of these guys in existence, and the only way to get it is to sign up for the $20 tier on my Patreon. They are first come, first serve, so if you want one, you might want to act fast, because I'm never printing these guys again. They're a little bit bigger than the other stickers, and let's just say they are really, really cool. Now, I do have to stress, you totally don't have to pay for my Patreon. I really don't want anybody to feel obligated to sign up for it. However, if you want to support me directly and get some cool content along the way, then I would really appreciate it if you did sign up. Ultimately, what it really comes down to is I want to be able to focus on making content more regularly for you guys. I want to be able to sink more time into these multi-hour long videos, and I want to be able to focus on content creation as a career, and honestly, Patreon is a very great avenue for me to be able to pursue that. Other than that though, while we're face to face right now, I just have to say thank you so much for clicking on this video, thank you so much for checking out my channel, and above all else, thank you for being a part of my YouTube journey. Extra special thanks to you guys who are subscribed. You guys are the literal best, and I really genuinely appreciate you so much. All of you guys who are not subscribed, on the other hand, I'll have you know I'm on a journey to reach 100,000 subscribers, and I'm getting really close, but I can't do it without your guys' help. So I need all my unsubscribed troops to rally up, hit that subscribe button, that way you don't miss any of my upcoming videos, as long as YouTube actually works the way it's supposed to. Again, I can't stress enough, thank you guys so much for watching this video, and with that being said, let's just get right into it. Okay, I can't lie to you guys, I've been dreading making this video because I don't want it to be the end. I don't handle goodbyes very well, but it's gotta be done. I just gotta do it. I gotta do the thing, I gotta make the video, and I gotta say, this series has been a fantastic adventure for me. We've come so far. We've started all the way back at episode 1 of season 1 of SpongeBob SquarePants, and now here we are. Nearly 1 year later, 3 videos later, nearly 5 hours of content later, and here we are. This will be the final video covering season 1 of SpongeBob SquarePants, or as some might argue, the best season of SpongeBob SquarePants. And I'll tell you what guys, it's been a hell of a journey so far. We've laughed, we've cried, we've adored the absolutely gorgeous art styles and hilarious comedy of this show. This series has been memorable for me, and these videos have been a really good change of pace for me. A lot of the content I make is focused on morbid and dark episodes of cartoons, but this series was a breath of fresh air for me. It was just a nice chunk of time for me to focus on some positives and just have a happy, nostalgic walk down memory lane. However, all good things must come to an end eventually. It's been an amazing endeavor reviewing all of these episodes, and it's bittersweet to be at the final 10 episodes of season 1, but I gotta admit, I am super excited to dive into these episodes because we have some really good ones to look at today. However, Before I get into it, I just have one question for you guys. Should I do season 2? Let me know in the comments down below. I'm down if you guys are. First up, we're going to be jumping into an episode that I have an interesting personal connection with. It's an episode that I remember seeing for the first time as a kid and enjoying it, but I only saw it like 1 or 2 times maybe. Then, I didn't see this episode again for a solid few years until I rented season 1 of SpongeBob on DVD from Hollywood Video back when I was a kid. I remember watching that DVD and seeing this episode and just being mind blown. I hadn't seen it in years and I completely forgot about its existence. It's a really good episode from what I remember though. We're talking about the episode called Valentine's Day. The beginning of this episode starts out in SpongeBob's neighborhood. We see SpongeBob burst out of his front door wishing Bikini Bottom a happy Valentine's Day as he skips out of his house throwing heart-shaped valentines everywhere. SpongeBob approaches Sandy, and she wishes him a happy Valentine's Day as she hands him a heart-shaped acorn with an arrow through it, telling him that she's nuts for him. SpongeBob then pulls out a bottle of chocolate syrup and proceeds to blow a heart-shaped chocolate bubble for Sandy to eat. After that happens, Sandy and SpongeBob then run over to Patrick's Valentine's Day gift.
Take me through the plan again.
Okay. Step 1.
Patrick and I get to the Valentine's Day Carnival.
Step 2.
I position Patrick and myself on top of the Ferris wheel.
Step 3.
You arrive at designated checkpoint for maximum visual contact.
Step 4.
Patrick is thrilled. Mission accomplished.
We then cut on over to Patrick, who's using a rock to bash another rock into the shape of a heart.
Hi, Patrick.
Hello?
Patrick, it's me, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob? What are you doing in there?
Patrick?
Oh my gosh! SpongeBob's stuck inside this rock! Oh, hold on, buddy! I'll get you out! SpongeBob! SpongeBob!
Patrick!
SpongeBob! SpongeBob!
Patrick! I'm right behind you!
There you are! Happy Valentine's Day!
SpongeBob says that he has a present for Patrick and that it's the greatest, most amazing, fantastic present ever, and Patrick is just rolling around in excitement. However, SpongeBob says that he can't have it yet because it isn't quite ready yet. Patrick then starts questioning him about the surprise present.
Do you want to ruin the surprise?
Yes! Oh, come on, please?
Nope, sorry.
You gotta tell me!
No can do. Nah, you'll just have to wait.
Please, oh, please. Tell me, please!
Okay, Patrick, here we are.
You got me a carnival?
Patrick sprints into the Valentine's Day Carnival and tells everyone to get out because this is his carnival now. As everyone ignores him and walks away, SpongeBob walks up and tells him that it's not the carnival.
Why don't you take this quarter and...
Oh my gosh, a quarter! I've always wanted a quarter!
Not the quarter.
Oh.
Now, take that quarter and buy some cotton candy.
Cotton candy! I can't believe it! Cotton candy!
Get away!
Sandy to SpongeBob! Sandy to SpongeBob! Come in, SpongeBob!
Sandy says that she's approaching the carnival, and she asks if he wants her to bring the balloon in, and SpongeBob says that he's not ready yet, as he jokes about Patrick continuously guessing what his surprise is. As Sandy is biding her time, we see a large flock of chocolate-eating scallops approaching at a high rate of speed. We cut back over to SpongeBob and Patrick, as SpongeBob basically eggs Patrick on to keep guessing what his present is because he finds it entertaining.
This tent.
No.
This guy?
No.
This paramecium?
Nope.
I can't find it here in the carnival because it's on top of Mount Climb Up and Fall Off! It wasn't there either!
Are you sure?
As Patrick is running back up to Mount Climb Up and Fall Off for round 2, Sandy radios SpongeBob again. SpongeBob tells her to bring it in, but Sandy tells him that there's a bit of a problem as we see her on top of the giant chocolate balloon with a whip as she fights off the chocolate-eating scallops as best she can. She tells SpongeBob that she's gonna be a little late. Sandy tells him to take Patrick up to the Ferris wheel and that she's gonna try to meet him up there.
If Patrick doesn't get his Valentine...
I'm pretty sure it's not up there, SpongeBob!
Patrick! Actually, it's on the
Ferris wheel! I'm ready for the greatest Valentine present in the whole world now, SpongeBob!
Well, this is where you're gonna get it. I hope. Just keep looking out there, pal.
Patrick sits on the Ferris wheel excitedly as SpongeBob sits there looking very nervous that Sandy isn't going to show up. With Patrick blatantly sitting next to him, SpongeBob sneakily radios Sandy to get a status check.
I got my ox in a ditch here. I'm way off course. Scallops are eating the balloon. They're everywhere. Oh, shoot! We're going down, SpongeBob. Switch to plan B.
No B, Sandy. No B. No.
SpongeBob, left stuck between a rock and a hard place, makes an effort at talking to Patrick about what happened. Before SpongeBob is even able to break the news to him, Patrick is already just freaking out. He's gritting his teeth and shaking, and he starts rocking back and forth on the Ferris wheel and just full-blown going crazy.
What's that?
A handshake, a friendly handshake.
A handshake? That's the big gift? You got me a handshake?
A friendly handshake. Happy Valentine's Day.
Patrick is just straight up pissed. We get a montage of SpongeBob having a ton of fun and Patrick following behind him just mean mugging and holding up his hand. After a little while, we see the two of them sitting on a bench at the carnival and Patrick finally snaps out of it and tries to talk to SpongeBob rationally.
Really, it's the thought that counts.
SpongeBob, I just wanted to thank you for this box of chocolates.
No problem, Fran.
I mean, even though...
Thanks for the roses, SpongeBob. Happy Valentine's Day.
You too, Dave.
And not that it matters that we've been friends for so long.
Hey, SpongeBob, thanks for the bike. Can you believe this guy? I just met him this morning.
So, as I was saying...
excuse me, do you guys have a time?
Patrick needs love too!
As Patrick loses his mind, just destroying everything heart-related in sight, everybody else runs away in fear. Patrick chases them to the edge of the pier and he demands that they hand over SpongeBob as they throw him out.
You broke my heart! Now I'm gonna break something of yours!
Okay, Patrick. I know I deserve this, but do they?
They didn't give me anything either! Nope, it's too late for that now! For all of you.
Right at that exact second, Sandy shows up with the giant chocolate balloon all patched up and bandaged as she's being guided by the flock of chocolate-eating scallops that she's wrangled with ropes. Sandy lands directly behind Patrick.
The best Valentine in the whole wide world is right behind you!
Sure it is.
I'm telling you, it's right there! Turn around! Turn around! Hey, nincompoop! Behind you!
You must think I'm pretty dumb, huh?
Yes! Turn around!
No!
Turn around! Turn around!
I am not, I repeat, not going to turn around for any reason ever!
Howdy, Patrick!
Hi, Sandy!
Patrick is immediately speechless. SpongeBob says Happy Valentine's Day, and without a second thought, Patrick runs over and jumps at the chocolate balloon.
Is that solid chocolate?
Patrick, no!
Oh, SpongeBob, you didn't have to give me anything.
This episode is one that I hold in high regard because I wouldn't have known it at the time, of course, but it was one of my earliest experiences with nostalgia. I remember seeing it as a kid for the first time in years and having completely forgotten about it. Seeing it again for the first time was an interesting experience for me because I didn't know what the word for that feeling was. It was like, I remember seeing it before, but I don't remember the exact details of it, and it gives me feelings that remind me of my childhood, and it's just one of those experiences that in some ways is hard to put into words, but on the whole, I feel like you kind of get what I'm talking about. Now, there's a lot to love about this episode, I can say that much. First and foremost, I really love the intro for this episode. I love the way that it starts with a zoom on that pink coral heart. If you've been watching this series of videos up to this point, then you know that I'm a sucker for the old school art style of season 1 of SpongeBob. This is just a great example of that. I love the way the artists for this season tackled textures for different surfaces. They use different colors and patterns of dots to convey textures on this pink heart. They do a similar yet kind of different color and pattern of dots for the texture of the sand on the ground, and yet another different combination of color and pattern of dots for the texture on the road that runs through the middle of this scene. The colors that they use are just so deep as well. I honestly just love the feeling of season 1 SpongeBob art. I'd love to own one of the original animation cells from season 1, that would be so awesome. I did a little bit of research after watching this episode and I found that you can find them online. Most of them that I found are really expensive, but it's one of those things that like, I'm gonna throw it on the bucket list and maybe someday if I'm lucky I can come across a cell from season 1. That's something that I would definitely hold on to for the rest of my life. As a person who kind of like considers myself a general collector of like all things nerdy and somebody who's really passionate about the very specific things I'm passionate about, that's something that I would proudly keep in my collection, but that's just me. I do gotta say, I loved the way that there was so much tones of red and pink in this episode, intentionally of course. It fits the vibe of Valentine's Day, so it makes sense. During this sequence right here, the pink in the background caught my eye, and I just love the vibe that it gives off. It really just feels so warm and welcoming to me. I also really appreciated all the different shades of red at the carnival that SpongeBob and Patrick ended up going to together. One minor detail that really caught my eye was the tent of Madame Fishy, the fortune teller. I love the clash of colors here as well as the way they drew that eye on her sign. It was just cool in general in my opinion. If there's anything that drives me nuts about this episode though, it's the fact that it's a good example of just how obnoxious SpongeBob and Patrick can be in their own regards. Like, for a good portion of this episode, SpongeBob was just walking around with this big old grin as he was just enjoying torturing Patrick with the fact that Patrick didn't know what his surprise was, and it was just eating him up and making him go crazy. Meanwhile, Patrick on the other hand was just losing his mind completely. Patrick got obsessed with the idea of being given a surprise gift, and he just couldn't rest until he finally got the surprise. His behavior was a little bit annoying, but all things considered, this was really a good episode. It's a classic, and like I said, there's a lot to love here. I also have to keep in mind the specific relationship that I have with this episode, being that, like, you know, it was a good part of my early memories forming and becoming the addict for nostalgia that I pretty much am nowadays. Though this episode does get slightly dinged for SpongeBob and Patrick being just a tiny bit annoying, we're gonna give it a 7 out of 10, and let's go ahead and move on. The next up is an episode that I've always enjoyed, and that's gonna be the episode called The Paper. This episode starts out with Squidward walking out of his house with a lawn chair. He sets it up and gets comfy as he pulls out a gumball and throws the wrapper over to SpongeBob's yard. Just then, SpongeBob's entire house scoots forward as he opens the door and finds the garbage that Squidward just littered in his yard.
Well, time to go.
Squidward! Squidward, wait!
Now what?
You dropped this little piece of paper.
Yeah? So what?
I just figured you probably want it back.
What's the big deal? It's only garbage.
Garbage? But Squidward, in the right hands, this paper is a gold mine of entertainment, a spectacular afternoon of underwater fun, a treasure trove of...
Garbage!
Squidward goes in his house and slams the door in SpongeBob's face, telling him that he definitely doesn't want the paper.
Hello?
You sure?
Yes! I don't want that paper. It's yours forever and ever.
So are you definitely, positively sure?
Get out!
But are you...
Take it, SpongeBob. Take it, please. And promise me, no matter how much I may beg and plead and cry, don't give that paper back to me. Ever.
SpongeBob runs off, saying he's so lucky to have a friend like Squidward. We then see Squidward go upstairs and try to play his clarinet, but he keeps getting distracted by the sound of SpongeBob laughing about how much fun he's gonna have with the piece of paper.
Gary, watch this. Guess what I am? Well, yes, Gary, I am a sponge with paper stuck in his pants, but I'm also...
Super Sponge, soaking up crime.
See? Here's my cape.
Super morons, more like it.
Now, I'm SpongeBob Jungle Pants.
SpongeBob proceeds to have the time of his life playing with the piece of paper. He does all sorts of impressions, like being a matador and being a pirate with an eye patch.
How do you do that?
Look, Gary, origami.
Yay! Snowflake, yay! Paper doll, yay!
This catches Squidward's attention, and he mentions that the paper sounds like fun, but then quickly scoffs at the idea, saying that he'd actually much rather sit inside and read boring Science Digest. As Squidward tries to enjoy his time inside, he continuously is interrupted by SpongeBob and the noise of him having such a good time with his piece of paper. Squidward ends up getting so jealous that he even paints a picture of himself holding the piece of paper as he promptly destroys it. He says that he's gonna prove that the paper isn't fun.
I'm having fun, la la la.
Isn't it great, la 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 la.
Okay, SpongeBob, how about this one? Hey, little Squidward, what's gray and ugly and has 6 arms?
I don't know, but have you looked in the mirror lately?
What? Are you...
That's a good one, Squidward. Now let me try.
What happened to the paper that fell in the ocean?
I don't know.
It was all washed up.
We fast forward a bit and see Squidward driving around in a little shell car when SpongeBob comes flying by using the piece of paper like a propeller. Then Squidward challenges SpongeBob, saying that he can't play music with the piece of paper.
Hooray! Hooray! That was great, Squidward. All those wrong notes you play made it sound more original.
What? I didn't play any wrong notes.
See, you're playing it like this. When ordinarily it goes like this. I'm partial to doing it in the key of A minor myself.
Then Squidward demands that SpongeBob give him the piece of paper back as he proceeds to try to snatch it from his hands. SpongeBob refuses to let go, telling Squidward that he said no matter how much he begged or pleaded or cried to never give him the piece of paper back. SpongeBob vowed to keep that promise.
I never said anything like that.
Sure you did, Squidward. Look.
Take it, SpongeBob, take it, please. And promise me, no matter how much I may beg and plead and cry, don't give that paper back to me. Ever.
Want to see it again?
No, I don't want to see it again.
Squidward then decides that he needs to offer to trade SpongeBob for the piece of paper. He offers him a rubber band and some pocket lint, but SpongeBob doesn't budge. Squidward decides to slowly but surely up the ante until he has literally given SpongeBob everything but the shirt off of his back.
Oh, Squidward, is this still part of the test? Because it's really getting harder and harder to keep my promise.
Okay, the shirt. Take it, take my shirt.
Squidward's shirt. I've always loved that shirt. Okay, I'll trade. I can break a promise for this.
SpongeBob offers Squidward all of his stuff back, but Squidward refuses, saying that he doesn't need any of that garbage now that he has the piece of paper.
I've got the paper, you got my useless garbage. I got it. You can't have it. I got it. You're a sucker. You're a sucker. At last, What should we try first, Mr. Paper? Impressions. A guy with a piece of paper on his nose. Look at me. I'm a guy with a piece of paper on his nose. Aha! Wait. Ta-da!
Squidward tries to emulate everything that he just saw SpongeBob doing, but it doesn't work for him the same way that it did for SpongeBob. It's just a boring old piece of paper.
A guy throwing a piece of paper on the ground. A guy stomping on a piece of paper. I'm a guy who traded everything he owns for
A worthless piece of paper. Hey, thanks. That's just what I needed, Squidward. Nice shirt, SpongeBob. Huh?
Does anybody have any sunscreen?
This episode is a classic. It's one that I can genuinely say made me start to put a really conscious effort into thinking outside of the box when I was a kid. That fact is just a testament to how great this show really is. Seeing SpongeBob having the time of his life just playing with a simple tiny gum wrapper was just so inspiring in an awesomely relatable way. Like, seeing this episode as a kid made me look at physical items in a different way, and I would notice myself finding small bits of joy in random places as a result of that mindset. I felt like if SpongeBob could find fun in a small gum wrapper, I could find fun in pretty much anything if I tried hard enough. This episode would stick in my head throughout the years. I don't remember seeing this one all too many times when I was younger, but I do remember the premise pretty well due to how much it stuck with me. The star of this episode, of course, being that piece of paper, and SpongeBob just a side character in comparison to how awesome that piece of paper was. For real though, seeing SpongeBob being able to flawlessly play clarinet songs with a piece of paper that Squidward couldn't even play with an actual clarinet was just hilarious. In regards to this specific episode though, there's one question that comes to mind that has been in the back of my mind for years. After Squidward lost that piece of paper and he wanted it back from SpongeBob, why didn't he just eat another piece of gum and use the wrapper from that piece instead? Like, we see him jump through all of these different hoops and do all of these things in an effort to get that specific gum wrapper back, when it's like, odds are he bought those gum pieces in bulk and he probably has at least one more inside of his house. Who knows, maybe he didn't have any more of them in his house, but still, he probably could have avoided a lot of the headache and losing literally all of his worldly possessions. However, that wouldn't have made for such entertaining TV, so I totally get it. I gotta say that I really appreciate the fact that this was more or less a Squidward-centered episode, in the fact that it was primarily about him, but SpongeBob was still naturally the star of the show in this one. Come on, SpongeBob and all the awesome tricks that he was doing with that gum wrapper really just stole the show completely. He genuinely made playing with a piece of paper look like so much fun. Of all the things that he did, the helicopter definitely had to be my favorite. That would be so incredibly convenient for practical use. If I could do that, I'd be flying to work and to run all my errands and everything. You wouldn't have to pay for gas or anything. Like, imagine how convenient it would be if, like, for your lunch break or something, you could just fly home really quick to enjoy your lunch at home and then fly all the way back to work within a matter of minutes. It would just be so incredibly convenient. I also have to bring up that I really loved when SpongeBob was playing superhero. The way he showed off his paper cape and was blowing on it so that it looked like it was actually flowing just had me dying. All things considered, as far as this episode goes, I'd say that this one was excellent. I'm really gonna have to give it a confident 8.5 out of 10, and we're just gonna keep trekking along. Next up is another episode that I look back on fondly, and I thoroughly enjoy this one. It's gonna be the episode called Arg. In the beginning of this episode, we see Mr. Krabs looking through a telescope out the front of the Krusty Krab, saying that there's no customers in sight and that he'll break out in a rash if he doesn't make any money today.
Yippee! I'm rich! Look, Patrick, 8 gold doubloons!
Wait, I saw it first! Yeah! Mine! Huh?
Boy, Mr. Krabs, you sure are sweaty.
What's this? Where are the doubloons?
There are no real doubloons, Mr. Krabs. It's a game, the Flying Dutchman's Treasure Hunt.
Based on a real treasure map.
Take a break and play around with us.
After confirming that SpongeBob's work has been done and that all of the gum has been scraped off the underside of the table, Mr. Krabs decides to take a seat and join in on the fun.
One of your shipmates has been a bad pirate. Send him to the brig. It's off to jail for you, Mr. Krabs.
Patrick, you're fired.
But I don't even work here.
Would you like a job starting now?
Why would I?
You're fired.
The group continues their game, and when it comes to Mr. Krabs' turn, he ends up getting a card that says he's a real pirate and that he can go straight to the X that marks the spot.
You get to dig for treasure, Mr. Krabs.
Treasure? There it is! It's the Flying Dutchman's treasure! Go!
Hey, Mr. Krabs is getting all sweaty again.
Rev up those fryers, because I am sure hungry for one. Help! Help!
My leg! Can't you see we're closed? Ready for another round? This is my kind of game.
We see the day just fly on by as these three keep playing the game over and over and over again. By the end of the day, SpongeBob and Patrick are just exhausted. However, Mr. Krabs is still ecstatic about the game and ready to go for another round, just as excited as he was for the first one. SpongeBob apologizes to Mr. Krabs, saying that he's really got to get some sleep as he carries Patrick all the way home. SpongeBob then gets to his house and walks in the front door to find Mr. Krabs in his living room with the table all set up and ready to play another round.
Mr. Krabs, it's late. Go to bed. Good night, Mr. Krabs.
The wind is perfect, the tide is right. Let's hunt for treasure!
Mr. Krabs, you gotta...
Tread softly, lad. If the Dutchman hears you, we'll never get his treasure.
But Mr. Krabs...
I'll row for you, boy.
But Mr.
8 paces north, that's a good start, lad.
But Mr.
1, 2, 3...
Mr. Krabs! I wanna go to bed! Mr. Krabs, I'm sorry, but it's just a game, you know?
Mr. Krabs apologizes and he walks home with his tail between his legs, and we cut right to the next morning where SpongeBob wakes up to this.
Fast! Pineapple ho! Heave to and prepare to be boarded!
Ah, go home already. I'm done playing that game, Mr. Krabs.
That's Captain Krabs to you. And this is no game. We're gonna be pirates.
Pirates?
Aye! How'd you like to go on a real treasure hunt with a real treasure map?
Treasure? We're gonna be pirates!
Mr. Krabs throws a bag of pirate clothes at them and tells them to put them on so he's not embarrassed to be seen with them.
Look, I'm Peggy the pirate.
I'm Blind Beard the pirate. Oop.
Arrgh.
Things don't exactly get off to the best start as we see them sailing. Mr. Krabs is looking at the map and plotting where they're going, and SpongeBob asks if he can see the map, but Mr. Krabs says no, saying that only the captain can lay eyes on the map.
Okie dokie then.
Arrgh. A pirate doesn't say okie dokie then. A pirate says arrgh.
Oh, okie... I mean, arg, Captain Krabs. Captain, we're about to hit the... we're arg about arg.
Out with it, man! Arrgh.
He's trying, to say...
Mr. Krabs tells them that from now on, only the captain is able to say arg. Mr. Krabs asks SpongeBob for a status report, and SpongeBob tells him that the whole ship is underwater, which I find ironic because they're all underwater and so is everything around them, but hey, I guess that's neither here nor there. So Captain Krabs decides that they're gonna finish the treasure hunt on foot. They walk until Mr. Krabs finds the first landmark, the seaweed with 2 leaves on it. However, it has 3 leaves on it, so Mr. Krabs just rips 1 leaf off.
Ensign Patrick, which way is east?
Let's see. That way, Captain!
9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Where's the X? Supposed to be right here. 10,000 paces east.
Oh, east? I thought you said west.
The 3 of them proceed to walk the 10,000 paces back the way they came, and the additional 10,000 paces in the direction that they were originally supposed to go. They start to get close, and SpongeBob and Patrick are barely dragging themselves on the ground, both just exhausted, starving, and wanting to go home.
You get a little tired and a wee bit hungry, and you want to shove off for home. That sickens me. A pirate is not judged by the notches in his cutlass or the size of his booty. A pirate is judged by the loyalty of his crew. And without a loyal crew, what am I captain of? Just a bunch of sand.
Don't cry, Captain Krabs.
Yeah, we'll be your loyal crew.
We cut to later that night while SpongeBob and Patrick are happily sleeping on the cold, hard ground while Mr. Krabs sleeps inside of his cozy tent. SpongeBob and Patrick are just repeatedly talking about how loyal they are, and they come to the conclusion that they're both so loyal that they want to continue the treasure hunt right now instead of resting. They head right on up to Mr. Krabs' tent, but he's nowhere to be found. They notice that the treasure map is just sitting unprotected on a table nearby. They approach it and both of them just start poking at it because they were told not to look at it, but they weren't told not to touch it.
Oops, Patrick! It opened by itself. The map. I gotta see it. I gotta look at it and see if I'm on with.
SpongeBob?
Yeah?
Did you notice something familiar about this map?
You mean like that it's our game board taped to a piece of paper?
Do you think this is a problem?
Mr. Krabs walks out of the tent towards them rather threateningly as he talks crazy. SpongeBob and Patrick cower in fear, and at that exact moment, we find out that they're standing right on top of the X that marks the spot.
Wow! That game really is based on a real treasure map.
Well, what are you waiting for, lads? Dig! Dig! Dig, 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 dig!
We've got it, Captain Krabs!
Hand it up to me, lads! Here! We finally found it!
The Dutchman's treasure!
Wow! What are you gonna do with your share, Patrick?
I don't know. How are you gonna spend your share, SpongeBob?
What shares?
The group starts arguing as Mr. Krabs doesn't want to share the treasure with anybody else, but SpongeBob argues that they should split it amongst the group. We pan up to see that they just so happen to be underneath the Flying Dutchman's haunted ghostly ship. The Dutchman is sleeping up there and he abruptly wakes up to the sound of them arguing.
Who dug up the Dutchman's treasure? Ladies! So you two scallywags dug up me treasure. Well, you saved me a lot of digging, you did. So here's a reward for the two of yous.
Wow!
2 gold doubloons!
Mr. Krabs then chimes up saying that he's the captain of the crew and that he wants a reward too. The Dutchman then digs through his pocket and tosses something at Mr. Krabs.
Gold, 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 gold. Huh? Oh, it's just a little plastic treasure chest.
Plastic!
Aye, but it's based on a real treasure chest.
Gee, Mr. Krabs, you're looking all sweaty again.
This episode is such a great one. I found it hilarious how in the beginning Mr. Krabs was so desperate for a customer to come in and was feeling sick at the idea of not making money, but when he got hooked on the game, a hungry Fred the Fish came in looking to spend some money and Mr. Krabs just violently throws him out saying that they're closed now. It's honestly kind of funny because like Mr. Krabs was feeling like trash after not getting that rush he gets when he makes money, so instead he gets addicted to the rush of making fake money that he gets from playing the treasure hunting board game. He gets so addicted to that fake money rush that the real money rush doesn't seem as valuable and doesn't quite scratch that itch anymore, so he's straight up throwing out paying customers as a result. It was just so backwards, but somehow so fitting considering Mr. Krabs' personality and his character. It just makes sense that Mr. Krabs of all people gets addicted to a board game about hunting for treasure. I do gotta say though, I love the idea of this board game and I would totally play this in real life. I wish that they would give it the Eels and Escalators treatment. I bought the real life Eels and Escalators board game online and it's interesting for sure, but I feel like something like this would actually be super fun. Like, it might get a little bit messy from the sand, but it's still a really cool concept. Eels and Escalators, like, it's cool, I get it, but the playing it is kind of clunky, and it's a game that you could tell watching the show there wasn't much of a plan for how the game would work, so when it came time to actually executing it and making rules for the game, it got a little awkward in translation. Versus the Flying Dutchman's treasure hunt is definitely something I feel like could be pretty straightforward and really could be an enjoyable game if done correctly. Now, as a kid, I remember seeing this episode, and I always had a ton of appreciation for when Mr. Krabs throws that bag of pirate supplies at SpongeBob and Patrick, and they come back as Peggy the Pirate and Blindbeard the Pirate. It was always hilarious to me in the moments when SpongeBob and Patrick just don't get it. Mr. Krabs gave them exactly what they needed to dress the part, but they just weren't picking up what he was putting down. Even now as an adult, I always get a good chuckle over that gag and them falling over because of the peg legs and eye patches. I've come to realize from watching the show that I really have a deep love for the early episodes that involve the Flying Dutchman. I love the color of the Dutchman himself, given that lime green is my favorite color, and I also really like the general spooky vibe and aesthetic of the Dutchman himself. He's a really interesting character to me, and I genuinely enjoy the way that they portrayed him in these early episodes that involve him. One thing I do feel the need to point out though is that in most kids show, and I guess kind of media in general that portrays pirates and treasure maps, the treasure is always marked by a red X on the map, as was the case in this episode. However, there usually isn't an actual X on the ground where the treasure is. When they finally stumbled upon the treasure and found the X on the ground, I just busted up laughing. Why would the Flying Dutchman put an actual X on the ground where his treasure is? The point of the treasure map is to have someone follow the clues and then dig in the spot that they believe the X is supposed to indicate. I mean, the way that the Flying Dutchman did it would leave it so that any random person off the streets could just stumble upon the X on the ground and decide to dig in that spot and find his treasure, without even needing to know that the treasure map exists in the first place. I mean, I know that they did that for the comedic effect, so I'm not going to question it too hard, but it worked and it got a laugh out of me. I've said it before and I'll say it again, I love the humor of season 1 of SpongeBob so much. Seeing that happen as a kid, I didn't even question it. It was like, yep, there's an X, they finally found the treasure, yay. But seeing it as an adult has me looking at this and hysterically realizing the irony of the X just being blatantly on the ground. All in all though, this was a great episode. Mr. Krabs did get a little bit annoying, but that aside, it was fantastic. I'm just gonna go ahead and give this one a 9 out of 10, and let's keep on keeping on. Next up is an episode that I've been so hyped to talk about since the start of my SpongeBob review. It's an episode that I look back on really fondly, and I've been dying to dive into it again. We're talking about none other than the episode called Rock Bottom. This episode starts out with SpongeBob and Patrick standing and waiting for the bus after having an amazing day at Bikini Bottom's favorite theme park, Glove World. The bus pulls up and the two friends hop on.
Let me get my wallet. Wait, let me check this pocket. No. Patrick, you got any change?
How much do you need?
How much is it?
50 cents.
50 cents.
Nope.
Let me check my other pocket.
Forget it!
What did you say?
Just take your seat!
Thanks, mister.
Yeah, whatever.
The bus pulls off and the two friends share all of the cool stuff that they got at Glove World, like SpongeBob's glove light and Patrick's gloves for his glove action figure. As they keep going, they pass a sign that catches Patrick's attention.
Hey, SpongeBob?
Yeah, Patrick?
Where's leaving Bikini Bottom?
Where did you see that?
We just passed the sign. You are now in leaving Bikini Bottom.
What?
What's wrong, SpongeBob?
Patrick, I think we're on the wrong...
The bus makes a very abrupt stop at the bottom of this underwater cliff, and the bus driver kicks Patrick and SpongeBob off of the bus with little to no reasoning why. SpongeBob tries to plead with him to no avail, and the two are just left stranded there.
Where is this, SpongeBob?
Rock Bottom. It sure is weird around here. Kinda different. Even the soil looks different.
Would you mind putting me down?
Bob, I don't like it here. It's dark and scary. I don't want to be here. I want to go home. Look, I can't even tell the bathrooms apart.
SpongeBob gets the idea to wait until someone comes out and says that they can base which bathroom is which based on that person's appearance. As fish start coming out of the bathroom, SpongeBob and Patrick just end up even more confused and scared. As Patrick starts to panic, SpongeBob tells him to just wait for the bus, and in the meanwhile, he's gonna go to the bus station to get a copy of the bus schedule. He tells Patrick to call him if the bus ends up coming.
This place sure is creepy.
Hey, SpongeBob, the bus is here!
I guess Grandpa SquarePants was right. Don't run for a bus. Especially one that's going up at a 90-degree angle.
SpongeBob decides that he's just gonna wait for the next bus. While he's standing there, he notices his shoe is untied, so he bends down to tie it, but while he's busy doing that, the bus drives by too fast for SpongeBob to get on. Then, SpongeBob's balloon flies away and he starts to chase it around.
Wait! Hold on! Stop that bus! Oh, not again! Excuse me, sir. Can you help me? No, not the balloon! I need to know when the next bus comes.
SpongeBob then stands around waiting for the bus. He starts to get hungry and he eats some glove-shaped candy from his glove-shaped candy dispenser, but he's disappointed to find out that they're all glove-flavored candies. He spies a candy vending machine just sitting on the side of the road in the sand. SpongeBob goes over to buy some candy, and as soon as he puts a coin in the machine, a bus drives by again at high speed. He slowly goes back and puts in another coin, and this happens. SpongeBob then tries all sorts of different tricks, like using a cardboard stand of himself or turning himself into a bench, but none of it works. Feeling fed up with life and the way things are going, he decides to storm into the bus station, planning to get some answers.
I am first in line, and no one is gonna tell me otherwise. Okay, second. I am second in line. Okay, third is good. Fourth, not bad. Okay, 329. I am 329th in line, and nobody forget it.
SpongeBob ends up falling asleep while waiting in line. Finally, his turn comes up, and he makes his way up to the window.
When is the next bus to Bikini Bottom?
What?
The bus schedule, the next bus.
I can't understand your accent.
The next bus to Bikini Bottom.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Next bus leaves in 5 seconds. Ooh, tough luck, kid. That's the last one till morning.
Oh, no, you don't.
Good night.
SpongeBob goes full-blown Karen mode and demands a bus to Bikini Bottom as the guy behind the counter just kind of leaves and shuts off the lights, leaving SpongeBob alone in the dark. He pulls out his glove light and uses it to light the area, but the battery dies immediately.
This isn't your average everyday darkness. This is advanced darkness. Hey, if I close my eyes, it doesn't seem so dark. Who's there? Well, I guess that spot will be there tomorrow. I think I better just keep walking. Running! Better start running! 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 Sprinting! Yes! I just gotta keep sprinting! Sitting, bleeding.
SpongeBob is terrified by the repetitive sound of someone blowing raspberries, which sounds to be seemingly getting closer and closer. Just then, a familiar face from earlier shows up, holding SpongeBob's balloon. SpongeBob tries to explain that he's stuck here and that he needs to catch a bus to get home, but the guy seems to not understand as he just kind of stands there blowing up SpongeBob's balloon more and more.
Balloon has enough air. Thanks. Hey, I get it. Balloon travel. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Home at last.
Don't worry, SpongeBob, I'm coming back for you!
Man, there is so much to love about this episode. At face value, one thing I really enjoy about this one is the way that it kind of has that spooky vibe with all the darkness and unfamiliarity, but it also maintains that funny, cheeky SpongeBob vibe. This episode takes the chance to be a little bit spooky while maintaining what the core audience knows the show for, and honestly, sometimes that can be a hard thing to pull off, but they did an amazing job. Starting from the top, I have to give it up for that title card music. This music does such a great job of invoking those uncertainly ominous feelings. Hearing it makes me feel like something scary and bad is coming, and I just love it. Whoever made this music did a really great job of epitomizing that fear of the deep dark unknown feeling. Moving on from there, I just gotta say, how hilarious is Glove World? For me, it's the randomness of it all. It's a theme park that revolves around gloves for some unknown reason, and I just love it. One thing that slightly disappointed me was the fact that Glove World would make its debut in this episode, however we wouldn't see it appear again until season 5. I feel like somewhere between seasons 1 and 5 they could have done something else with Glove World, but it's not the end of the world. One random thing that drives me nuts is how when SpongeBob gets on the bus driver stops him and tells him to pay. SpongeBob ends up not having any change, so he asks Patrick if he has any change, so Patrick asks how much it is. Now, shouldn't Patrick know how much it costs since he already got on the bus and got past the driver? Unless the driver only stopped SpongeBob and expected him to pay, which wouldn't make much sense. I don't know, that was just one random thing that I always noticed about this episode as a kid and even now as an adult. I do have to take a second to talk about the bathrooms in Rock Bottom. They're just labeled with a question mark and an upside down question mark, leaving SpongeBob and Patrick confused over which bathroom is which. Now, I'm no fish expert, but I'm pretty sure what they were trying to portray was the bathroom on the right being the men's room and the bathroom on the left being the ladies' room. My initial assessment just being based off of the appearance of the fish, but I was also able to come to a more certain conclusion when SpongeBob was in the bus station talking to the fish behind the counter. That's the same fish who was seen coming out of the bathroom, and judging by the sound of the masculine sounding voice, I'm led to believe that this fish is likely going to be a male. I know, completely irrelevant, but just saying that was my conclusion for the bathrooms. One other thing I found myself questioning is why would this random candy vending machine just be sitting on the side of the road across the street from a bus stop? That's just such a random spot. I'd understand it being maybe inside of the bus station, or like maybe if it was at least near the bus stop on the same side of the road, but even that would be kind of weird. It just honestly felt a little bit out of place for the most part. I will say though, I really appreciate the part where SpongeBob was touching the candy bar and it was making the bus engine rev like he was pressing on the gas. It made me giggle and I liked it. There's one thing that I really need to touch on though, and that's going to be the whole sequence of the bus driving face first down the cliff. As a kid, this absolutely terrified me. Like 100% heart racing fear just at the idea of this. As a kid, I used to have nightmares that I was in a car that rides up like a 200-foot spiral pillar with no side rails or anything, or like I'm in a car crossing a bridge that isn't finished and we have to speed up to make the jump across the bridge to the other side. Those dreams always stressed me out to the max, and this scene brought back those same exact feelings. Seeing this as a kid just gave me instant anxiety and made me worry about getting in the car. But honestly, fear never ruined this episode for me. I've always loved this one. It's so unique and it just has such a specific feel to it that I can't really put into words. It's just so rock bottom-y, for lack of a better word. We just have to give this one a 10 out of 10 and move right along. The next episode that we're going to check out is none other than the episode called Texas. Not gonna lie, I remember having mixed feelings about this episode every time I saw it as a kid, but let's just see what kind of vibe it gives us all these years later. The episode starts out at the Goo Lagoon, where we see SpongeBob has built a sand model of his house right next to Patrick's model of his house, as the two are using their hands as puppets to play. We cut over to Sandy, who's standing in front of a large pile of sand.
There it is.
What is it?
Can't you see? It's Texas.
Texas? What's a Texas?
Oh, it's nothing but a memory now.
All right then, let's make one of your tree dome.
You know, all of a sudden I don't feel much like sandcastles, SpongeBob. I'll see y'all later.
Sandy starts walking home. SpongeBob tries to stop her, to no avail. He even tries karate, which usually does the trick.
I get it. Not feeling up to karate, huh? Whatever you say, Sandy. Boy, I hope Sandy doesn't attack me from behind.
Sandy keeps walking, and SpongeBob tries to stop her by offering her to go jellyfishing with them. She says to SpongeBob that she's really just not in the mood to eat jellyfish.
We don't eat them. We let them go.
Fly away, little critter.
Go on, go back home where you belong. Run along, back to your family and friends. I know they miss you as much as you miss them. Hurry, before they forget you and leave you behind. Remember, there's no place like home.
Sandy admits to SpongeBob that she's feeling really homesick, and that's why she was crying. So, of course, SpongeBob decides to combat her homesickness by taking her to her home, which, honestly, just seems to make things worse. Sandy goes inside and puts up her shades so that no one can see inside of her tree dome. Shortly after that, she appears out the top of her tree dome with an acoustic guitar. She starts playing a sad-sounding country song about how much she misses Texas and just wants to go home. SpongeBob and Patrick are walking back home when they overhear the song.
I miss those wide open skies. I miss my 20 acres, barbecues and pecan pies. Oh, why? When I'm so far from you, Texas, all I can do is cry.
By the end of the song, everyone in Bikini Bottom is just in tears. SpongeBob starts to feel bad at the realization that Sandy really misses her home.
Well, let's go get some Texas and bring it down here.
Patrick, you can't. That's it. Patrick, your genius is showing.
Where?
We cut over to the Krusty Krab, where we hear SpongeBob telling Mr. Krabs that it looks perfect and that they're gonna go get her now. They head right on over to Sandy's tree dome, just overexcited, but when they get there, they knock on the door and they're greeted by Sandy.
What are you doing with those bags?
I'm going back home to Texas.
What? Now? You can't. I mean,
It's time for this tumbleweed to tumble on home.
Wait, Sandy, you can't, because we were gonna, the Krusty Krab that is not the right direction. Wait, if I can't, Sandy, wait a second.
SpongeBob tries everything he can to convince Sandy to come with him to the Krusty Krab, but she says that she's tired of fish food and that saying goodbye to all of her friends will just be too sad. Just like that, without even a hug or even saying goodbye, Sandy gets on the bus to leave for Texas forever.
Can't believe she's gone.
Yeah, what's so great about dumb old Texas?
What did you say?
Texas is dumb?
Don't you dare take the name of Texas in vain!
You mean we can't say anything bad about dumb old Texas?
No, you can't!
Oh, then, can we say people from Texas are dumb?
No! You can't say nothing about Texas!
This gives SpongeBob an idea. He notices that as long as he keeps bad-mouthing dumb old stupid Texas, then he'll keep Sandy's full attention, which hopefully will leave him in a position where he can lure her to the Krusty Krab for her party.
I'm Texas! Howdy, y'all!
I'm Texas, too!
Howdy, y'all!
Get a dog, little Longy! Get a dog!
Howdy, y'all!
Get a dog, little Longy! Get a dog!
Y'all best cut it out!
The stars at night are dull and dim whenever they have to be over dumb old stupid Texas! Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
No, I'm Texas!
What's the difference?
Sandy gets fed up and she drops her bags and threatens them. She says they better apologize or they're gonna get it. They just laugh at her and run off as Patrick keeps smack-talking.
Can we say that shoes from Texas are dumb?
Okay, Patrick, that's enough.
Why? Do you think that old slowpoke Texas is gonna...
As the two of them keep running, Sandy lassos Patrick and he comes to a crash landing with a mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion. SpongeBob keeps running and he leaps for the door of the Krusty Krab, but right as he gets his fingers around the handle, she gets his other arm and we see Sandy tugging the rope as SpongeBob tries his hardest not to let go of the Krusty Krab. SpongeBob holds his grip tight and Sandy keeps pulling until the entire restaurant is straight ripped in half.
Howdy, y'all!
What's this?
It's a party!
For you!
For me?
It's your own little slice of Texas. Check it out, Sandy. We got square dancing, giant barbecues, homemade peas in a can pies, and we got our very own 10-gallon hats. So what do you think? You gonna stay?
Sandy cries tears and her helmet floods again as SpongeBob grabs her bags for her and tells her she doesn't have to cry anymore. But she flushes her helmet like it's a toilet and we realize that she's not crying, she's laughing. She says that she appreciates the gesture, but home isn't about all that stuff. It's about being surrounded by critters that care about you. As all of her Bikini Bottom friends, including Squidward, crowd around the screen, Sandy realizes that she is surrounded by critters who care about her, and that it would be dumb for her to give all of that up.
Does that mean you'll stay?
I'm staying.
Hey! She stays! That makes me feel all wiggly!
Yeah, who needs double Texas?
What did you just say?
Should I start running now?
This episode is one that deep in my heart I really look back on fondly, but it does give me mixed emotions. Of course, I love this episode. It's a great one that really does an admirable job of tackling what can be a really tough and sensitive topic. Missing home and homesickness in general can be a really hard one to tackle. It definitely hits close to home for me, as I'm sure it probably does for many of you guys too. I remember when this episode first premiered. It was shortly after my family moved to Washington from California, and this episode really stuck with me. I was still missing all of my old friends and family back in California, and I was struggling with adjusting to my new life in Washington. This episode, in a way, helped me cope with the feelings that I was feeling at the time, but it also compounded them in a way. I guess, to be direct, the ending helped me process the move, but everything leading up to that really made me miss my old home. I was fortunate enough as a kid to have parents and sisters who cared about me and would support me through those hard feelings, but not everyone is that fortunate. That really came to mind in this episode when we see SpongeBob and Patrick try to make Sandy feel better at first. When everyone is still at the Goo Lagoon and Sandy starts to feel sad and she tells SpongeBob and Patrick that she misses home, they get the idea to just bring her back to her tree dome, saying that this is her home. It's a tough one where you know that their intent is kind and their hearts are in the right place, but they just don't get it. Like, in their heads, they took her to her home and she should feel better. However, they don't understand that in many ways, that tree dome probably feels like a jail cell to Sandy. She's stuck underwater with all of these creatures who can't even relate to her existence and the things she's really been through or struggled with. When we look at it under that lens, it honestly feels really claustrophobic to me in a sense. Like, the only safe place for Sandy there is her tree dome, which is honestly small. The one place in her life that she can breathe freely and touch some grass isn't even a whole quarter acre. To an animal like a squirrel, nature is paramount to a healthy life. Like, even in the big city where squirrels live, there are trees for them to climb. Heck, my city even has these cute little tiny bridges above big streets for the squirrels to cross safely. There's even local laws that make it illegal for people to harass squirrels, and I'm not even joking. It's random, but yeah, the squirrels in my area are unironically treated like royalty. Sandy, on the other hand, more or less is, in my opinion, being abused and treated like a science experiment. Hear me out here and just follow my logic for a sec. I want you to keep in mind that I haven't really seen past like season 4 or maybe a tiny bit of season 5 of SpongeBob, so they may have expanded on this topic. Forgive me because I haven't researched it for the sake of the authentic reaction to this episode. But like, how did Sandy get here? We know that she's a scientist, and her being in Bikini Bottom was originally part of a science experiment, but like, there's no way this lone squirrel acting upon her own volition was able to construct a completely vacuum-sealed underwater dome that's able to withstand the amount of pressure that is present that deep down on the ocean floor. Like, of course, with all due respect to her intelligence, that kind of job is just a lot more than one person or squirrel could take on singularly. Naturally, that just makes my mind wander. Is Sandy part of like a society of secret animals that put together this experiment? Or is it a society of, like, specifically squirrels, maybe? Honestly, cartoon logic would allow either, but my brain jumps to one specific conclusion that's a lot more dark than those two. I personally imagine that humans could be behind it. I imagine it like some jerk scientist wanted to explore the possibility of living underwater and constructing an entire city at the bottom of the ocean, and sending a lone squirrel down there and constructing a tiny tree dome for her to live in was his way of testing the hypothesis that would eventually lead to the scientific conclusion that would begin the construction of the underwater city. I mean, basically Andrew Ryan from BioShock, but with a few more steps. Long story short though, it feels like basically some humans sent Sandy down to the bottom of the ocean and just kind of left her there, never planning to bring her back. However, I will say now, this episode basically disproves that theory, as Sandy proves in this episode that she could pretty much go home at any time that she wanted to. Ultimately, morbid implications aside, this episode really did have a good message behind it. It's okay to miss home, or what used to be home to you. Life changes can be hard, and we all process those things differently. However, at the end of the day, home is a lot more than just a physical place. It's about being surrounded by loved ones who care about you and who will be there to support you. The moral of the story in the end being an important one in my opinion. There's a few things along the way I just have to question and point out though. First of all, how is it that Sandy's tree dome doesn't flood when she comes out of the top to play her song? Like, this platform pushes her out of the top and we can see a hole open in the top of the tree dome. At this point you'd think water would go rushing into the tree dome, but for some reason it doesn't. I'm not going to question it too far, but I couldn't leave that stone unturned. I also gotta take a sec to talk about the song that Sandy sang. I can't lie, I'm not the biggest fan of sad country music, but this one is definitely an exception to that rule. This song isn't that bad at all. It's catchy and it fits the vibe really well. I really love the part where we see SpongeBob and Patrick hearing the song and trying to figure out what's going on. We see Patrick pretty much fighting with the musical notes that were trying to surround him, and it made me chuckle. That just felt like a really Patrick thing to do in my opinion. One other really random thing that kind of bothered me about this episode is the fact that Sandy basically tried to leave without saying goodbye. Like, she got on that bus to leave and there was no hug, there was no "I'll miss you," there wasn't anything other than "I'm going home," and next thing you know, she was just gone. It was really sad, and honestly, it seemed out of character for Sandy. She doesn't strike me as the leave without saying goodbye type, but honestly, depression can deeply affect someone's normal mannerisms. Maybe that was affecting her, but who knows. Lastly, to end the analysis of this episode on a more light-hearted note, just saying, the Krusty Krab door doesn't really make sense. I don't know about you guys, but anytime I approach any building with the door handle oriented the way that the Krusty Krab's handle is, I expect it to be a pull door. Literally, walking up to any restaurant, I don't expect to just push the door to get in. I swear it's almost always a pull to enter. If it was set up properly, then when SpongeBob ended up being lassoed by Sandy as she was trying to pull him off the door would have just simply opened and Sandy would have seen everyone inside waiting for her to join the party. Again, random and not a huge deal, but just one of those things that I really felt the need to bring up. All things considered though, I can say this episode is another fantastic one. We're gonna give this one a 9 out of 10 and let's keep on going. The next episode that we're going to dive into is one that I remember grinding my gears a little bit when I was a kid, only because I don't like it when people treat SpongeBob poorly. We're looking at none other than the episode called Walking Small. God, I gotta say, I love that Season 1 Plankton episode title card music. It just goes so hard. Now, this episode starts out at the Goo Lagoon on a nice day when a bulldozer pulls up and takes out the sign for the Goo Lagoon. We see Plankton jump out and up some barricades as he pulls out a megaphone.
Attention beachgoers! You are trespassing! You have exactly 17 minutes to haul your carcasses off of the future site of the Chum Bucket Mega Bucket!
Do you hear something?
Plankton threatens to bulldoze everyone when he gets no response to his commands, but a little kid walks up and picks up his bulldozer thinking that it's a toy. His mom tells him to drop it and they walk off as Plankton is left realizing a rather harsh reality.
But it's becoming increasingly obvious. I can deny it no longer! I am small. I need someone big to clear the beach for me.
I need... Oh! SpongeBob!
Dab it on the beat. Dab it on the beat. Dab it on the beat. Dab it on the beat.
Yes.
We see SpongeBob walk up to an ice cream stand and get cut off by multiple people who just completely cut in line, leaving the ice cream man apologizing because he's all out of ice cream by the time it's SpongeBob's turn. Nearby, SpongeBob hears Plankton crying and he comes to see what's wrong.
I'm crying because I've got these 2 ice cream cones, but I only need 1. I don't know what to do with the other one.
I'll eat one of those ice cream cones for you.
SpongeBob, would you do that for me?
Sure.
SpongeBob.
Plankton tells SpongeBob that it's great to get the things that you desire, and he tells SpongeBob that with a little more training on how to be assertive, he could get anything that he wants. SpongeBob agrees, and the two start laughing maniacally.
SpongeBob, don't let that guy sit on you. Assertiveness lesson number 1. Tell him to get off.
Excuse me, sir. You're sitting on my body, which is also my face.
No, be assertive.
Beep, beep.
Not insertive.
The guy gets up and walks off. Plankton tells SpongeBob that he needs to be more aggressive if he wants to get what he wants. Ironically, he tells SpongeBob that he's too soft. Plankton ends up spying the eel who stole SpongeBob's ice cream cone walking nearby, and he tells SpongeBob that they're gonna go tell him off and get his ice cream back.
Listen, you, my friend's got something to say.
What? Who said that? Was it you?
Tell him off, SpongeBob. Assert yourself.
That's my ice cream cone.
Great! Now let him have it!
You can have it.
Say thanks!
No! I'll show you how. Hey, Pencil Neck. Yeah, you. Slither over here.
Plankton threatens to make every waking moment a swirling torrent of pain and misery for this guy unless he surrenders the ice cream cone, and he just starts crying and throws the ice cream cone in SpongeBob's face as he runs off. SpongeBob seems rather upset that he made that guy cry, but Plankton assures him that those were tears of joy and that he was happy that SpongeBob stood up for himself. We cut to later on, where SpongeBob is using a metal detector to look for stuff in the sand when some random dude walks up and says that his metal detector broke, and he asks SpongeBob if he can borrow his.
This is your next lesson. Be aggressive. Tell that guy to take a hike.
Do you want to take a hike with me?
Yeah. Now look what you've done. Tell that guy to go fall in the ditch.
Hey, go tuck in that ditch.
Wow. Buried treasure. Thanks.
Did you see that, Plankton? That guy found some buried treasure.
SpongeBob, you'll never get it right.
Feeling defeated and like SpongeBob is hopeless, Plankton walks away and starts to pack his bags, saying that this is a waste of time. He says that SpongeBob just doesn't have what it takes to be a stand-up guy.
But what about airline food?
What?
Airline food. My gosh, what is up with that stuff? Thank you. Good night. See, I can be a stand-up guy. See?
SpongeBob, you'll never get what you want. You'll always let people step all over you. You're just like stairs.
Wait, Plankton. Give me another chance.
Okay, but this is your last chance. Look at all those beach hogs soaking up your sun rays.
SpongeBob runs over and he shakes out a towel, getting sand all over the place and in people's eyes. People all over the beach start to leave, and Plankton gets excited to see his vision finally coming into fruition. SpongeBob walks up to Plankton and they look over to see a long line over at the hot dog stand.
Assert yourself to the front.
I'll do better than that.
Let's go home.
SpongeBob, that was genius. Look at all those kite flyers blocking your view.
What?
Breaking your wind.
SpongeBob straight up pulls out his tooth and uses it like a boomerang to cut all of the kite flyer's lines. As he laughs maniacally, a volleyball ends up falling at his feet, and this happens.
Hey, SpongeBob, throw us the ball.
Let's just go home, I guess.
Plankton, did you see that? I was a regular alpha male.
SpongeBob looks around and Plankton is nowhere to be found. Then, all of a sudden, we hear an engine roar as Plankton comes up in a construction crane. SpongeBob confronts him, upset.
You didn't tell me everyone would leave.
Oops.
Mega Bucket! You used me for land development. That wasn't nice.
Haven't you figured it out, SpongeBob? Nice guys finish last. Only aggressive people conquer the world.
Well, what about aggressively nice people?
SpongeBob starts reversing all of the bad stuff that he did. He regurgitates the hot dogs, gets the kites back, cleans a little girl's sandy ice cream, and he becomes a surfboard for a surfer whose board broke. Plankton panics as SpongeBob's kindness brings everyone back.
Your kindness is bringing everybody back! Get back! Wait! Ouch! No!
Plankton crawls up as SpongeBob says he's sorry about the chum bucket, but Plankton says that doesn't matter and that he just can't handle this much kindness in one sitting.
Need hatred.
Volleyball, anyone? Yeah! Serve! Ouch! Ouch!
Like I said in the beginning, this episode used to grind my gears when I was a kid just a little bit. Nowadays, not so much, if I'm being honest. It's a pretty good episode. If we take it from the top, I gotta start out with that opening pan, which, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I've seen 1,000 times. I feel like every episode that starts out at the Goo Lagoon usually starts out with pretty much the same exact pan. But I gotta say, I really did like the part where we see that bubbling puddle of sludge right next to the sign for the Goo Lagoon. That felt like a nice touch in my opinion. I remember seeing the show as a kid and being confused as to how the Goo Lagoon works. Like, how is it possible for them to have a body of water when they're literally inside of a body of water? That's like having air inside of air. That just doesn't make sense. The context of this makes sense though. The water at the Goo Lagoon is a thick sludge, so thick that it naturally sinks to the bottom of the ocean, forming what looks like a body of water to the fish. The muck separates from the rest of the ocean and settles to the bottom in a specific way that kind of mimics the properties of a nasty old lake. At least that's how my mind rationalizes it. It's another one of those things where I'm sure there's going to be like a ton of people in the comments like, duh, of course, it's just an old separated puddle, didn't everybody know that? But like, I'm slow to connect dots sometimes, okay? Don't make fun of me. This is another episode that just shows us how pure and innocent SpongeBob from season 1 was as well. That scene in the beginning when SpongeBob is sitting with Plankton on the bench is a great example of that. When SpongeBob finishes going to town on that ice cream cone, he agrees to go through assertiveness training with Plankton, and Plankton starts laughing maniacally, and naturally, SpongeBob joins in on the laughing, no idea why, other than just because Plankton was laughing. This just shows how innocent SpongeBob is. He doesn't even recognize evil laughing. Nothing funny was even said. Plankton was just doing the typical villain trope thing and laughing. SpongeBob is just oblivious on the other hand, so of course he joins in on the laughter innocently. More than anything, SpongeBob just wanted to get along with Plankton, make him feel better because he was crying, and he wanted Plankton to feel included. One thing I saw in this episode that was just kind of dumb in my opinion was the part where that guy doesn't even look and just kind of sits on top of SpongeBob on the bench. Plankton tells him to be assertive, but like, how was SpongeBob supposed to know what to do? He didn't even know the meaning of the word assertive yet, thinking that Plankton said insertive, as evidenced by him sticking his finger in that guy's pocket. Like, Plankton said he was going to teach SpongeBob how to be more assertive, but in all reality, he didn't really teach SpongeBob anything. He just kind of told SpongeBob to be assertive and was disappointed when SpongeBob didn't know what to do. Like, you gotta show someone how to do what you want them to do, not just tell them to do it when they literally don't even know how. You gotta give the pupil some direction, and Plankton clearly doesn't understand that. Another kind of weird thing I noticed was when SpongeBob confronted that eel who took his ice cream. Plankton basically threatened to ruin this guy's life, and he ran away crying after throwing the ice cream at SpongeBob. I can't help but wonder, is this really the same exact eel who took SpongeBob's ice cream? Like, when he did that, which mind you was incredibly rude, he seemed kind of abrasive and sneaky and deceptive and inconsiderate. It was definitely something that only an asshole would do. To put it bluntly. But like, you're gonna tell me that the same eel that had enough gall to do all that was reduced to tears by somebody literally just saying that they were gonna fill your every moment with pain and despair? Like, no disrespect to SpongeBob, but I feel like if a guy like SpongeBob made a threat like that to someone like the asshole who had the gall to just cut him in line with no cares given, then a fight would probably break out, started by the line-cutting asshole, of course. Hear me out, if you're gonna be a jerk going around and cutting people in line with no regard, then you know good and well that there's a chance that you might piss off the wrong person. Like, you can only walk over so many people before you walk all over somebody who's gonna stand up for themselves and try to challenge you. I don't know, I just feel like the original eel who had the nerve to cut in line and steal SpongeBob's ice cream wouldn't necessarily be fazed by an empty threat made by a sponge who's like 4 feet shorter than him, but who knows. Maybe he is sensitive, but by that logic, he should know how much it hurts to be cut in line and should stop doing that to other people. Moving on from there though, I gotta point out how obnoxious it was when SpongeBob was using the metal detector and that fish approached him. Like, first of all, if that was me, I'd be pissed because like, I'm in public doing something with headphones on for a reason. I don't want you to approach me, I'm busy, just like let me do my thing. But like, let alone asking me to stop doing the thing that I'm busy doing so that you can use my property to do the thing I'm doing instead? That would honestly just drive me insane. Like, if I'm out mowing my lawn, don't interrupt me halfway into my lawn and ask me if you can use my lawnmower to mow your lawn. Like, at least have the courtesy to let me finish what I'm doing first. On top of that though, this guy already broke his own metal detector. What makes you think that I'm about to let you use mine when you couldn't even take care of your own metal detector? If I was SpongeBob, I would have told that guy to go kick rocks or something. Honestly though, I'm a massive introvert, so there's that. One last thing I really wanted to cover is that scene at the very end where Plankton gets trampled. He makes this very specific noise, and I'm pretty sure you probably know the one I'm talking about. Now, I have no idea what part of Plankton's body was being stepped on, and honestly, I don't want to know. I remember noticing that part as a kid and just being so confused and not having a single clue what they were implying here. But yeah, that's a thing, I guess. I don't know, this episode wasn't bad by any means, but it's not the greatest of the season. Let's go with like a 7.5 and we'll keep this train on rolling ahead. Next up, as we round into the bottom half of this video, we're checking out the episode Fools in April. In the beginning, we see Gary sleeping peacefully, and he gets woken up by SpongeBob saying that he's gotta wake up because they're moving today.
We're gonna become peasants! No more food. Sorry, Gary. Peasants only eat mashed up clamshells. April Fools!
We see SpongeBob go to his kitchen for a drink fit for his extreme thirst. He pours like 100 glasses of lemonade and says that he can't wait to drink all of them as he pulls out a little mirror to tell himself April Fools before walking out of the house without so little as sipping on a single glass. Squidward notices SpongeBob walking past his house while laughing, and he starts to question why SpongeBob is so happy. Then, when he looks at the calendar and notices what day it is, he starts to panic. He reaches for the phone and he calls Mr. Krabs so that he can call in sick to work. Mr. Krabs tells him that there's someone there from the Barnacle Bay Art Museum and that he wants to honor Squidward as Artist of the Month.
I have arrived. What? What's so funny? Where's the art dealer?
You just missed him.
Yeah, but he told us to tell you.
Tell me what?
He told me to tell you April Fools.
Well, it's been nice working here. Thanks for everything, Mr. Krabs.
Squidward, wait!
SpongeBob promises no more jokes on Squidward today, and Squidward agrees not to quit, and they go on their merry way. We see the day pass as SpongeBob keeps playing jokes on people, and he stops as soon as Squidward comes anywhere near the situation.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, I didn't see anything. Hey, where'd that other guy go?
April Fools! I'm right here!
Hey, that was pretty good.
What are you doing behind the counter?
We see SpongeBob just going ham on pranking people. In what I would consider to be the best scene of this episode, we see SpongeBob on the floor scrubbing when this fish asks him for a couple of ice cubes in his drink. SpongeBob comes back and the fish is drinking his drink while SpongeBob keeps secretly laughing at this guy.
April Fools!
What did you do to my drink?
You
what?
You asked for a couple of ice cubes in your drink, and I only put in one!
I guess that is pretty funny.
Squidward overhears SpongeBob's laughter, which just pisses him off. SpongeBob laughs so hard that his tongue falls off, and he's full-blown laughing into the intercom at the front register while Squidward is just straight up cramming napkins into his ear holes trying to drown out SpongeBob's laughter. Finally fed up with SpongeBob's pranks, he decides that he's going to show SpongeBob what a real prank is all about. We see Squidward spraying mustard on the ground in a trap, and he tells SpongeBob to go clean it up.
April Fools!
The trap comes to an end with SpongeBob getting flung into the ceiling. As he falls down, Squidward runs to catch him, and at the last second he catches him with a nearby garbage can filled with sludge.
April Fools, you little sausage! SpongeBob, I was just kidding! Come on! Come on, you guys know I was just kidding, right?
April Fools. Jerk.
Squidward looks around the restaurant and sees remnants of how awful his trap was. He feels bad, and his exact words are, "Why is it whenever I'm having fun, it's wrong?"
I guess this means I better tell SpongeBob I'm sorry. Huh? I guess this means I better apologize. This is gonna be tougher than I thought.
We see Squidward arrive at SpongeBob's house and knock on the door, but nobody answers. He gets hit by some dirt flung nearby, and we see a Krusty Krab hat peeking out from a nearby rock formation. Assuming it's SpongeBob, Squidward approaches to talk. He tries to muster out some sort of apology, but what comes out isn't all too stellar.
Because I'm about to tell you that I'm... What? Patrick! What are you doing here?
Digging.
Why are you wearing that hat?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, where's SpongeBob?
He's in the house. He's impressed.
With what?
I don't know, but it must have been pretty good to make him cry like that.
We see Squidward walk up to SpongeBob's door and try to get in, but SpongeBob reaches his arm under the door and takes the handle away.
You better let me in there. I don't want to have to use this.
What do you want?
SpongeBob, I just want to say that I'm sorry.
What?
I'm trying to say I'm...
What?
I'm just trying to say I'm...
After that utter failure, Squidward starts exploring more creative venues, of which he may apologize to SpongeBob. His first attempt, rather clever in my opinion, is to write a letter, put it in a bottle, and put a cork in it to send to SpongeBob.
Well, aren't you gonna open it?
I can't. I don't have a bottle opener.
We then see Squidward take a couple of cans and attach them with the string. He gives one to SpongeBob and he gets in his car and drives down the road to talk to him that way. But the sound of Patrick sitting on his rock and flossing with the line is drowning out everything that he's saying. Squidward ends up getting fed up and decides that he's just gonna rip off the band-aid and walk up to SpongeBob and say it.
Is that I am sorry. There you go.
But I couldn't
I don't care. I said it. My conscience is clear.
As Squidward walks away, seemingly guilt-free, he ends up seeing visions of Patrick talking about SpongeBob crying, the fish who said April Fools, jerk, and even his own mother telling him that he stinks. Being plagued by these visions, he runs back to SpongeBob.
I'm sorry, I admit it, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. In fact, SpongeBob, I like you. I like living next door. I like hearing your foghorn alarm in the morning and your high-pitched giggling at night. I also like Gary, Patrick, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, and all the other people I'm forced to be in contact with. And
Squidward, is all that true?
Yes, SpongeBob. Yes, it's all true. But you have to promise not to tell anybody.
I promise.
Really?
The episode ends with Squidward going crazy and running away laughing crazily, saying April Fools over and over again, claiming that he fooled everyone. This episode is definitely an interesting one to reflect upon nowadays. I gotta say, that gag in the beginning where SpongeBob pranks Gary and makes him cry just made me feel so bad. I love Gary and I hated seeing him cry. It made me sad that SpongeBob had Gary fully convinced that they were gonna live a new life as peasants and that they were gonna give up food. After that though, when SpongeBob poured the 100+ glasses of lemonade, I was in stitches. That's like the most SpongeBob thing ever. I'm just gonna pull the most inconvenient prank I can possibly think of on myself. Of course, the icing on the cake of that whole situation being that SpongeBob didn't even take a single sip of any of those glasses. He wasn't even thirsty, that was just full-blown commitment to the gag for the sake of pranking himself. SpongeBob is an interesting character, and specifically Season 1 SpongeBob has such an interesting logic process that can be hilarious to follow if you pay close enough attention to it. Fast forwarding from there, when we see SpongeBob leave for work and Squidward starts to panic and call in sick to work, the prank that they played on him was just so legendary. It was a perfect prank in my opinion because it was next level cruel, but on that same note, only to a certain extent. Hear me out here. It was cruel. We all know that Squidward's biggest dream is to have his art blow up and that he can be world famous, and for them to pretend that he was actually getting his shot finally was pretty mean. However, in the end, though that definitely did crush Squidward's spirit and hurt his feelings, only SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs were involved. He didn't get publicly humiliated or anything like that. It was just a simple prank, and man, Squidward's reaction was just over the top. He straight up quit right then and there on the spot. He just put down his hat and said it was nice knowing them. Squidward is just such a drama queen sometimes, and it's hilarious. I just have to point out how absolutely over the top the joke Squidward pulled on SpongeBob was, especially in comparison to the joke that SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs pulled on him. That joke resulted in SpongeBob getting covered in flour, completely pummeled and smacked multiple times, dragged through some guy's butt, and crammed into a garbage can that had green sludge inside of it, all in front of an entire restaurant full of people. Everyone saw that happen, and of course, cherry on top, SpongeBob ended up crying in front of everybody. At least when SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs pranked Squidward, it stayed between them, but Squidward went straight to the level of public ridicule. It was just really sad to see how it affected SpongeBob. He didn't really deserve that, no matter how annoying Squidward thought he was being. I do have to bring up that weird thing that was happening every time that Squidward tried to say sorry. He kept doing weird facial expressions, or his face would completely transform, and honestly, how messed up is it that Squidward is literally unable to apologize? He is straight up incapable of ever even saying those two words together. I'm sure throughout the rest of the series this wouldn't persist. I have to imagine somewhere over these last few decades Squidward has said the words "I'm sorry" together at some point, but like for this specific episode, it's pretty messed up. Like, his brain straight up will not allow his lips to make the movements required to say it. Of course, he did end up saying it, but like, you saw how he was full-blown transforming into a donkey and hee-hawing when he tried to say he was sorry? It just wouldn't work. What's even more messed up than that though is how much this is kind of a representation of real life to a degree. There are so many people out there like Squidward who are just straight up narcissists and can't ever say they're sorry for anything. I've said it once and I'll say it again. Nobody wants to be a Squidward. Honestly, at one point, Squidward straight up says,
"Why is it whenever I'm having fun, it's wrong?"
Like, analyze that for yourself, Squidward. That statement right there says a lot more about you than it does about anybody else around you. Like, reassess your life, my guy. Moving on from there though, on a different note, there's a few things on a more positive side that I wanted to touch on. That part where Squidward is attempting to apologize and he writes a message in a bottle and he passes it to SpongeBob, who just kind of stands there with it, had me dying. The way he innocently says that he can't open it because he doesn't have a bottle opener was everything. Like, he was just gonna stand there and hold it and not say anything until Squidward questioned him. It had me straight up laughing. You know good and well that SpongeBob could have just like smashed that bottle open on the ground and got the paper out that way, but he's such a good person that he's just gonna stand there like, oh well, instead. Just another testament to how good of a person SpongeBob is. He doesn't even want to break glass. One weird thing that I need to point out is at that point where Squidward makes the cans connected by a piece of string so that he can talk to SpongeBob through it. We see Squidward get in his car and drive off into the distance, and I just have to stop and question, when did Squidward get a car? And second of all, why isn't it like a normal boat? I mean, I guess technically, like, this is a normal boat, but it's very different from literally every other boat that we've seen around Bikini Bottom. This one is shaped like a canoe and is naturally a lot more narrow than the other boats that we've seen in this show. I know that's random, but like, it's just a minor inconsistency that I couldn't let slide. One random thing in here that really just kind of rubbed me the wrong way was during, again, that scene where they're talking with the cans and the string. Patrick is on top of his house and straight up flossing with the string that they're attempting to communicate with. Just the sound of him doing that was like nails on a chalkboard for me, and the look on his face and the way that they drew his teeth is just ick. Everything about that was just gross in my opinion. I'm not gonna lie, this episode was not my favorite, but if there's anything we were able to gather from it, it would be that Squidward does in fact have a conscience. He did SpongeBob wrong, and as a result, his conscience was racked with guilt, as we saw when he was getting visions of people criticizing him for what he did to SpongeBob. We know Squidward is a callous jerk, which he was in this episode, but it definitely did confirm the fact that he does have a conscience and is capable of feeling genuine guilt. I'm gonna go ahead and give this episode a solid 7.5 out of 10, and we're gonna move on. This next episode is one that I've been really excited to look back on for a while now, and I'm so hyped to finally be able to watch it again. We're looking at the episode called Neptune's Spatula. The beginning of this episode sees SpongeBob and Patrick playing tourist at the Fry Cook Museum. We see them oohing and awing at everything until they come upon the golden spatula. Legend has it that many have tried to pull the spatula from the ancient Greece, but all have failed. Only a fry cook worthy of King Neptune himself can wield the golden spatula.
Take a picture of me and the spatula. Okay, I'm ready.
Excuse me, do you know where the menu section is?
The menu section? That's easy. It's over that way.
Holy smokes!
Hey, the light changed.
A thunderstorm is conjured indoors, and we see lightning strike inside as a gateway opens up to Atlantis, and we see none other than King Neptune come through.
Who has freed the spatula from the grease?
I did, Mr. Neptune, sir. SpongeBob SquarePants.
A fine jest, boy. You are but a lowly yellow sponge, puny, insignificant. a commoner. Therefore, you could never be fry cooked to a god, and this is why it is funny. Now step aside while I seek out the true fry cook.
We see King Neptune going around and looking when he comes upon the hot dog stand guy. He says that he must be the one who pulled the spatula, but when the hot dog stand guy tells him that SpongeBob pulled the spatula out, King Neptune ends up crushing his hot dog stand in laughter.
You there, crustacean?
Who, me?
You have the physique of Atlas.
Thanks. I work out.
Make poses with me.
Okay.
Why, Slam? You pulled the spatula from the grease.
Nope, that was SpongeBob.
King Neptune is just exceedingly angry that anyone would have the audacity to even insinuate that a creature like SpongeBob would have what it takes to be the royal fry cook. He ends up confronting Patrick about it and insisting that Patrick show him proof that SpongeBob pulled the spatula, and even though Patrick literally has a picture from when it happened, King Neptune still wants to hear nothing of it. He explains that there's more to being the royal fry cook than just being able to cook a burger.
There are certain qualities that a royal fry cook must have.
Like?
The royal fry cook must be, left-handed.
Actually, I've got two.
Also, the royal fry cook wears red underwear. No, blue. His big toes are, he has 6.
He is the new royal fry cook, and you...
After King Neptune hurts Patrick, SpongeBob calls him a bully and a liar. King Neptune decides that he's going to prove SpongeBob's worthlessness with a challenge.
Bring it on! SpongeBob can handle it! Ouch!
Your friend's arrogance will cost you dearly. There will be 2 challenges.
Only 2? What are 2 challenges to someone like SpongeBob?
3 challenges!
3? 3 challenges are nothing. Might as well be 500 challenges.
Enough!
They decide to settle on one challenge: King Neptune versus SpongeBob in the ultimate cook-off. SpongeBob agrees as long as King Neptune fixes Patrick. King Neptune explains that if SpongeBob meets the requirements of the challenge, he will reap great rewards.
Behold! Whoopsie. Now behold, my beloved home of Atlantis. You will reside here in this glorious place, cook only for me, and be a god.
That sounds pretty good.
But if you should not succeed, you must give up fry cooking forever. What do you say?
I'm ready!
We cut on over to the Poseidome, where SpongeBob and King Neptune are getting ready to battle, and first to 1,000 patties wins. We see SpongeBob in his corner telling Patrick that he's worried and that he doesn't think that he's fit to cook in Atlantis. After a little pep talk, we hear the bell ring, and they get to cooking. As SpongeBob is building a little fire with sticks and rocks, King Neptune is flipping hundreds of patties at a time on massive grills. Within minutes, King Neptune has hundreds of patties raining from the sky. Meanwhile,
Once upon a time... Perfect.
I win! Loser!
King Neptune declares free patties for everyone, and he throws everyone in the crowd a patty. They all take a bite, and simultaneously, everyone starts spitting them out and talking about how disgusting they are. They all tell King Neptune to take a bite, but after smelling it, even he won't try the patties he made.
Okay, mine's no good. But what makes you think his will be any better? Give me that! Why, it tastes so good. I think I'd like to try it a second time.
So, what do you think?
Yours is superior.
King Neptune decides to concede and let SpongeBob have the win because his patty is so incredibly good. SpongeBob and Patrick start to celebrate that they get to go to Atlantis, but then King Neptune says that Patrick doesn't get to come with, nor do any of SpongeBob's friends.
It's too late now. I can't live without your burgers. You're going to be a god and like it. Maybe we do have a problem.
Wait, Neptune! I have another idea.
We cut on over to the Krusty Krab, where we see Patrick with his face still on his butt as he walks up and tries to order. Meanwhile, we hear some sort of commotion going on in the kitchen.
The accursed stove has burnt my finger. Feel thine own wrath, stove!
What did I tell you about using your powers, trainee?
Perfect patties are made with love, not magic.
I feel like at this point you know it's a good episode when you know you love the episode but you also hate it at the same time for one specific character, and in this case that character is definitely King Neptune. Honestly, I enjoy this episode. I enjoy the whole sequence with the museum, and the cook-off was just incredible, but I can't handle how much of a massive tool King Neptune really is. I like how they wrote his character though, because you're supposed to hate him. I will say though, it is frustrating to me that this King Neptune and the King Neptune we see in the first SpongeBob movie are two completely different King Neptunes. This guy is far different from that one in many ways, and I can't help but question why they made that decision, but it is what it is, I guess. One thing that I connected the dots on when watching this episode this time was the golden spatula. I recently played through SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated on the Switch, and the main thing that you collect in that game is golden spatulas. I've been playing that game and watching the show since I was a little kid, and I never correlated this episode to the golden spatulas that you collect in that game. It's not any huge revelation or anything super notable, but it was just something that I finally connected the dots on all these years later. Battle for Bikini Bottom was a fantastic game, but I gotta stop and give a shout out to the PS2 game SpongeBob SquarePants Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. That game is literally the all-time greatest SpongeBob SquarePants game that I've ever played in my life. 10 out of 10 recommend. Just had to shout it out on the note of SpongeBob SquarePants video games. This episode is one that I really look back on and I can appreciate for the message behind it. There's a point in this episode where King Neptune refers to SpongeBob as a puny, insignificant commoner in reference to the fact that he could never be the royal fry cook, and honestly, that just drove me absolutely nuts. First of all, SpongeBob's physical appearance is in no way, shape, or form a representation of how good of a fry cook he is. Fry cooks come in all different shapes and sizes, and everyone in Bikini Bottom knows that SpongeBob is literally the best fry cook in town. Honestly, why does the royal fry cook need to be large and muscular anyways? Just because King Neptune is? On that note, does he hold a ridiculous fitness standard for everyone else in his kingdom? Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me the way that he used magic to turn SpongeBob buff in the end. On that note, can we just take a second to look at him? SpongeBob with large muscles just doesn't look right. King Neptune turned him into the literal Muscle Bob Buff Pants, and it just doesn't feel right, to be honest. Ultimately though, the moral of the story was that you can't judge a book by its cover. King Neptune did, and ended up being completely wrong about SpongeBob. Speaking of King Neptune though, it was funny to see just how cowardly he ended up being in the end. When he made all of those Krabby Patties, he was a crowd favorite, but then when everyone tried them and thought they were disgusting, they got really angry at him, and honestly, it seemed like he was afraid of the audience a little bit. King Neptune was so cowardly that he wouldn't even take a bite of the disgusting burger that he made himself. I don't know, I get why he was cowardly in these moments, but for someone who's supposed to be an almighty god who is all powerful and not to be messed with, he sure seemed pretty cowardly. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a mere mortal. The last thing I wanted to bring up here was Patrick. One thing that he was really good at all the way back in season 1 was not being able to keep his mouth shut. I'm sure that persisted throughout the whole series, even today, but like, when King Neptune was talking about the challenges, Patrick just kept smack-talking him and saying that SpongeBob could handle like 500 challenges. It was honestly just ridiculous, and what was originally going to be like one challenge turned out to be 2, then turned out to be 3, then turned out to be back 1 again, all because Patrick just couldn't keep his mouth shut and kept smack-talking King Neptune. It was funny, I'll admit that much. Though it's usually to the detriment of himself or someone else, it's usually hilarious when Patrick just keeps egging on. All in all, this is a great episode. I've honestly struggled with this one as far as thinking about a rating goes, but I'm just gonna do it and go for a 10. It's a really memorable and classic episode, and it really does a great job of capturing that Season 1 SpongeBob feel, which I genuinely appreciate. I honestly think of this one as a corner staple of Season 1. It was crucial to us as viewers for developing our understanding of just how good of a fry cook that SpongeBob is, and I appreciate this episode for that. Moving on, our next episode is a super iconic one in my opinion. We're looking at the episode called Hooky. Not gonna lie, that title card music feels a little bit out of place for this episode, but whatever. This episode starts out with some boats above Bikini Bottom with fishermen in them. We cut on over to the Krusty Krab where SpongeBob is in the middle of some cleaning when this happens.
They're back! They're back, I tell you! I saw them with my own eyes! The hooks! The hooks!
How about a mint?
The hooks!
Can you make that to go? You don't know how lucky you are.
Mr. Krabs tries to tell Squidward about the hooks, but he's having nothing of it, claiming that he has to do his wastebasket inspection. Just then, SpongeBob comes up to talk to Mr. Krabs.
They dangle down and draw you close with their pleasing shapes and their beguiling colors. And just when you think you've found the land of milk and honey, they grab you by the britches and haul you way up high. Then higher and higher and higher until you're hauled up to the surface, flopping and gasping for breath. And then they cook you, and then they eat you, or worse.
What could be worse than that?
Gift shops.
SpongeBob is seemingly the only person in the Krusty Krab who heeds Mr. Krabs' warning. We cut on over to the kitchen where SpongeBob is cooking up some patties. Patrick appears in the window saying that the carnival is in town and that they need to go. SpongeBob says that he can't go because he has to work, but Patrick says that he should just take a break and then come back. And as soon as you know it, they're on their way to the carnival.
The carnival is back in town!
Where is everybody?
I don't know. There was one kid here earlier.
Doesn't look like any carnival I ever... Oh! Excuse me. Oh! Stop, Patrick! Don't touch it! This isn't the carnival, Patrick. Those are hooks. Mr. Krabs says they're really dangerous.
I sense no danger here.
Patrick says that, of course, they can't be dangerous because they're covered with free cheese. We see Patrick playing with the hooks and taking food from them without really worrying at all.
Does this look dangerous?
Ah! Patrick, don't!
Lighten up, will ya? Or do I have to eat all this cheese by myself?
Oh, Patrick! Help! Oh, Patrick, help! Oh, Patrick, come back! Oh, my best friend! Patrick, you're alive!
Patrick says that he had a blast and that SpongeBob should try it. Patrick tells him that he just needs to jump off before he gets too high up. Patrick convinces SpongeBob to jump on and ride it like a horsey, and we see a fisherman reeling his line. At the last second, the two jump off and they fall down slowly to the bottom. Meanwhile, at the Krusty Krab...
My sandwich tastes like a fried boot.
My sandwich is a fried boot.
Hurry it up, will ya? We're hungry over here, look at us!
Squidward does his best to cook the food, but the crowd just gets more and more angry at him. Mr. Krabs comes in and asks what's going on, and Squidward tells him that it's a feeding frenzy and SpongeBob's not back from his break yet.
What? I thought you said SpongeBob was taking a break. No one's taking a break at the Krusty Krab since the Chum Famine of '59. Now, what were you saying?
He took a break.
Mr. Krabs walks out of the front door saying that he's gonna find SpongeBob and that his nose can smell laziness over 50 feet away. Mr. Krabs keeps walking until he comes upon SpongeBob and Patrick and finds them playing with the hooks. He watches them get pulled away.
Boys! I wasn't quick enough. They're gone! Oh, if I could only hold him in my arms again, I'd throttle him! What did I tell you about those hooks, boys?
Mr. Krabs strikes major fear into their hearts as he says that if they get caught by the hooks, they'll get vacuum packed into a can of tuna with nothing to look forward to except for the smell of mayonnaise. The boys apologize.
I need a sailor's promise. Repeat after me. Yo-ho, yo-ho! Near the hooks, I'll never go.
Yo-ho, yo-ho! Near the hooks, we'll never go.
Mother of Pearl! Fire on the poop deck!
Ah! Mother of Pearl! Fire on the poop deck!
We cut to the next day where we see SpongeBob leave his house after telling Gary that he's gonna prove to Mr. Krabs that he's loyal. As he runs past Patrick's house, Patrick comes out saying that he's not going to work today because he's gonna play hooky.
But Patrick, we promised.
Well, I had my fingers crossed.
You don't have any fingers, Patrick.
Well, that Mr. Krabs is just a big dummy. We played on those hooks all day long, and nothing happened to us.
But Mr. Krabs said...
Look, SpongeBob, are you gonna listen to a big dummy, or are you gonna listen to me?
Patrick runs off to have fun, and SpongeBob watches, thinking about how bad he wants to just stay and play, but instead he leaves to go to work.
Oh no! Mr. Krabs told me all about you. You are a liar! A deceiver! I'll never fall for your tricks again! Never! Is this seat taken? Ooh, glad I got that out of my system. Oh, I'm hooked.
SpongeBob starts panicking and crying, saying that he's hooked. He runs for the Krusty Krab, begging for Mr. Krabs to help. He shows up and tries to talk to Mr. Krabs discreetly about his problem, but it doesn't go quite as planned, and he ends up exposing the truth to all of the people in the Krusty Krab, including Pearl and all of her friends. He asks Mr. Krabs what to do, and he says that there's only one thing that they can do about it.
Oh no, Mr. Krabs. I can't take off my pants. Not in front of all these girls. Oh, okay, I'm taking them off. I'm taking them off. There.
Lad.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 Mr. Krabs. I can't do it. Anything but that.
I understand. You were a good little fry cook, SpongeBob.
Mr. Krabs says that they'll miss him and that they'll find another fry cook, hopefully one that'll listen to old Mr. Krabs. Just then, the line gets pulled tighter and tighter until SpongeBob starts getting pulled away. He ends up holding onto the Krusty Krab sign until his underwear get ripped off and he gets launched into the Krusty Krab door, completely nude.
Mr. Squidward, that was some fine angling. Do you think the lad has learned his lesson?
Oh, I think he'll remember this for a long time. No, I will.
Does somebody have a can opener?
Like I said in the beginning, this episode is just so iconic. The hooks were definitely a statement that stuck in my head for a long time when I was a kid. I loved that Patrick, being the simpleton that he is, mistook the hooks for a carnival and was just super excited to go play with them. It's interesting to me how the show approached topics like this. With the creator of the show being a marine science educator, he would approach topics in the show from a scientific standpoint and from different angles that a lot of people wouldn't consider, and this is one that I truly appreciate. I never really wondered what fishing is like from the fish's perspective, but it really does make for an interesting topic for this show to cover. Seeing this as a kid, Patrick's vision of what it was definitely played a part in influencing my view on it. I remember seeing this when I was a kid and hearing Patrick call it the carnival and then him going there and seeing how much fun that he had made it really look like it was actually cool with all the colorful lures and stuff that we see all over the area. But in all reality, it's kind of messed up. Watching this as an adult, like, I just see all sorts of pointy, sharp instruments that are literally designed to more than likely lead these fish to death. What's interesting to me though is like, Patrick and SpongeBob thought the hooks were fun, Mr. Krabs thought the hooks were terrifying, but what about everyone else? They seemed to just kind of ignore Mr. Krabs when he was warning them about the hooks. It leaves me wondering, do they all already know about the hooks and that they're a threat? Or is everyone just oblivious and like not care? Throughout this episode, we don't really see anyone other than our core characters comment on the hooks, so there's not really any way for us to know. I will admit I am super curious though. I personally really loved Mr. Krabs' tactic of scaring the boys away from the hooks. He told SpongeBob all about the cans of tuna and the mayonnaise, and even worse if you end up being a knick-knack for sale at the gift shop. It's interesting to see what kind of fears these fish have in comparison to our normal human fears up here on land. I can't help but wonder, how does Mr. Krabs know all this? If any fish who ends up getting caught by the hooks ends up being eaten or stuffed into a tuna can or sold in a gift shop, how would Mr. Krabs know that and have been able to get the information? Like, if no fish who was gotten by the hooks has survived and lived to tell the story, then how would Mr. Krabs know and be able to warn them? That's another interesting topic that I always pondered as a kid, simply due to the fact that, like, most people probably chalk him having that info up to, like, old people knowledge. Like how most old people are wise and have some sort of knowledge or life tips that they can share with you. But, like, they all had to have gotten that info from someone somewhere along the lines. I just can't help but wonder where Mr. Krabs got that information. Regardless though, this is a really good episode. I enjoyed it as a kid, and it still holds up all these years later in my opinion. I'm gonna give it a solid 9, and we're gonna jump right on to the next episode. Here we are, all this time later, and we're finally here. The final segment of Season 1 of SpongeBob, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 2. This episode begins on a Saturday morning with SpongeBob at home.
SpongeBob is watching his favorite Saturday morning show, The Adventures of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, enjoying a bowl of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy bland cereal, and wearing the official Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy Blackfist Biters.
Mermaid Man, fleet and forceful, by the power of Neptune, aided by his young ward.
Instead of actually airing an episode, we jump right into the fish announcer saying that he has the results of a contest that they're holding in which the winner will get an exclusive collector's item from the show.
And the winner is SpongeBob SquarePants.
Aw, I worked forever on those life-size Krabby Patty mannequins of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
For these life-size Krabby Patty mannequins of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
Hey, SpongeBob SquarePants stole my idea.
What's that? Oh. It appears I've made a slight error in pronunciation. The real name of the winner is SpongeBob SquarePants.
SpongeBob stands there shaking in awe that he won, wondering when his prize will get here, but before he can finish that thought, he turns around and the delivery boy is right behind him. SpongeBob rips open the package to find the conch signal from the TV show used to summon Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy in case of an emergency. SpongeBob naturally blows into it to check if it still works.
Signal to the invisible boatmobile!
Mermaid Man.
Yes, Barnacle Boy?
We're not in the invisible boatmobile, are we?
Nope.
After they search the area down there and find the invisible boatmobile, they race to SpongeBob's house and burst through the side of SpongeBob's home and through his door. SpongeBob approaches them, and Barnacle Boy is not all too happy to see SpongeBob again. When they find out that SpongeBob is now the holder of the conch signal, they are upset with him to find out that he blew it without there being any danger. They warn SpongeBob and tell him that you can only blow it when there's trouble, or else there's gonna be trouble. The two leave and SpongeBob says that they won't be hearing from him unless there's a big emergency. That night, we see the two of them trying to shower when the conch signal blows again. They storm into action and this happens.
Help. Can't. Open mayonnaise.
What? I come down here in my underwear to open a jar of mayonnaise? But nothing. We can't go around socializing. We have to be prepared for emergencies.
Barnacle Boy, think about it. Emergencies don't come around as often as they used to.
All right, okay. You can blow the conch every once in a while. Just give us something to do when we show up.
Yay!
As you would expect, armed with that blessing, SpongeBob starts blowing the conch signal all the time for the most trivial things, even in the middle of the night. It gets to the point where Barnacle Boy ends up taking away the conch signal because he's blowing it just way too much. SpongeBob starts to cry and says that he was just doing it because they're his heroes. Barnacle Boy attempts to destroy the conch with his sulfur vision, but he fails and says that he'll just destroy it when he gets home.
And as for you...
Barnacle Boy, don't squash his enthusiasm. After all, he could be the hero of tomorrow, or the villain. Besides, I remember another young whippersnapper who wanted to be a superhero.
You don't even remember breakfast, you old coot.
Mermaid Man offers to let SpongeBob spend the rest of the day on patrol to make him feel better, and we see the three of them on the invisible boatmobile together when SpongeBob asks to drive.
What do you know about driving the invisible boatmobile?
Tons! Like the windshield wipers are right here.
Don't touch that button, it's the... Origami button.
The day continues, and we see mostly mishap going on as SpongeBob causes the heroes to fall off of a skyscraper and eventually ends up harassing and trying to arrest an innocent old man who is a retired supervillain. We cut over to a diner where SpongeBob is having some lunch with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. SpongeBob says that he's having a ton of fun and he asks what they're gonna do tomorrow.
Why don't you take this nickel and go over there and see if our theme song is on the jukebox?
Okay.
You know, for a pain in the neck, he's a pretty nice kid.
Let's ditch him.
Right behind you.
The two heroes are trying to escape in the invisible boatmobile when their arch nemesis, the Dirty Bubble, shows up and traps them. SpongeBob comes up and the Dirty Bubble tells him to just give up because he has them trapped.
You don't understand. You're my most favorite supervillain. Can I have your autograph?
Oh no! Oh no, you fools! Stay back! The point! Watch the point now!
You saved us, son!
Yeah, you're a hero!
With Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy saved, the episode comes to an end with the three of them riding off into the distance in the invisible boatmobile. This episode is another one that I appreciate for the simple fact that we got two different Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes in one season. Personally, I enjoy the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes so much. I really enjoy all things comic related and superheroes, so they're right up my alley. I can honestly appreciate SpongeBob's devotion as a fan. The fact that he sunk hours into making life-size Krabby Patty mannequins of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy for that contest was just insane. Like, no wonder he won. That's by far the most off-the-wall insane entry they've ever gotten, I'm sure. But like, I can't help but wonder how SpongeBob entered them. Did he just make them and like take pictures and then send them the pictures? Or did he like physically mail them the Krabby Patty mannequins? If he did, like, what are the logistics of that? How could he have possibly mailed them together as one unit? I don't want to overthink it, but honestly, that just doesn't seem all too feasible. Now, I do have to say, I really appreciate the dynamic between Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy and SpongeBob. Like, the back and forth that they have is really interesting to me. Obviously, Barnacle Boy is the jerk in this exchange. He's the bitter one who just wants to be left alone and doesn't want anyone bothering him for anything. Meanwhile, Mermaid Man seems to be the cool one. Like, in this episode, we see Barnacle Boy being the disciplinarian and getting angry at SpongeBob. Meanwhile, Mermaid Man is the one winking at SpongeBob and being super cool towards him. In all reality though, Mermaid Man did end up kind of being a wolf in sheep's clothing. It comes to the point where Barnacle Boy brings up the idea of ditching SpongeBob and Mermaid Man is all in for it. Honestly, that was low and made me lose a little bit of respect for Mermaid Man, but honestly, I kind of can't blame him. SpongeBob can be a bit much, and at this point he's talking about hanging out with them tomorrow too, which does seem a bit excessive to me, not gonna lie. One thing I really appreciate about the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy episodes is the villains that they end up facing off against or encountering in their adventures. In this episode, we get to see the elderly fish who used to be the atomic flounder once upon a time. We also get to see the Dirty Bubble, who's one of the most notorious of their enemies. Another villain I definitely have to shout out is Man Ray. He didn't appear in this episode, but I do have to give it up for him. He's a great villain, for sure. I do have to admit, it is kind of messed up that this TV show would have a contest for a chance to win the conch signal, but they wouldn't advise Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. Like, they're the ones who are trained to and expected to respond to this call, and you're not even going to tell them when you're giving it to someone else? That's just kind of messed up. Like, what if that got into the wrong hands? What if the contest participant was actually like the Dirty Bubble and he lured Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy into a trap just because he was able to get that conch signal from the contest? I mean, in all reality, we know that Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy would win that fight easily, as they have been doing for decades now, but regardless, it does seem a little bit irresponsible for them to just give that thing away in a contest for kids. One last thing that I really just have to bring up is SpongeBob's superhero outfit. When he's hanging out with Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, we see him rocking basically an eye mask, underwear, and some shoes, and that's about it. His outfit is one that doesn't really scream fearsome superhero that all the bad guys should fear, but it's definitely a statement piece, that's for sure. I just thought it was kind of hilarious that of all things, that's what he decided to wear. Nevertheless, this was a great episode. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy are great characters, and they have an interesting dynamic with SpongeBob that seems to evolve as the episodes go by. I won't lie to you, maybe it's the emotions of this being the final rating of the final episode of the first season, but I just have to give this one a straight 10. It's a nostalgic episode that I feel does an excellent job of putting a nice bookend on season 1 for the most part. Looking back and reflecting on the entirety of season 1 of SpongeBob, I can say that without a doubt, it's been a great time. I've really enjoyed making these videos. I make a lot of content that focuses on the dark side of these shows and all the scandals and scary aspects, and this series has been an amazing change of pace for me. It feels really good to just look back on an entire season of a show with some beautiful rose-tinted nostalgia glasses. These videos were just the opportunity I've always wanted to just gush about how amazing I think this season of SpongeBob was. There were so many iconic episodes that we've covered along the way, and I can say that I'll always hold this season of SpongeBob close to my heart. It defines a good portion of what made my early childhood so enjoyable, and I'm really glad that we had the opportunity to journey down this path together. I can say that, for sure, I'm gonna hold this portion of time that I spent working on these videos in my memories till the day I pass. And I'm gonna look back on this portion of my life really fondly because I've genuinely enjoyed making this series of videos, and I hope that I get to make more of them in the future. But again, I have to pose the question, do you want to see me do season 2 next? Let me know in the comments down below. I always love seeing your guys' feedback. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like and maybe share it with a friend. And as always, thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Peace.